For those on Zoom, hopefully you can hear me, but I need to make sure that you're named as the way you registered with the Board of Forestry. So if you're not named correctly, you will need to rename yourself as the name you registered with. Thank you.
Okay. That's what I was trying. And what? How they're faring and why.
Okay.
You know, because it's the whole thing, though, like the.
Morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Please take your seats.
Is like, have to have solutions that meet the other needs too. That's what kids need. Solutions to what? You have to have solutions that meet. the
Good
other
morning.
needs of needs too. You know what I mean? Like that, want to mitigate, you still need yes, so like all of these things have to have the context of the environment we're in. And that's what gets. There you go.
Welcome, everyone, to the Wednesday, June 7th, 2023 Board of Forestry Hybrid Public Meeting. For the record, I'm Jim Kelly, Chair of the State Board of Forestry. The board will be having a two-day meeting and plan to live stream our proceedings on YouTube. To make sure our viewers online can follow along with our virtual proceedings, I'll go over some meeting housekeeping tips. Everyone participating in the virtual and physical meeting room, please silence your cell phones and try to limit background noises. For online participants, remember to mute yourself when you are not speaking. Say that. And disable your video when not presenting or providing public comment. For the record, we ask everyone participating today to state their names using the available microphones so that listeners online can track our commentary. If you experience technical issues in the online meeting room, use the chat function on Zoom to connect with our ODF hosts during this event. For those watching this meeting via live stream and present in this room, I'll remind everyone of our general order of operations. After an item is introduced, I'll invite the presenters to begin. For board members, if you have clarifying questions, please use the raise hand function in Zoom, or if present, merely raise your hand and I'll call on you. Presenters, we will do our best to ask questions one at a time. After a presentation, we will open the floor for the board discussion and additional questions. We have three decision items in front of the board, one in block form, that's the consent agenda for item number 2 and for item number 4. Any presentation will be provided, and from there, the board will deliberate before coming to a vote. Any questions so far? From there, we will proceed with our agenda, which is filled with items that will inform the board on a spectrum of the departments. Okay. From the forest patrol process to fire season readiness. Tomorrow we'll allow,
Lori?
we will allow space.
You coming back?
We got a problem there with our audio. Tomorrow we will allow space for the board and agency leadership to do some sense making as we continue our discussion on the goals and associated strategies for the revised joint strategic plan. Additionally, time will be dedicated to work on the next phase of organizational governance. In order to ensure the board can conduct all the items on the agenda, the public comment provision under agenda item 1 will be limited. The public can comment on items on and off the agenda. Upon conclusion of the board and state forester comments, we will begin our public comment portion. The board received a high level of interest in this week's meeting, and to accommodate everyone, we would like to provide public comment who wants to provide public comment. We made a couple of logistical adjustments to accommodate everyone. So we moved the meeting obviously to 8 a.m. We were having some technical problems, so sorry we started a little bit late. Each person will, excuse me, be provided 2 minutes for them to deliver their remarks. And we have also carved out an hour in the afternoon to accommodate those who if we are unable to accommodate everyone this morning. We do understand that this is not a lot of time, but if you would like to share more information with the board, we recommend sending in written testimony for this meeting. To enter it into the record, please send in your comments by June 21st. With that, any other questions? Okay, in that case, I will perform a roll call. Liz Akpala.
Chair Kelly, I am present.
Carla Chambers.
Carla Chambers here.
Ben Doimling.
Here.
Chandra Ferrari.
Here.
Joe Justice.
I'm present.
Brenda McComb.
Here.
And myself, Jim Kelly. Moving to the consent agenda items. Would anyone like to present a motion?
Mr. Chair, I move to approve the consent agenda as presented.
And I didn't quite hear that, Joe. Could you repeat?
I move to approve the consent agenda as presented, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right. With that, we will take a vote on the consent agenda items, and I will do a roll call of the board again. Liz Akpala.
Yay.
Carla Chambers.
Aye.
Ben Doimling.
Aye.
Chandra Ferrari.
Aye. And Jim, I'd like to reserve a comment for the end on one of these items. I'm saying aye, but I'd like to reserve a comment to make at the end after voting.
Okay. Joe Justice.
Aye.
Brenda McComb.
Aye.
And Jim Kelly is an aye as well. And with that, we have passed unanimously the consent agenda. And Chandra Ferrari.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Kelly. I just wanted to make a quick comment. I think it might be helpful for us to take some of the items from the self-evaluation and maybe dig into those a little bit further during our governance conversation tomorrow. I feel like there's some comments in there that are worthy of some, maybe just a little bit of deeper dive into those, because I think they're maybe harmful to some of the camaraderie that we've developed on this board. And I'd like to get some of those issues out in the open. So I just wanted to flag that, and I hope that we can have a little bit more of a meaningful conversation tomorrow about it.
You betcha. Yeah, that is noted, and I'm sure we can do that. Also, I would just comment, the people that are willing to work on our science committee, it's an impressive group of people, and Oregon is lucky to have those folks helping us out. So, all right, with that, we'll move to Well, actually, I was going to move to have the state forester make his opening comments, but before that, I would like to have our district forester
don't know why that
introduce
would-
himself, Rob Penzer, and welcome us here.
Can you hear me? Perfect. All right, welcome to State Forester Makamoto. Welcome Chair Kelly. Welcome board members. My name is Rob Penzer and I serve as the District Forester for Central Oregon District out of Prineville. The Central Oregon District is very diverse and unique, covering 12 counties of Oregon. The district boundary ranges from the Dalles south to Lapine, Lapine east to Burns, Burns north to John Day, John Day northwest to Hefner, and then back to the Dalles, fairly sizable district. Our 3 unit offices are in the Dalles, Prineville, and John Day, with subunit offices in Fossil and Sisters. We currently employ 45 permanent employees and 115 seasonal employees. While you're here in Sisters, I thought I'd tell you a few things about, just kind of give you a little bit of a local touch here. Deschutes County boasts about 300 plus days of sunshine per year. This attracts 4.5 million people here annually, which generates about $13.9 million into the economy. Another interesting fact of Central Oregon, Deschutes County in particular, is that for a population of 200,000 people, we have 32 breweries of the best beer in the world. My opinion. To say smoke and fire are having impacts on our community is an understatement. Whether people are canceling their vacations or just rearranging our lifestyles here locally, it's having significant impacts. When you go to a high school and they're canceling their football games, their soccer games, and then you go pick up your kid after school and you see the football team practicing in the gym, the soccer team in the wrestling room, the cross-country kids running up and down the halls, it's chaos. And so to say that smoke and fire are having huge impacts on our community is an understatement. Since you were here last spring, and I told you all about what the district's doing and how the district does business, I thought I'd mix it up a little bit this time and tell you about a little bit why I think we're being successful here in Central Oregon. And in Central Oregon, we kind of live by a principle called the Central Oregon Way. And so here in Central Oregon, it's very complex and very challenging with all the number of partners and groups everywhere that are involved here locally. And so the Central Oregon Way is truly about partnership, collaboration, and communication. And so last week, I had the opportunity to sit down with the other agency administrators here locally, the Prineville BLM, the Ochico National Forest, the Deschutes National Forest, Crooked River Grasslands, and the Warm Springs Tribe. And we as agency administrators got to talk to our incident commanders and give them our leaders' intent. And the first thing I got to tell them that we as the agency administrators are aligned and unified. And we give them this letter of delegation of authority with basically intent to put out fires and keep people safe. And so we send that message out to our incident commanders. And the second thing I tell them is that none of us can do this alone and that they need everybody to help each other out. Because when we have those bad days, we can't do it by ourselves. The third thing I tell them is that we operate on the closest forces concept. And it's not just mere words on paper, but we truly believe it and truly execute on it. Our interagency dispatch center sends the closest available resources to each and every fire. We don't care what color truck you drive. We don't care what color of land the fire is on. It's all of our problem. We don't even care if a state IC is managing a federal fire or a federal IC is managing a state fire. We're all in it together and we work to keep those fires small and minimize the impacts to our landscape. The last part of the Central Oregon Way is open and transparent communication. We truly believe this and we're willing to have those difficult conversations to move us forward in continuous improvement here. When I think about the Central Oregon Way, it's truly about leveraging relationships to meet the mission for all Oregonians. We truly believe that and move forward in that direction. Locally here, we put on a division supervisor class each year. And in that class, we have a required reading called The Mission, the Man, Me. It's a book by a former Delta Force commander. And when you look around all of Central Oregon and their leadership, you can truly see those leadership principles in play. We truly believe in the mission, taking care of our people second, and then we worry about ourselves as leaders. Hopefully, this provided you just a little bit more insight on how we operate here in Central Oregon. Myself, my staff are here over the next couple of days. If you have any questions, I would like to know more about it. Please feel free to ask any of us. I can't thank you enough for coming over here today. For me, this has been a kind of a difficult meeting to come to. My landowners have a lot at stake. And when we talk about landowner rates, we as an agency have been talking the last couple of years a lot about what the impacts of 762 and what's the potential impacts are. They're tough. And so for them to be able to look you in the eye today and have that open and honest communication, I appreciate you being here and thank you for coming over the side of the mountains. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Rob. I'll talk with you later, getting some advice about which of those beers for tonight. And with that, we'll move on to our state foresters' comments. Cal?
Thank you, Chair Kelly, board. For the record, my name's Cal Mukamoto and I'm the state forester for Oregon. This week's, and thank you, Rob. I thought that was an excellent introduction to Central Oregon. This week's meeting in Sisters is certainly timely in June at the front end of the fire season. We already have a district in fire season and by June 9th, we'll have them all, right, Rowan? So, okay. But Central Oregon is no stranger to wildfires, as Rob has told us, and it's impacted the communities and people. From ODF and forest protection associations, public and private landowners, forest collaboratives, non-government organizations, preparing and responding to wildfires, second nature. In fact, Sisters has special meaning to me because I spent 8 years on the Metolius, chairing the Metolius multi-party monitoring team, in which we were working on forest resilience. And it was I thought it was a great effort by conservationists, by timber folks, by local residents working together. And one of the projects we did work on was Glazed Meadows. And if you could ever talk to some of the people around here, you might hear about that project. But in speaking of more about the Central Oregon community, I'm looking forward to tonight's board social to hear the local community discussion on their experience working, playing, and living with the impacts of smoke from wildfire and prescribed fire. In today's agenda, as we near the end of 2023 fiscal year, we'll hear from department staff to give you the latest on legislative session and the department's proposed budget. The board will also review and decide on Forest Protection Association budgets, and we'll get an update on the fire season from the Chief of Fire Protection, Mike Shaw, who's also from Central Oregon. The Oregon Department of Forestry has been protecting Oregon's forests for 111 years through mitigation, prevention, and aggressive initial attack to help keep fires small. This approach minimizes resource loss and health and safety impacts to our communities, but we can't do it alone. ODF leads the complete and coordinated fire protection system for Oregon, and that includes that cooperation that Rob illustrated. ODF's statutory responsibility is to protect Oregon's forest resources, but more than a quarter of the 16 million acres we protect are within the wildland-urban interface, where undeveloped lands meet communities. In those areas, we couldn't be successful without the more than 300 local structural fire departments throughout the state and our partners at the Oregon Office of the State Fire Marshal. While many of us are focusing on putting the fire out, the Department of Environmental Quality, Oregon Health Authority, and Department of Human Services are looking out for the health and well-being of those Oregonians impacted by smoke and fire. But the complete and coordinated system stretches far beyond that. It includes forest and range landowners, those who work in our forests, our federal land partners, tribal and local governments, and more. Each of us brings different skills and resources to fight, and the system is all the stronger for it. Oregon's complete and coordinated fire protection system is always prepared to protect Oregonians and our state's natural resources in the coming fire seasons. And I have one more thing I want to add. Jim, I think you need to sample all those beers before you make a choice. So with that, thank you for this day in Sisters. It's a great day to be a forester because we're in Sisters, Oregon. So thank you.
Thank you, Cal. Couple of things I wanted to address right off, we're going to be talking about the landowner offset issue. And a couple of weeks ago, I thought I would be able to come in and publicly announce to you all that that the fix was in and the legislature was going to fix that with $15 million. Which, the reality is at this point, the governor's office supports that. Senator Golden and his committee were going to support that, and it was going to be part of Senate Bill 80 to make that fix. And right now, what I am told is with our legislative dysfunction that who knows? And it may not get fixed. And this affects a lot of landowners, particularly in central and eastern Oregon. It affects myself. A lot of folks would see their assessments going up over 40%. And I think for a lot of range landowners in the central Oregon district like myself, I think the number is 87%. Anyhow, the Board of Forestry we're required by statute to approve these budgets. We are not happy about being in that position, but we also have no power over this. This is decisions that are in the hands of the legislature. So I encourage you all who are frustrated about this issue to reach out to all legislators in the state. The second issue I wanted to do is just since we're just to talk about a little bit is our state forest HCP. And there's been a lot of numbers and a lot of data out there, and a lot of it has misrepresented some of the actual facts. So I want to try to just give some perspective to it. First of all, I don't want to sound in any way that I'm underestimating the potential effects and what it could mean for certain rural communities. It's very important that we get this right, and the impacts are potentially very real. But and we're essentially been trying to measure the impact in two ways. One would actually be the harvest levels. And the other one that has been bandied around a lot is how much land is not available for harvest. And that's where things have gotten kind of deeply misrepresented. A lot of folks in these communities now believe because of this HCP, we would be making, over 50% of the land unavailable for harvest. Well, there's a kernel of truth in that, but it really doesn't tell you the whole story. Under our current forest management plan, we have physical constraints that essentially come down to the fact that there's certain timber stands, et cetera, that we cannot access for a variety of reasons, mostly physical reasons. And that's 19% of the state forest land base. That's under the current plan. Under the FMP, that remains at 19% unavailable. FMP doesn't change that whatsoever. Then there's the legal constraints. Land that is legally constrained, or to protect various, the riparian areas and areas to protect some of the endangered species. That currently is 6% of the state forest. Under the FMP, under the HCP, that remains at 6%. That's unchanged. So then there's what we call plan constraints. And under the current forest management plan, that's 27% of the land. That changes to 31. So that's real. But that real change is 5% of the land base. There's not some 50% plus wholesale change. That's the total land that is constrained. The difference is 5%. It's 30,000 acres roughly. And so we need to keep that in perspective. That's real, that has significant impacts, but it's not the sky is falling. On the other hand, the estimates, particularly for the first 2 years or so in terms of harvest volumes are significantly less than what they have been in recent years. And the Board of Forestry is struggling to figure out what all we can do with that. But I just want everybody to, to try to look at it with that lens that's really fact-based on everybody on all sides of this issue. And recognize that there's no easy answers for us, and we're continuing to work towards the best possible solution. Okay. With that, wondering if any other board members have opening comments. Yes, Carla.
Yes, good morning. And I want to first thank Rob for his comments. I grew up in North Central Oregon and, certainly appreciate the neighbors helping neighbors. That's how things get done over here. And that's just been a long-standing important concept. The smoke and the fire is a huge impact. And in addition to, I think we're going to hear a lot about association budgets. I want to be sure the board walks out of here after tomorrow and really understands what insurance costs are doing over here. Commercial property insurance, home insurance, in addition to, really the protection of, the forest and farmlands and grazing lands. I am concerned about our finances. I continue to be concerned about our finances with basically a base budget looking at coming out of the legislature. We are the group that finances these large fires. And Mike, I'd like to hear you tell me someday that you don't see a big fire season ahead, but until we downsize our risk, I think it's pretty hard to downsize our fire. And in the last state lands pre-board meeting, they told us their numbers were they're down 4 to 6 million on their budget, with another 25+% decrease potential coming in next year's budget. So this is financially impacting everybody. And I think when we all need to understand what these costs are doing, I want to put 2 articles onto the public record that came out of California on how State Farm and Allstate and some of these insurance companies are now not renewing insurance or not writing new insurance. And there was a pretty good New York Times article about the real risk of these wildfires and the cost to the cost of insuring these high risk areas. And I just think it's really important that we all keep our eye on the ball on, how likely we're just 2 steps behind California. So thank you, Jim.
Thank you, Carla. Joe Justice.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. I just a couple of comments. Rob, too, thanks for your comments. You really talk about the culture of ODF, and I've talked about that a lot. And the culture of ODF is one that's really, really fantastic. And I've had the pleasure of working with so many people with ODF for so many years. And I think it's just going to be very important that as we struggle with fire funding, as we deal with this big issue, that culture is maintained. We find a way of really maintaining that culture within this whole process of finding a way of properly funding fire. Jim, I appreciate your comments on the HCP. And it's also very concerning to me, these implementation plans in the next couple of years and what it's going to do. And I guess I just want to make sure that the department is thinking about what are we doing about right sizing with employees on state forests. I've been through layoffs myself personally in the industry that I work in, not surprisingly. And I think it's going to be really important that we get ahead of that and making sure we're doing the right things, Cal. And I don't know what where the planning process is, but we're talking about significant reductions in funding to state lands. And so that's going to affect people within the staff of ODF. Thank you.
This is Cal Mukomoto, State Forester, for the record. Joe, we have a little bit of time. It's not like when the IPs were established. In fact, the IPs had to be done because of the policies decision by the board earlier in the year. Mainly, as I explained in that letter, to have the AOP's annual operating plans in place for next summer. So if we didn't, because of the review process, we wouldn't have timber sales to continue helping finance the state forest. But in regards to the downfall in revenue on state lands, and that was due to the loggers and timber buyers have 3 years to harvest their contracts, and they can choose to harvest at any rate they want during that 3 years. Last year, many of them decided not to harvest. They decided to cut in other contracts they may have on their land basis. So that's not directly correlated. We do have a backlog of sales that are under contract. And what we see, as we project, we have a couple, maybe as long as 2027 before we start taking effects of the HCP as far as revenue to the state forests. Now, there's other things that revolve around what affects the revenues to the state forest, and that can be log prices. It can be cost of operations. And Joe, I know you know this, so, but that could vary. So my plan, and it has been, is look at this, but I'm not going to finalize what the impact is on state forest revenue until a HCP rate is actually decided on what's going to be. And that's probably going to be later this year. We still have 2 or 3 years to plan for any adjustments that we need to be making. We will be looking at that very seriously. We have some draft plans, but I won't say they're anywhere near final.
Other board member comments? Brenda, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Jim, and thanks to the other board members for their comments. Just another point of information. The species that would be covered under the HCP, assuming that's approved by the federal agencies, have been studied for years and decades. And so this impasse that we're faced with right now has been years and in cases decades in the making. It's inevitable. Single species plantation forestry does not provide habitat for some of these species that are listed under the plan. It's the way it is. We've known that for a long time. So now the question is, how do we deal with that? Because we've kind of kicked that can down the road for a while and we're coming to the end of the road. So it's a difficult situation. It's really unfortunate that we're here now and that we haven't addressed this proactively in the past. But we're in a situation where the information that's been gathered over all those decades is now being used to develop that HCP.
Okay, we're going to move quickly here to the public comment section. I know a lot of you are here to comment on the state HCP, and there's been the understanding that we would be making a final vote in September, and that is not the case. As these things, for reasons outside of our control, we will likely not be making a final decision until November. And that could happen in our normally scheduled meeting. It's also possible that we end up scheduling a special meeting. And if so, we'll give plenty of notice and opportunity for people to testify. But there will be an ability for people to testify once again on this topic in our September meeting. So I wanted to make sure that everybody was clear on that. And you know, I feel badly that it turns out this meeting's in Sisters, and a lot of people wanted to testify on this subject, and so there's been a lot of miles driven, and so it is what it is. Okay, we'll move on. So thank you to all of those who signed up to provide testimony to the board today. We ask that everyone in the queue, whether online or in person, to not exceed their allotted time of 2 minutes. I ask that before you start, that you state your full name, the topic you are commenting on, and associated affiliation if representing a group or an organization. A timer will be provided to track your time, and each commenter will be called on by the board administrator. With limited time available, anyone who exceeds their time will be prompted to provide a closing statement and will be muted. With so many commenters today and with limited time, I want to offer a few suggestions. When providing comments, try to endorse or support rather than repeat the testimony of others. If someone else has said it as well as you can say it, and then say, I endorse what so-and-so said, and I drove from wherever because this is important to me, and help us out a little bit with our time challenge here. Submit written testimony to accompany your statements or information, which can be sent up until June 21st. Try to honor you and your neighbor's time and stay within that allotted time. We don't want to have to cut you off. And let's just also have some grace and understanding while we try to make it through. And hopefully we can hear from everybody this morning, but otherwise we will be hearing from those who remain this afternoon. Hillary, are we ready to go? Okay.
Yes, Chair Kelly, we are ready to begin. Chair Kelly and board members, State Forester, we have very many in the queue today, those online as well as those in the room. Everyone in the queue for item 1, thank you again for traveling and joining us virtually. To ensure we stay on track, I will list names in a set order and call on each of you to begin your testimony. As some testimony providers are in person and others online, just be prepared to engage when your name is called. And if you have not named yourself online, please do so with the name that you registered it with. That way we can have you in the queue and ready to be called on. So please correct any mispronunciations when I do announce your name, because you will be asked to provide your name for the record. When you begin, a timer will be displayed for 2 minutes. And when you see that timer run out, we ask that you provide your closing statement. Just to kind of equalize the amount of folks and requests of going in the morning versus the afternoon, we are going to be shifting in between in-person and remote participants, 20 at a time. We will have the individuals joining in person proceed to start us off for today. We will have individuals joining us in person to proceed to the front 2 tables with microphones located near the board. I will announce sets of 4 to give those time to organize and settle in the remarks. Those in person, please, when you're done, return to your seats to allow for another group to come up here. Okay, so Salem, please get a timer ready. The first set to provide testimony will be Jen Haymaker, Scott Penzarelli, Jeffrey Levy, Mark Stanley. Please proceed to the front. Will be Tasha Webb, Cindy Curtis, Joseph Buren, and Austin Shirato. Okay, Ms. Haymaker, ready when you are. Haymaker.
Okay. All right. All right. Board, my name is Jen Hammer. I am. Oh, sorry. Can you hear me now? Okay. My name is Jen. Hi,
Please.
good morning, board. My name is Jen Hammaker. I'm the president of Oregon Natural Resource Industries. Our mission is to support, defend, and protect natural resource jobs, families, communities, and businesses. I'm here this morning to present you with over 800 signed petitions. I have another 200 on my phone that I haven't printed out yet. From people that could not be here that want to stop the HCP. 800 individuals. I got 200 more on my phone. That's 1,000 individuals. I will leave these here for you guys to take a look at. It's a lot of people. Then I have proclamations, Clatsop County, Tillamook County, Curry County, Polk County, Douglas County, Clatsop County, Columbia County, and then the Forest Trust Land Council, that all oppose the HCP, all of them. Hundreds of thousands of people, represents hundreds of thousands of people, are against the HCP. I hope you can hear that. Stop the HCP. There's a better way. People are going to be, communities are going to be destroyed. So can you take this? Just for visual effect, this is a list of the beneficiaries that will be losing critical funding because of the HCP. There's over 220 of them. Stop the HCP.
Thank you.
Next up is Scott Panzarella.
Good morning. Thank you very much. My name is Scott Penzarella. I'm the owner of both a local lodging establishment here in Sisters, the Left Coast Lodge, and I'm also the executive director of the Sisters Trail Alliance, a more than 1,000 member donor recreation organization here in Sisters. I sit at the center of these two entities in a very unique position that depend directly on tourism for both people from afar and locals alike. Whether they're here mountain biking, hiking, fishing, hunting, morsel hunting, bird watching, and so on, they directly depend on the health of our forests, our streams, our rivers, our trails, and the wildlife populations. We, like much of rural Oregon, rely on this recreation economy, and we deeply are connected and are committed to preserving nature through recreation. But we can't do this if our land managers and this Board of Forestry push to potentially deforest more of Oregon, which is where we spend a lot of our time, money, and energy. We recreate on state, federal, tribal, and at times private lands. And we demand that these forests are ready for a hotter and drier future. You manage these forests for us, all Oregonians, regardless of where we live. And we deserve better and more equitable management of these lands for everyone. Right here in Sisters residents have been told that the forest management here is going to save our town. And a great example of that is Green Ridge. Well, we've learned that it's actually not going to save our town. Perhaps it's a commercial logging project that brings no clear benefit to our community. We walk in our forests, we hike in our forests, we fish in our forests, we hunt in our forests, and our forests are asking for help. Oregonians who are starting to experience the direct threat to our way of life due to a lack of conservation and respect of mature and old trees that sustain us spiritually and economically, I support, and so do our members, the HCP.
Up next, Jeffrey Levy.
Chair Kelly, Board of Forestry, thanks for being here today. How many of you came up the Santiam Canyon to come over here this last week? Did you like what you seen? It's devastating what fire does. This HCP with the 439,000 HCAs and RCAs that are going to be affected by the HCP will ultimately burn. With lack of management and lack of harvest levels going up, which we have not reached our designated harvest levels for I don't know how many years. Western Oregon is a little bit different than Eastern Oregon. When you get the hot, humid weather, that forest is dry. We just had one yesterday with 92-degree temperatures, and I took a step to go use the boys' room out in the woods, and it's crunch, crunch, crunch. Those are fuels, and they will burn. And I'm highly concerned with it. The other thing that came about is recently Governor Brown and also COTEC had the option to renew the air assets from out of state. And as far as I'm aware, that was not done. So where are we going to get the air assets if we get a catastrophic fire? Second, fire insurance. I understand we did not renew fire insurance this year with the state. How is that possible? The board is in a financial shortfall already, but yet you want to cut harvest rates down to where you guys won't even be able to sustain the budget. There's no way. You won't keep the lights on. You won't keep foresters. The HCP is no good. Did you all receive an email that Jen sent from Dr. Bob Zybeck on what the HCP did to the Elliott State Forest? Did you look at those levels? Because this is not going to be any different. So thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Up next, Mark Stanley Jr.
I'm Mark Stanley with Bighorn Logging. Currently, we have around 70 employees with us. 85% of our workload is long span cable logging. A lot of our employees have been in the industry many years. I figured it out last night. That gives us just over 1,000 years of experience that heads out the door every day to go to work. These employees are high-level employees that take pride in protecting the environment and the work they do. They've been through years of training, learning about forest practice rules, regulations, and forest management. As we sit here testifying for our industry, remember once again, once it's gone, it will never come back to the level it is now. On a monthly basis, there are towers being parked, logging companies shutting down. If this HCP is implemented, the logging experience will be jeopardized. Next fall, we will be moving some of our employees to Washington to help DNR and other landowners develop a new cable logging technology. As there is less and less people getting into the logging industry, as a board, this is the approach that should be looked at. How can we work together to save the industry and keep Oregon the best renewable resource producing state in the Northwest region? Again, you guys should be very proud of the methods the state already has to protect and manage timber. Locking up a percentage of timber and putting hundreds of people out of business or out of work is not a risk you should be looking at. We need high-level people with pride in protecting what resources we have and to make sure we'll be there for future generations. Allowing wildfires to overtake or lock it up is not proper forest management. Healthy forests hold the best water quality, wildlife habitat, and is most economically positive for all communities that depend on this resource. Thank you for your time again. I do appreciate volunteering on this board. Please take a hard look at the value that will be lost if this HCP goes into effect.
Thank you. The second set, please proceed forward. That's Tasha Webb, Cindy Curtis, Joseph Ure, and Austin Giraldo. And again, I'm going to make a brief announcement for those joining us on Zoom. Please rename yourself as the name that you registered online. That way we can identify you for the queue. Thank you. Up first, Tasha Webb.
Hi, I'm Tasha Webb. Coastal Range. I'm in the Blatchley Fire District, which under this HCP would be defunded. I'm going to explain Smokey the Bear. So one thing that everybody in this room agrees on is that if we don't manage our forests, they're going to build up fuels and it's going to burn. It's a ticking time bomb. This HCP is a matchstick. And what I wanted to know is how could a board who we trust to manage these forests, voted 4-3 to keep this flame alive. And so I went on the internet and I started looking and doing some research, and I came across a video, and it was of Brenda explaining that Smokey the Bear did too good of a job and he protected from fires for too long. And so now we had too many fuels on the floors, on the forest floor. And so her answer, to me, an obvious solution would be logging. It's a renewable, sustainable building resource. It provides revenue. It gives us services. It keeps you guys afloat. But her answer was prescribed burning. And then she went on to explain that you guys don't have the funds currently to do all the prescribed burning that you need to do. And this HCP is going to defund you guys. So you really want it then. Also, this was prior to canceling your fire insurance. And then she also explains that prescribed burning gets out of control. You can't contain them. There's hot spots. It's already happened twice this summer that I'm aware of. And so I ask you guys, everybody agrees that it's a ticking time bomb if we don't manage our forests. But to really look, is fire the solution? Because this HCP is for 70 years. Thank you.
Up next, Cindy.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. My name is Cindy Curtis. I am a habitat restoration biologist with the Wild Salmon Center. So this morning I could talk to you about the ecological benefits of the proposed HCP. I could also talk to you about the restoration economy and the millions of dollars that go into rural communities and putting more jobs and people in the forest through habitat restoration projects. But this morning, I'm actually very selfishly going to talk to you as a resident of Tillamook County. I live outside of the town of Nehalem. The basin that I live in is dominated by ODF, and my drinking water is affected by the decisions that this board makes. And as someone who plans on living in Tillamook County for the rest of their life, I'm looking forward to the future. And the climate on the Oregon coast is changing. It's getting hotter, it's getting drier, and our rain patterns are changing. They're becoming flashier, which means that there's less percolation into our groundwater tables. That is exacerbated through clear cutting. And coupled with that, there's increasing populations as people seek refuge from fires in Central Oregon. There's more population and more increase of those draws from our water systems, from our groundwater tables. So I am here to support the proposed HCP because it's a good balance between working timberlands and protecting watersheds so that we can sustain our quality of life and our drinking water. I also want to make a comment for protecting the resilience of our school budgets. My husband is a public school teacher in Tillamook County. We fully intend on having kids that go through the public school system in Tillamook County, and it cannot be an either or between abundant clean water and funding for our school system. So I encourage that we find alternative funding sources that don't sacrifice our future. And thank you all for the work that you're doing.
Up next, Joseph.
Good morning. My name is Joseph Yoren. I represent the Audubon Society of Lincoln City. We support a strong HCP for state forests that goes beyond alternative 3. As ODF staff tells us, it has the greatest conservation value, greater than the other proposed alternatives. We believe the board should expand the prescription of alternative 3 to provide greater protection for upland species. You have made a substantial commitment to protect aquatic species as a result of the Coho settlement. That's great. But we ask that these commitments do not come at the expense of threatened bird and mammal species. Now that RCAs will be baked into ODF planning, it'll be all too easy to look at the HCAs for additional economic activity. Recovery of bird species around the world correlates directly to the size of habitat reserves provided for them. We believe HCAs should be expanded wherever possible to improve contiguity and to minimize the risk of edge effects. We urge you to include all known activity centers for northern spotted owls and marbled murrelets in HCAs. To leave these areas outside of HCA's and to over-rely on federal protection for owls and murrelets is contrary to the intent of an HCP. ODF staff reports that including these areas would result in only minor changes in economic outcomes. Again, we do not believe such minor changes should wag the dog. We know that development and adoption of an HCP has been a rigorous collaborative process, and that as a compromise, it means no one gets everything they want. We encourage you to see this process through. For an HCP, even one with the strongest possible conservation actions is still a compromise that allows for significant economic action while trying to protect and recover our wildlife populations. Thank you.
Up next, Austin.
Good morning. I'm Austin Sherrado, a forester for Western Forest Products in Vancouver, Washington. I would like to begin by thanking the board for the opportunity to speak today and express Western's deep concern with the Oregon Department of Forestry's draft habitat conservation plan. Western Forest Products relies on ODF timber sales to supply logs for our sawmill. The reduction of harvest volume anticipated by the current draft HCP will significantly impact the operability of our facilities. We currently employ 98 individuals at our Vancouver, Washington location who live in both Oregon and Washington. The current draft HCP not only jeopardizes the livelihoods of these 98 individuals, myself included, but also threatens to significantly disrupt the production of our specialty wood products. One of our core products is a utility crossarm. For those who don't know, this is the lateral piece you see holding the wires on top of a power pole. These utility crossarms are a crucial component of infrastructure for our cities and counties, and also a critical element in the transmission of green energy throughout Oregon. As the demand and production of green energy increases across Oregon and the country, we cannot afford to reduce the timber harvest that provides these essential wood products. We implore you to take as long as needed to draft an HCP that balances the social, environmental, and economic needs of Oregonians, as well as the residents of Washington State, as we too rely on the forest products produced from ODF state forest lands. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have another two sets that I'll announce. Our third is Knox Marshall, Dan Olsted, Shane Fernandez, Lily Coons. And then after that four, we've got John Kirby, David DeShriver, Steve Capuni Parsons, and Roger Salvati. Knox, if you're ready to go, please proceed.
Chairman Kelly, members of the board, my name is Knox Marshall, the resource manager for Murphy Company located in Eugene, Oregon. Is it on?
It's on, but a little closer.
Okay. Founded in 1909, Murphy Company operates facilities in Washington, Oregon, employing approximately 970 people. We are a leading producer of engineered wood products in the Pacific Northwest. I'm here today to comment on the importance of sustainable timber production from the ODF state lands. The timber offered from state lands is critical to the milling infrastructure in rural Oregon. The harvest level over the last decade has maintained the milling infrastructure in Oregon's rural communities and the jobs they support. Any reduction will jeopardize that balance, resulting in mill closures and reduction of jobs. As the board considers options for the future of the state forest, it is imperative that they consider what impacts will be a result of these local decisions. Oregon's population is increasing. Demand for wood products is going up exponentially. Responsible sourcing considering a global perspective is essential. We are not a zero impact species. Balance is extremely important term to consider as options are weighed. Balance is vital for our planet. Balance is vital for the interactions of our global ecosystems. Balance of our social responsibilities and equitable community consideration is demanded. Rural communities are disproportionately taking on the burden of the urban community's misguided understanding of the global balance. Single decisions, including those of sustainable forest management, are essential to our state forests. Our rural communities deserve consideration when contemplating decisions to import wood products from offshore to satisfy these urban and rural demands of wood products.
As the board considers options for the state forest, it should recognize that highly regulated domestic producers will decline and wood products will increasingly be demanded from offshore sources. As Oregonians, it is our responsibility to consider the sustainable forestry decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, Dan Olsted.
Hello, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm Dan Olsted. I represent Olsted Trucking out of Jewel, Oregon. We're kind of smack dab in the middle of the classic forest, 5th generation logger from the area. I'm kind of here today to talk about the human condition and small town economics if the HCP is passed. For a while, when I was a kid in 85 through 89, we were in Southern Oregon. And the spotted owl decision by the 9th District Court decimated families, businesses. We were fortunate enough to go back to Jewel, but I went back years later to try to visit my friends and some of their families. There wasn't really a lot left. Alcoholism, drugs, divorce, and bankruptcy for a lot of those small communities. I'd hate to see that happen again. The U.S. District Court, 9th District Court really has no accountability. Nobody got to look and say anything about what they have done. Nobody really cared, but the Board of Forestry can be held accountable. You can go to look at some of the small towns in Oregon, John Day, some of the vacancies that the buildings that have been there for years. But I'd like to have you go through Northwest Oregon and look at a Claskenai, Warrenton, Tillamook areas where you can see what the economies look like now and come back in 5 years and realize I did that if this HCP goes through, because it is despair. I'd like to thank you for your time, but I'd also like you to remember wood products are a renewable resource, they're recyclable, and they're also biodegradable. There's not a lot of product out there in the country that can say that. Thank you.
Yeah, and up next is Shane Hernandez.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you guys for letting us all speak at this point. I'm going to take a different aspect of kind of agreeing as immediate. This is all an Oregonian thing. I came from California. To Mrs. Chambers' previous statement, I watched what happened there. I'd been fishing and hunting my entire life. Currently, there is a salmon closure in all of California, from the Oregon coast all the way down to Mexico. Last time this happened was 08 to 12. That was a 4-year span. Both are going to have to not dig their heels in and realize that this isn't just a singular product where one side doesn't want any change, the other side is pushing for too much change. Like you had talked about, most of my family has left California. Some to Tennessee, myself to Oregon, because I fish and hunt here for most of the last 30 years too. And I've also already started to see the decline in what happens here. Now, from nothing more than just a sports angler that I am, that meaning that what's happening in California, I see happening here. And by both sides digging their heels in and not want to make movement, will produce nothing. So that's kind of, even though I wear this HCC patch, which I completely believe in, and I have started to be a lot more involved in as of late. I understand, and I have seen different logging aspects of California be affected simply like the gentleman here had just stated. You're going to have families lost, you're going to have communities destroyed. So loggers not giving a damn about fishing guides not giving a damn about loggers' families, has to come to some type of result. Both sides pushing will continue to, as you kick the can down the road, for lack of a better term. So I appreciate the time from just almost a medial perspective to both sides of what's going on here. I think the HCP is going to be beneficial to both if it can be tailored to accommodate both sides. So I appreciate the time. Thank you.
I want to
Okay.
remind everyone to clearly identify themselves at the beginning of their testimony.
Thank you for that reminder, Chair. Up next, Lily.
Hello, Chair Kelly and members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to provide public comment today. For the record, my name is Lily Kuntz, and I'm here today to urge you to support a strong habitat conservation plan alternative 3 for Western Oregon State Forests. Today, I'll be speaking as an ambassador to my species, the coho salmon. Although I live nearby in the waters, protecting the forest protects my home too. I arrived here today after a long trip from the salty waters of the Pacific Ocean. The only way for me to get here is through the network of streams and tributaries that work their way through the forest. The status of these forests can have a drastic impact on my home, my friends' homes, and my children's home, as we spend half of our lives right here in the riparian zone of the forests. When logging takes place too close to the riparian edge, the shade from the trees disappears and the water becomes too hot for our children to survive. HCP Alternative 3 ensures that we have wider riparian buffers to protect our home. When the regions upland of the streams are logged, the roots of the trees can no longer hold the soil, and so it erodes and collects in our waters, muddying it and making it dangerous to live. HCP Alternative 3 will prevent sedimentation and runoff, ensuring clean water for me and my babies. Over the last century, my species has experienced a population decline of 95%. But with HCP Alternative 3, there's hope for us coho salmon to thrive once again. It is not too late to choose the right thing. Choose HCP Alternative 3. Thank you.
Thank you. The next set is John Kirby, David DeShriver, Steve Capuni Parsons, and Roger Sabadini. After that set, we will have Mark Baldwin, Bodie Dowding, Michael Gaskill, and Ben Johnson.
Good morning. My name is John Kirby. I live in Tillamook County in Bay City. I speak from experience and I endorse Alternative 3 to the Habitat Conservation Plan. 1945, Dad came home from the war. After surviving the Vanport flood, we ended up living just south of Eugene, Oregon. It was a young boy's paradise. Big drainage ditches, lots of wetlands, and Amazon Creek just a few blocks away. Until one morning, that is, when I ran home and said, "Mom, all my frogs are dead. Honey, it's hard to keep them alive in those containers in the garage." "No, Mom, they're all dead everywhere." And they were. A few days earlier, the county had driven through the area, spraying all chemicals all over. Now all my frogs, every size and description, were dead. We learned a hard lesson from DDT. As a junior majoring in fisheries science in Colorado State University in 1966, one of my first papers described biological indicators of thermal pollution. "Very impressive," said the prof. "That's the first time I've seen that thesis." Since then, we've pumped over 7.5 billion metric tons of carbon dioxide into our ecosystem. So my thesis of 57 years ago is now front and center in the debate over global warming. I'm not optimistic about our ability to control this disaster, but we must try. Which brings us to forest management. Best practice management has proven to be major beneficial effects on thermal pollution in our rivers and streams. Cool water makes for healthy salmonid populations. Thermal pollution destroys them. This is why I strongly endorse Alternative 3 to the Habitat Conservation Plan. It's real. Do it now. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, David.
My name is Dave DeShriver. I'm a full-time resident and property owner in Tillamook County on the North Shore. And I support HCP plan with the Alternative 3. I'm not a scientist. I'm not a biologist. I'm not a policymaker. I'm a retired general contractor. And I work now for a local community trust restoring habitat in our area. I also am a member of TKO, which is Trail Keepers of Oregon Association. And we build and maintain trails in the forest there. And besides my family and my friends, being in the forest is the most important thing to me. It's changed my life. There are others here who will talk about the pros and cons of this plan. I just wanted to share one thing. Last fall, I normally would be fishing, and I decided to walk up a couple of the tributaries to the South Fork of the Nehalem River. And as I did that, standing on the shore behind cover, I looked down and was able to witness the spawning dance of the Chinook salmon. And it was an amazing experience to me. All the intricacies of that ecosystem for that to take place blew my mind. And so I would just like to be part of the solution that preserves that habitat. Thank you.
Up next, Stevie.
Hello, my name is Stevie Kapanui Parsons. I would like to thank you for giving us the opportunity to actually listen to the public comment about HCP. I support habitat conservation, alternative 3. I am speaking as an Indigenous person. I'm Kanaka Maoli, I'm Taino, I'm Maori, and I'm Anishinaabe. I hunt and I fish. It's not just something I do, it's who I am. I was born and raised in Hawaii, moved to Oregon 14 years ago. Oregon is not Hawaii. Oregon needs to be better than Hawaii. I've seen extinction on levels that you can only imagine. I've seen native food sources disappear within 10 and 20 years because the state did nothing. They talked about doing things, but they did nothing. Those things are not going to come back. Extinction is real. It's not pretty. Salmon have been screaming for help. We've been ignoring them. We haven't been listening to the native communities. Please don't be Hawaii. Hawaii's motto is Uamau Keia Ikaina Ikapono, which is the life of the land is perpetuated in righteousness. Again, Oregon's not Hawaii, but that motto should be very much a part of this because it means do right by the land and the land will prosper. The land will do right by you. So please, please consider native communities, consider fish, consider the right thing.
Up next, Roger.
Yes, dear Chairperson Kelly and board members, my name is Dr. Roger Sabadee, and I am an emeritus professor of biology living here in Bend, Oregon. I'd like to remind the board that your primary responsibility as stewards of the forest is to preserve this precious resource, particularly the old growth and mature trees that play an increasingly important role in mitigating climate change. It's been demonstrated that logging is a major reason why our old growth forests on the east side of the Cascade now represent only about 2 to 8% of the original Oregon mature forest area. Therefore, preserving these last stands of trees, I would like the board to consider applying the 21-inch screen rule statewide to preserve old growth and mature trees by leaving the trees exceeding that diameter uncut. Large trees store and sequester carbon and thus mitigate climate change. In a 2020 study by Mildrexer and others, the data show that large trees, while only accounting for 3% of the trees in the study area, stored 42% of the total above ground carbon. Also, according to a paper published in the prestigious journal Nature, large trees sequester carbon at a faster rate as they mature because of the growing leaf areas. Scientists calculate that in only 1 year of growth, a single large tree can sequester the amount of carbon stored as biomass in an entire mid-size tree. I would also like the board to reevaluate the thinning and other forest management practices, including commercial logging and clear cutting in our state forest. In sum, there is a great opportunity to promote climate smart forestry practices such as variable density thinning, afforestation, longer timber harvest rotations, and limiting the diameter of harvested trees, all of which allow timber harvesting with minimum impacts on climate change. Thank you for your kind intention, and may the forest be with you.
Thank you. The next set is Commissioner Mark Baldwin, Bodie Dowding, Michael Gaskill, and Ben Johnson.
Commissioner Mark Baldwin. City of Warrenton, Mayor Pro Tem. I also sit on the school district budget committee, and I see the budget shortfalls of small communities already before the HCP that you put forth. I also grew up in a logging family, 56 years old. My grandfather, my father, my brothers, my uncles, cousins, other family members either worked in the forest, sawmills, plywood mills, or other wood processing sectors. I'm a small business owner that works for Hampton Affiliates in Warrenton at their lumber mill. And we have at least 5 small family-owned logging companies in Warrenton. One would include Browning Logging, Nygaard Logging, and others. With the HCP that you've put forth, it would turn Warrenton into a ghost town. You know, the fishing industry has already been taken a big hit and been reduced. And as city leaders, we're being told to pivot, turn towards tourism. Nobody I know of can live and feed a family on tourism wages, and especially for 4 months out of the year. We depend on the timber revenue that logging provides and the jobs that the sawmill and other processors in the city provide. So I'm speaking for the city of Warrenton, myself, my grandsons, our school district, reevaluate what you've already set forth, because our small community depends on it, and it's going to be catastrophic.
Thank you. Up next, Bodie.
My name is Bodie Dowding. I work for Pacific Fiber Products. I worked for ODF State Forest from January 2017 to January 2023. And I know that ODF is full of good people. I've got a lot of friends there. Hopefully they'll still consider me friends after this. One thing that really bothered me working at ODF was I often heard that the timber industry doesn't care about anything but making money and buying logs for as cheap as possible. And I'm here to tell you that that's a false statement. As an industry, we love and are concerned for the health of our communities and are proud of the role we play in the lives of those who work in the industry and their role in the communities they live in. I look out my window every day at a community that will be affected by a loss of timber, and it breaks my heart. The forest products industry in Oregon operates at equilibrium with the timber supply. With the implementation of the HCP, at least 1 and likely 2 mills tributary to state forests will be closed. Many people only look at the closure of a mill, but this is devastating to communities these mills reside in, As the spending by employees goes away and the businesses supported by the mill either go out of business or scale back. According to the Oregon Forest Resources Institute, so part of the Oregon state government, 26% of net growth remained as an increase in net volume on Oregon state forests from 2006 to 2015. So the HCP has been touted as something that's necessary to grow wildlife habitat, but from 2006 to 2015, the current forest management plan did this at an astounding rate of 26% of net growth. Last thing I'd like to ask the board is to consider carbon substitution modeling for the FMP. Carbon has been talked about a lot, and for the state, a lack of housing has been talked about a lot, and wood products are sustainable housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, Michael.
Can you hear me? All right, thank you very much. Chair Kelly and the board, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak with you all today. My name is Michael Gaskill. I live in Eddyville in the heart of the Oregon Coast Range. I'm speaking in support of the proposed Habitat Conservation Plan Alternative 3. I'm a lifelong rural Oregonian, and I come from a multi-generation logging family. I am pro-logging and pro-conservation. HCP Alternative 3 represents a compromise that is long overdue, and we all know that. Frankly, I would prefer a much more environmentally robust habitat conservation plan, but that is the essence of compromise. We don't all get everything we want. Since I have a little time, I want to address wildfires real quick. I'm really shocked and saddened at the timber industry propaganda around this issue. I live in and surrounded by timber plantations, and I share folks' concerns around fire. Logging does not prevent fire, and plantation forestry also does not prevent fire. Fire is a natural part of our landscape, and the science is clear that the only viable strategy to protect our communities is home hardening. We're in a climate emergency right now. We need these forests standing tall and sequestering carbon. And we also need to decouple harvest revenues from our local budgets, because we shouldn't have to choose between our forests and our future and jobs right now. State lands belong to all of us, not simply timber industry. So thank you very much.
Up next, Ben.
Thank you. I'm Ben Johnson, Oregon Resource Manager for Stella Jones Corporation. I'm testifying against the HCP plan, which will not only negatively affect Oregon supply to mills, public revenue and jobs, but will also greatly diminish the supply of high quality timber available for critical infrastructure. We are a leader in industrial pressure treated wood products. Specifically in Oregon, we dug for pressure treated poles, utility poles. Stella relies on purchase of ODF timber, either directly buying the sales or secondhand from other purchasers. Mainly the transmission poles come from ODF managed lands of 60, 80-year-old stands. We're able to get a better percentage of poles out of those sales. HEP would cause a major deterrent to what supply we can get off of state lands. So ODF is a significant supply source for a critical national infrastructure and future security of our power grid. Given the desire for new and green energy, it will require more transmission infrastructure, growth of EV market, charging station, and a growing broadband expansion. So sustainable managed forests are the best environmental solution for poles. The alternative to a wood pole is steel. A large reduction in sustainable harvest will restrict our ability to service the utilities that service each and every one of us all. We are all stewards of the land, working every day to sustainably manage and manufacture an essential renewable resource we cannot live without. While respectfully adhering to ODF state forest practices, we already outline research and have researched critical habitat restrictions and mitigate fire danger. I hope you all will reconsider this HCP plan and its affecting us all. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll be shifting to virtual testimony providers. First up is Frank Erickson, Linda Morrow, Judith Huck, Todd Jessel. It's in that order. Frank, whenever you're ready, Salem, please get a timer going.
Good morning. I'm Frank Erickson, a retired radiologist living in Seaside, Oregon, in Clatsop County. And I'm a member of the Pacific Unitarian Universalist Fellowship in Astoria. I've been an Oregon resident for 28 years and enjoy
Frank,
recreating.
we're unable to hear you. Could you speak closer
Testing.
to your microphone?
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me? No. How about now? Is that better? No. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing. My microphone is working. I don't know if you can hear me.
Those who are on Wi-Fi, can you please disable it so we can allow the bandwidth for the Zoom meeting here in the room?
Can you restart the clock?
Stand by, Frank, one moment. Frank, let's go ahead and try that again. I think everyone was able to disband from the use of Wi-Fi.
Can you hear me
And
now?
it could also be your bandwidth, so go ahead and disable your camera and just use your audio if you could.
Can you hear me now?
Better,
How about now?
much better.
Much better. Very well. I can restart the clock, please. I am Frank Erickson, a retired radiologist living in Seaside, Oregon and Clatsop County. And I've been an Oregon resident for 28 years, enjoying recreating in Oregon coastal forests. I regularly volunteer time and contribute to the North Coast Land Conservancy. And I'm here to give commentary in favor of alternative 3 of the HCP. Thank you, Chair Kelly and members of the board for the opportunity. I have submitted a written statement with links to references that back up my remarks. I too am here with those others to urge your support for a strong habitat conservation plan for Western Oregon state forests that is grounded in the science and protects fish and wildlife, water quality, and carbon management targets to address climate change. I like the phrase I heard this morning, climate smart practices. Many current U.S. forest management practices are inconsistent with the scientific consensus and are worsening the effects of climate change and biodiversity loss. Climate change, biodiversity, water quality, all need to be examined together as parts of the same complex problem. I have a brief word on connectedness. This process of public comment is set up to hear from local stakeholders. I would say that we are all stakeholders, not just in Oregon, not just those who might interact with or use the state forests in person, but the entire planet. The residents of the entire planet are stakeholders in Oregon forests because we all share the troposphere. What we do with our forests extends to the rest of the planet because it is a shared ecosystem. It is interconnected. We ideally should be planning with this in mind and for our progeny as well. Alternative 3 of the State Forest Habitat Conservation Plan is the better path to meet conservation goals and provide more timber and more jobs than the no action alternative. I'm encouraged to hear that Governor Kotek is intending to find alternative funding to cover shortfalls for local services. And I hope that she is successful at decoupling local services from the timber harvest. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Up next, Linda.
Yes, can you hear me?
Loud and clear, please proceed.
Okay, thank you. My name is Linda Morrow, and I'm president of the Portland Garden Club. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to testify on behalf of the Portland Garden Club in support of implementing the Western Oregon State Forest Habitat Conservation Plan Preferred Option, number 4. The Portland Garden Club is a nonprofit organization founded in 1924 with over 330 members. We are a member of the Garden Club of America with 18,000 members and 199 clubs nationwide. Last October, the Portland Garden Club submitted a letter to the board in support of the HCP preferred option, which is consistent with the Garden Club's mission to aid in the protection of native species and the improvement and protection of the environment. The HCP preferred option has been 4 years in the making, led by the Oregon Department of Forestry, with extensive research and input from all stakeholders, including environmentalists, conservationists, scientists, timber representatives, tribal interest groups, and the public. Further discussion and consideration of other undeveloped alternatives could go on indefinitely without substantive results, ending in a do-nothing stalemate. The Portland Garden Club supports implementing the HCP preferred option, and moving forward with the plan, we urge that state forests be fairly and sustainably managed to meet the needs of both the community and the environment, and in so doing, ensure the long-term health and vitality of the community, wildlife, and the environment. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Up next, Judith.
Good morning. I'm Judith Huck. I live in Astoria. I've lived in Oregon for 56 years. I'm speaking in support of the Habitat Conservation Plan. I'd like to thank the board members for your commitment to finding a plan that will help all Oregonians. I wholeheartedly agree with Michael Gaskell's testimony earlier. The timber industry is full of passionate, hardworking people. They care about the forests. They care about their families. We have a climate crisis happening now. Glaciers are melting. The ocean is warming. The warming ocean is one reason for the dramatic reduction in Chinook salmon returning to the Columbia River. They don't survive in warmer oceans. All parties need to realize that status quo cannot continue. Industries must change. We must make tough decisions to reduce our impact on the planet. We must stop kicking the climate can down the road for the next generation to have to deal with. Stick to the plan. You're doing important work. Give today's young people hope. Thank you.
Up next, Todd.
Can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Please proceed.
Thank you. My name is Todd Giselle. I'm a retired water treatment engineer and have lived in Oregon since 1948. Time out for the Navy, of course, and have grown up hunting and fishing and had the good fortune to be able to have personal relationships early in my fishing career with commercial fishermen. Well, folks, that there were plenty of salmon in those early days when I was in high school, and I really got interested in fishing, and there was not the rancor between the two groups. And certainly as time has gone on and I've gotten older, certainly the salmon definitely are in trouble, particularly on the North Coast. The coho, pretty much almost non-existent, and the Chinook definitely are in trouble. So I really do, as just a citizen and a sportsman, support the HACCP plan, alternative 3. I advocate for it, and I do think if we need to go ahead and take action now. I guess I've heard kicking the can down the road a number of times. And I guess that I won't make comment to that, but today is today, and we need to make things happen. So I think also another benefit is I would hope that we would reduce some of the rancor between all the user groups. And that's, I hope, not being kind of apple pie in the sky. But I think if we have a well-documented scientific approach to the HACCP plan, that all the groups on the Oregon coast, certainly forestry, fishing. But
Thank you, Todd.
should get along, and I thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Up next is going to be Nora Sherwood, Cheryl Conway, Commissioner Bangs, and Shailene Bangs.
Not really.
Nora, can you proceed?
Sure. Good morning, everybody. And thank you for the opportunity to provide my testimony in support of the strongest possible habitat conservation plan. My name is Nora Sherwood, and I represent the Audubon Society of Lincoln City, and I'm currently the coordinator of our education program. I'm asking you to support an enhanced conservation alternative that advances a better path for fish and wildlife, their habitat, and broad conservation values on state-managed public forests that will benefit current and future generations of Oregonians. Here in Lincoln County, it is very clear to me that we are absolutely unable to responsibly regulate what's happening on private land. It seems like I wake up to a new hideous clear cut on the coastal mountains every morning. But we're not here to talk about private land today. We're here to talk about public land, and it belongs to all of us. Public lands must be managed for the good of all Oregonians, for current and future generations. The fish, wildlife, rivers, and forests that exist in our state lands belong to and are the responsibility of all Oregonians. And I appreciated what a previous speaker said about the fact that land managing these lands benefits really everybody, not just Oregonians. I have a lot of facts and figures that I wanted to share about how many people get their drinking water from these state lands, and a lot of other things about carbon sequestration. But I think I would just rather focus on the fact that what's happening now is definitely not working. And we need to make some big changes here. I understand loggers are feeling like they're getting squeezed out, but it's really something that needs to happen, and it needs to happen now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Up next, Cheryl.
My name is Cheryl Conway. I'm a resident of Clatsop County, speaking in favor of HCP with the EIS Alternative 3. Thank you, members of the Oregon Board of Forestry, for holding this hearing today. I appreciate the opportunity to speak and appreciate the time and effort you have given as members of this board. I cannot imagine how much pressure you've endured during this sustained long-term process of developing the Habitat Conservation Plan. You've heard so many contradictory figures for revenues, for harvest, and for all the other possible outcomes of the plan. I do not envy your position. I've submitted testimony in the past with numbers, but no numbers today. I want to talk about another critical decision in the history of Oregon. Oswald West and Tom McCall faced tremendous pressure from landowners, corporate hotel chains, and others, hoping to develop the beaches of Oregon for private gain. Instead, West claimed the beaches for public use as highways, and McCall later codified the public ownership of those beaches into law. We look back and wholeheartedly believe they made the right decisions. Their names are literally etched in stone in various locations around the state and in our history books as a result of their courageous actions. Their actions became their legacies to be proud of. The decision you make on this HCP will be your legacy. I cannot guarantee your names will be etched in stone, but I hope our children and our grandchildren will someday read about the 2023 Board of Forestry members who chose to let some trees grow older to protect the marbled murrelets and coast martins, to ensure clean drinking water, and to restore salmon populations. That'd be a legacy to be proud of, wouldn't it? Please be steadfast. Please be courageous. Approve the strongest possible habitat conservation plan we can all be proud of. Thank you for your time. Thank you for listening.
Up next, Commissioner Bangs.
Good morning, Chair and Board. Thank you so much for your time today. My comments today circle around Clatsop County's budget and equity concerns moving forward. The rural-urban divide will only grow greater because of the negative fiscal impacts of the proposed HCP. This financial model has worked for over a century and could still work if an inclusive process could take place. The only reason why it will fail is because of the failure of your staff for not including an operational or economic representative in the room when developing this plan. I've spent over 3 years being frustrated because I knew the modeling that your board was being given by your staff was false. I knew that you would never be able to reach the long promised 225 million board feet with this plan. I've had a front row seat to witnessing a government agency not following good governance methods by not including stakeholders and tribes within the development of the plan. Our county, a county that has always had a mind of its own and has supported the choices of Astoria District for decades, was pushed outside of the room with the rest of the general public, and now will be the county that shoulders the greatest percentage of burden, both socially and financially, with this planned HCP. I had to find grace for those of you making your decisions and remember that I too must trust my staff and the facts that they give me each day to make my decisions upon information that they provide, often having to quiet some outside noise. That outside noise for you in this instance was Clatsop County itself. I spoke to your staff on numerous occasions to no avail regarding large operational flaws in the draft EIS, flaws in the modeling. I requested edits to the plan. I spoke of lack of active owl sites, sites that according to the department's own policies that should have been delisted. I spoke of social concerns that were not accounted to by your staff. I spoke of alternative methods that could help you achieve your goals while also preventing bankruptcy to your department. My goal is never to have gotten rid of an HCP, but to make sure that we do our absolute best to honor my county's social and economic concerns along with the environmental. My goal is to find balance. That balance is not and will not be achieved by this HCP. The lack of balance was highlighted during our county's budget process when we discussed the $1.4 million loss to our rural law. Please reconsider pursuing this HCP and go back to the drawing board. We can do better. Thank you.
Thank you. Up.
Go ahead. I'm Shailene Banks.
Up next is Shailene Banks.
I'm Shailene Banks, and I'm here to tell you my why. Why I keep showing up at your meetings, concerned about your HCP decision. It's the same reason I've shown up to Salem to speak to senators and representatives, and why I've written to Rep. Bonamici and Senator Wyden. It's because rural kids don't receive the same level of access to resources as our peers in bigger cities. This year, as a 7th grader, I was diagnosed with clinical OCD and anxiety. My family and I have been in a constant struggle to find me consistent care and counseling. I was waitlisted multiple times for over 3 years. 3 years without assistance is just wrong. And I know I'm not alone. You walk into any rural school and you'll find multiple stories about lack of access and kids falling through the cracks and a multitude of topics from educational to healthcare. Your HCP will only cause our lack of access to be greater. I wish us kids were the first concern when you spoke about, instead of an unintended consequence to a decision you'll make, something to fix at a later date. Who's going to fix it? The state government? I don't think that's happening anytime soon. My community's social concerns that will face budget cuts and losses are as follows: stream restoration, safe recreation and campsites, educational opportunities, law enforcement, senior care, emergency response, grants for nonprofits, caring for our houseless population, extracurricular children's programming, and the list continues. Add a huge amount of job loss. These things shouldn't be an afterthought or an oops. I think the saddest thing is that an HCP process has already occurred recently in Oregon, one that included business leaders in the conversation. It's proof collaboration is possible. I can't help but think this doesn't have to be the way when a better way has already been illustrated. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we have Arlene Lemire, Victoria McOmi, Jody Beer, and Steve Griffiths. Arlene, please proceed.
Good morning. My name is Arlene Lemire. I had the honor of serving as the mayor of Astoria from 2015 to 2018. I'm also chief guide of the Angora Hiking Club, which was formed in 1920 and has supported and advocated for recreational use of Oregon state forests ever since, over 100 years.
Our club plans at least one hike per week, and most are in Oregon's forests. We have over 100 members, so that's a lot of folks enjoying hiking on a regular basis in our forests. The Astoria Warrenton Chamber of Commerce receives so many queries from tourists about local trails that they have now published a booklet of them. I'm here to support a strong habitat conservation plan for Western Oregon state forests, not only for hiking, but for fishing. As a resident of Astoria since 1997, I have watched as numbers of Oregon coastal coho, wild fall chinook, and steelhead have trended steadily downward, affecting the entire fishing community, commercial, sport, and our native tribes. We need to do everything in our power to protect those species which have been important since time immemorial. I also think it's important to decouple timber harvest from funding for rural counties. As mayor, city councilor, and engaged citizen, I witnessed again and again the challenges rural Oregon faces when county budgets for schools, public safety, and more are dependent upon revenues generated from timber harvested on public lands. Volatile timber prices make budgeting difficult at best. We need to work together to find a stable way to fund our counties without sacrificing our state forests. I hope you adopt an enhanced conservation alternative that advances a better path for all these species, their habitat, and broad conservation values on state-managed public forests that will benefit current and future generations.
Thank you so much. Up next, Victoria.
Hi, my name's Victoria McComey, and I live in Lincoln City, Oregon. I grew up in Anacortes, Washington, and I have lived in Oregon almost entirely for 40 years. I'm 64 years old. I remember even when I was a teenager hearing the cries and alarms of the timber industry about losing jobs for conservation because of conservation. I think that in that 40 plus years, they've had time to see that their practices do not give them much of a future. And they certainly haven't made me very happy when all I have seen in this 40 years is basically more clear cuts and fewer big trees. I think it's time that the timber industry changed their tone and message. I think that I am in strong support of Habitat Conservation Plan Alternative 3. I think we need to make the changes now. And I just really hope that you can help support making bigger trees and helping the climate with doing all the good work of the trees. So thank you. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Up next, Jody.
Yes, let's see here. I'm Jody Bear. I live in Hood River, Oregon. And so I am familiar with a lot of the issues that folks have been talking about today with fires and the timber industry and the impacts of clear cutting, et cetera. I am a civil engineer. My work, I've been designing transportation projects and infrastructure for communities for the last 35 years. And it is very clear to me that my industry has done a poor job over the last 70 to 100 years of, although they were trying to do the best, the solutions that we have given for infrastructure do not work, and climate change is showing us that. And it's very important that we base our designs on the best science available. I've heard a lot of that quoted here today. I've also heard quite a bit misquoted. And So I'm speaking in support of the HCP Alternative 3, and as soon as possible to make these changes, and then even make more progressive changes following that. It's critical for the future human, the possibility of future human habitation on this planet. For some reason, we seem to be forgetting that we need our ecosystems, and we need the animals, the fish, and the wildlife. Without them, humans do not have the ecosystem that we need to live here. Thank you for your time, and thank you for this process.
Thank you. Up next, Steve Griffiths.
Thank you. My name is Steve Griffiths. Good morning, Chair Kelly and Board of Forestry members. I urge you to support a strong habitat conservation plan for state forests in Western Oregon, in particular, Alternative 3. This alternative serves all Oregonians by protecting state forests, managing them more effectively, and promoting stewardship to enhance environmental, economic, and community sustainability. Alternative 3 provides you with an excellent opportunity to meet your mission and your responsibility to the people of Oregon. A vote for Alternative 3 is a vote for our families and for our future, for sustainable forestry practices, for fish and wildlife, for clean drinking water for coastal communities, for outdoor recreation, in particular recreational fishing, and for mitigating the damaging effects of climate change. While Alternative 3 is a strong conservation plan, it can be strengthened. I urge you and the Department of Forestry to add stronger protections for endangered species habitat, in particular for the marbled murrelet. As a resident, full-time resident and property owner in Lincoln City, I appreciate the work you do on behalf of our forests, perhaps our state's greatest natural asset. Alternative 3 will help ensure we manage these forests sustainably now and well into the future. Thank you for your work.
Thank you. The next set online will be Christopher Farrar, Thomas Medina, Kathleen Sullivan, and Kent Doty. Christopher, please proceed.
Thank you, Chair Kelly and members of the board. My name is Chris Farrar. I live in Clatsop County on 28 acres of forested land adjacent to state forest in the Astoria district. I'm speaking in support of the strongest conservation alternative to Western Oregon State Forest Habitat Conservation Plan. I have great concern over species loss worldwide. It is dramatic, it is accelerating, and habitat loss is one of the primary reasons. Implementing plans that slow or reverse species extinction should be given the highest priority and has strong public support. Setting aside habitat conservation areas will provide anadromous fish the spawning grounds needed to sustain fish populations for commercial and recreational fishers, which are so important to the economy and culture of Western Oregon. In Northwestern Oregon, tourism employs more people and generates greater economic activity than the forestry sector. Managing our state forests more holistically, guided by the HCP to restore mature forests and improve fish and wildlife habitat will increase the diversity and diversify economic opportunities for local communities that will offset reductions in revenue from timber sales. The HCP will provide greater certainty for the survival of endangered species and greater predictability in the economics of timber harvesting. I urge the Board of Forestry to keep up the momentum in this process and see the HCP brought to fruition as quickly as possible. This is not a time to entertain requests to stop or delay the process. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Up next, Thomas.
Hi, and good morning. My name is Thomas Padina, and I'm commenting here as a member of the Portland Audubon community. And I am speaking in support of HCP Alternative 3. I would like to start out by expressing my thanks to Chair Jim Kelly and the members of the board for the opportunity to provide my comments and the great work that's been done to date. In May of this year, a report by the IPBES was approved, and that is a report by the Intergovernmental Science Policy Platform on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services. The UN states that this is the most comprehensive assessment of its kind, and this report estimates that currently 1 million species are threatened with extinction. The IPBES chair, Sir Thomas Watson, stated, and I quote, "The health of the ecosystems on which we are all other species depend on is deteriorating more rapidly than ever. We are eroding the very foundations of our economies, livelihoods, food scrutiny, health and quality of our world, of life worldwide." And he added, "It is not too late to make a difference, but only if we start now at every level from local to global. Through transformative change, nature can still be conserved, restored, and used sustainably." That's the end of his quote. 1 million species worldwide, that's a big number and on a global scale. I can do abstract thinking, and I still find it hard to get my head around figures like these. It's easy to be overwhelmed, easy to think that someone somewhere else in the world, no doubt, is doing something about this. However, my own recollections tell me that these matters are not so abstract, not so remote. I am able to recall taking my kids to the and their friends to the beach and finding that nearly all the sea stars had died. I can recall a heat dome that withered our herb garden. I recall driving from Portland to Sacramento for my mother's 90th birthday. And
Thomas, sorry, we
Yeah.
have to ask you to close your statement and move on.
okay. In general, I think we need to act now. We can act locally and make a big impact. I support HCP Alternative 3. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, Kathleen Sullivan. Kathleen, are you able to proceed?
Hello. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
So we can
Hello,
see you, but please disengage your video so we can hear you.
Okay.
I'm going to say that to all of those who are coming in digitally. If all of you could shut off your cameras, because it's been common for some of you to, or for most of you to cut out now and then.
Thank you, Chair. Kathleen, can you proceed?
Thank you. Can you hear me now?
Yes, loud
Can
and
you hear
clear.
me? Okay, thank you. My name is Kathleen Sullivan, and I am here today to support the HCP number 3. And I am in agreement with the people that have supporting this option today. They've been speaking very eloquently, and I appreciate that. So one of the things that I'm also a former Clatsop County Commissioner, and I have been watching the development of this HCP since the beginning of 2018. And I agree with the hard work and public process that's gone into this. I also want to thank the board for their courageous service during these difficult times. One thing I want to talk about is on a more personal level about climate change. On the Sunday family meeting, my mother, with surprise in her voice, talked about a large wildfire in northern Michigan, which was about an hour from where I grew up. This morning, when I woke up, on the title for the New York Times was that the smoke from the Canadian wildfires are having children and on the East Coast. The air quality has been disturbed. I think we cannot forget that we are witnessing the damages to the climate, and we need to do everything that we can to help prevent more damage. And one last thing, OFIC spoke to FTLIC meeting this in April. And I would like to encourage OFIC to use their outsized political influence in the state to perhaps encourage the state senators to get back to work, and also maybe change the formulas that go into funding for local communities, and to do what they can to help, to not just say they're concerned about local communities, but to actually do something about it. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Up next, Kent Doty.
Hello, my name is Kent Doty. I am a resident of Tillamook County, and I support the strong HCP Alternative 3. I appreciate the policy guidance you, as the Board of Forestry, provides to Oregon Department of Forestry and provides for all Oregonians. Your dedication, the technical expertise of ODF staff, and the input from community members does make for a strong foundation for sustainable forest management in Oregon. Prior to retiring, my career as a water quality scientist included work on riparian forest practices. We do need to put Oregon forests on an improved path for sustainable forest practices that ensure a full range of ecosystem services provided by healthy forests and healthy streams. Please ensure the Habitat Conservation Plan for Western Oregon forests is robust, science-based, and truly protective of imperiled species. ODF is directed to manage Western Oregon forests to achieve the greatest permanent value to the state, including social, economic, and environmental values. Timber production is a part of our local economy, but so are healthy fisheries, safe drinking water for our communities, and the inspiration that we all draw from mature forests. I support HCP Alternative 3 as it provides better riparian buffers that are necessary for water quality and aquatic species, including ESA listed salmon. The riparian buffer widths prescribed in the HCP Alternative 3 provide better resilience to climate change through shading streams as well as filtering sediment and maintaining habitat integrity. Best available science suggests even stronger riparian measures would be appropriate. I urge you to adopt HCP that at a minimum provides protection of Alternative 3 and sets forest practices in Western Oregon on a path to the greatest permanent value. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, Joe Leibowitz, Victoria Frankeny, and Deb McGee. Joe, please proceed.
Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Great. Chair Kelly and members of the Board of Forestry, my name is Joe Leibowitz, State Conservation Director for Portland Audubon. I am testifying today on behalf of our over 16,000 members across the state, and I urge you to move forward with the Western State Forest HCP. We hope the HCP would go further to provide protections. For example, in the Washington State's Trust Lands HCP, the average riparian zones are wider compared to what are we proposing here in Oregon. But despite this, we recognize that this is a compromise that is years in the making. This HCP is a step toward securing needed protections for habitats, wildlife, and fish, while ensuring safe drinking water, moving towards carbon sequestration goals, and providing economic security for local communities. Please support Alternative 3 HCP when it comes time for your vote. I'd like to turn your attention briefly to the current annual operation plans, as public comment is due on them tomorrow. We appreciate mention of objectives for multi-layered complex forest management, particularly in areas that are designated as habitat conservation areas or HCAs under the HCP. However, we have many concerns. In general, harvest management descriptions are vague and do not include sufficient detail to ensure minimizing impacts to listed fish, wildlife, and priority habitats. For example, there needs to be more detail on thinning prescriptions, particularly near medium and highly suitable marbled murrelet and spotted owl nesting habitat. Within 100 meters of murrelet habitat, there should be a no-cut buffer, and outside of that in the forest stand, thinning should save at least 70% canopy cover to minimize nest predation. In addition, several of the harvest operations in the AOP are planned in future HCAs or in anchor habitats. We question the need for many of these and would request adjusting AOP sales to sites outside of these areas. For example, one sale of particular concern is in the Cook Creek watershed. Harvest would occur on very steep, landslide-prone terrain above coho salmon bearing streams. We would be happy to sit down with ODF staff to discuss further. And once again, we urge you to move forward with HCP Alternative 3. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, Victoria Frankeny.
Hello, can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Please proceed.
Good morning, Chair Kelly and the board. My name is Victoria Frankeny. I am the river keeper and staff attorney for Tualatin River Keepers. And like many here, I am here to express my support for a strong habitat conservation plan. And as many have stated already, that would be at least as protective as Alternative 3. First off, the HCP is needed to bring ODF into compliance with the Endangered Species Act. Therefore, the HCP must be at least as protective as required under the statute. Should be made clear that Fish and Wildlife Service and National Marine Fisheries Service, in collaboration with ODF, are tasked with ensuring that this requirement is at a minimum met. The Endangered Species Act was created to preserve and protect endangered and threatened species with the ultimate goal of rehabilitating populations to a point where these federal protections are no longer needed. Additionally, I would like to emphasize the co-benefits of establishing an HCP that is protective of riparian and upland habitat. This includes, but is not limited to, increase in water quality and quantity, downstream habitat, carbon sequestration, and recreation. Many of Oregon's rivers' headwaters reside within these forests. Not only do they provide value within forest boundaries, but further downstream, providing drinking water to over 500,000 residents. When we talk about preserving Oregon forests for the greatest permanent value, this includes the waterways that traverse these forests. Decisions made in our state forests have a larger impact that go beyond these boundaries. When the moment comes to vote, I encourage the board to adopt the HCP with an emphasis that additional protections could meet timber needs while also protecting our local endangered and threatened species. I appreciate the opportunity to provide public comment, and I'm more than happy to discuss these comments further if requested. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you. Up next, Deb McGee.
Greetings, Chair Kelly and board members. Greetings, Chair Kelly and board members. Appreciation for your time and energy here today. My name is Deborah McGee. I have lived rurally in Oregon for over 40 years on the same land. I am commenting today representing the thousands of folks who support 350 Eugene in Lane County. I want to speak to you about the Habitat Conservation Plan for Western Oregon State Forests. As an educator for 35 years, public schools and university, and a parent of 2 children, I am extremely concerned about the climate collapse we are experiencing. And I'm concerned about leaving a livable planet for my and everyone's grandchildren. I moved to Oregon because of the forest. I have hiked thousands of miles in Oregon forests, and at age 70 years, still make 10-day, 30-plus mile backpacks into the Oregon wilderness. I know that Oregon's best contribution to helping solve the climate crisis is to protect trees and wildlife habitat. Forests provide many life-essential services. As I have researched and educated myself, I have come to believe that Alternative 3 is the best path for fish, wildlife species, their habitat, and broad conservation values on state-managed public forest. HCP Alternative 3 offers necessary long-term protections to benefit current and future generations of Oregonians. Please understand the climate collapse we are experiencing and the needs for forest protection. Do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. I think reading the room, we're not done with our morning public testimony. However, reading the room, I am seeing the need for a bathroom break. And just want to have one comment, which is I want to salute all of you. All of this, we've heard a lot of well-spoken testimony, and we've seen passion, we've seen some theatrics. But more important than anything else, I'm seeing a lot of respect in the room. And I think speaking for this board, I really appreciate how everybody is handling themselves. And with that, we're going to return pretty quickly so we can get as much testimony in. It is 10:16. We will reconvene at 10:30.
Okay. Those on Zoom, can I please have Nellie and the iPad present yourself and provide your name over the. Oh. So Herman Fleshman, is that, are you just joining us now, or were you one of the? Because I still have somebody named Nellie in Zoom, and I don't know who that is. So if you could identify yourself, Nellie.
You've come to class and been done some stuff.
Nellie, I just prompted you to unmute. Could you please provide me a confirmation of what your name is?
Based on agency request, if I have nothing new to say.
I'm sorry, unless you're able to identify yourself, Nellie, as a guest in the Zoom, I'm unable to identify you for the item. So please email us at boardofforestry@odf.oregon.gov with your name, and we'll see if we can identify you for the item you're planning to provide testimony on. Thank you.
I just unmuted, but I was on earlier. I just wanted to let you know that I'm hooked up and I wanted to give my testimony. Okay.
Microphone check, check 1, 2. Check 1, 2, check 1, 2, check, check, check.
Oh, God.
Board members, please return to your seats so we can proceed.
Welcome back, everyone.
Right. Oh, are you?
Okay, we're going to return to our public testimony. It does look like we will be able to accommodate everyone who is wanting to testify today. So I think that's great news. We were worried that we could possibly not be able to do that. So we're going to open it back up. We're going to try to get as many people who are in the room in as quickly as possible. So Hillary?
Okay, up next, we'll have those who came in person. We have Rob Freers, Dave Kunert, Greg Hayden, Nancy Cook. Please proceed at the front. After that, we've got Jim Martin, Harold Cottrey, Trace Hahn, and Scott Loomer. Rob, please proceed when you're ready.
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Robert Ferris Jr. I'm employed as president of Ferris Lumber Company in Lyons, Oregon. In the 30 years following the implementation of the Northwest Forest Plan, Oregonians have witnessed 60 timber-dependent communities in Oregon and 70 timber-dependent communities in Washington endure economic devastation from hundreds of mill closures and the social nightmares of suicide, divorce, spousal support, spousal and child abuse, drug and alcohol addiction, homelessness and hunger resulting from the 90% reduction in timber harvests. The Santiam Canyon, where I grew up, didn't have crisis centers and it didn't have food banks until the Northwest Forest Plan debacle. I witnessed my neighbors and my friends' loss of jobs and homes and self-respect. The social fabric of the canyon was ripped apart. The National Interagency Fire Center reports 11,326,644 acres have burned in the past 2 decades in Oregon. Probably 1/2 of Oregon's 29 million acres of forest land have been destroyed by fire since the implementation of the Northwest Forest Plan. Oregonians have endured this failed experiment at conservation of a dynamic ecosystem. That's a true oxymoron. And now the Board of Forestry is considering doubling down on the failure by approving the non-management of over 1/2 of the lands controlled by the Department of Forestry for 70 years. It's inconceivable to me that anyone who cares about Oregon, its environment, and its future would vote to approve the habitat conservation plan under consideration. The future is as certain as the past. Do not repeat a monumental mistake. Vote no against a habitat conservation plan for Oregon's forests. Thank you very much.
Up next, Dave.
Good morning. For the record, Dave Kunert, Procurement Manager, Hampton Lumber. Welcome to Sisters Country. Just east of us was the original 1,400-acre cattle ranch known as the Lazy Z. My grandparents found employment here after the last sawmill in Sisters closed in '63 and managed the ranch for the next 26 years. I was placed on the payroll when I turned 12. Today's Lazy Z Ranch is 83 acres. The balance has since been developed. The remaining local milling and logging infrastructure in Sisters Country received its final blow in the early 90s to protect the spotted owl. 10 years later, the surrounding forest began to burn. From 2002 to 2012, 7 times more acres burned in Sisters Country than in the previous century. The Tillamook burn is still the most devastating in Oregon's history. This forest has been actively managed for over 70 years to become the Tillamook State Forest. In 1948, a $12 million bond was approved and reforestation went on for the next 23 years. The bonds were repaid by timber revenue receipts. In 95, I moved from Sisters and began my forestry career on the Tillamook. As I began building relationships with my coworkers, I quickly realized how impactful the jobs and revenue from the forest were on the community. At this time, the county was known for the highest teen pregnancy rate, worst roads in the state, as well as an underfunded public safety department leading to high crime and domestic violence. By the mid-90s, family wage jobs and revenue to local taxing districts became consistent and the social fabric began to mend. Unfortunately, there is a draconian effort on the part of special interest groups to reduce timber harvest by 34%. I've heard comments from board members about being between a rock and a hard place, and it just is what it is. A 70-year commitment to the social fabric for rural Oregonians and the health of our state forest deserve more than a cliche. I respectfully request you consider the social strife that has been inflicted as a result of discontinuing active management on public lands, and tell me if this HCP is the social legacy you would impart upon your children and grandchildren. Thank you.
Up next, Greg.
Yeah, hi, my name is Greg Hayden. I'm an Oregon resident for 16 years, and I make my living and support 6 employees in the outdoor recreation industry. I am also a river enthusiast who has paddled the rivers impacted by this HCP. I make the journey to the Lower Columbia at least once a year and recognize the value of the limited forest and fishing recreation areas along that part of the rainforest coast. I'm concerned about the impacts of climate change on Oregon forests, and I support HCP Alternative 3 as the best plan for balanced forest management in a state which has too little real forest left. As a taxpayer, I believe it would be a shame to allow special interests to derail this carefully considered, costly planning effort. Thank you, board, for governing to represent Oregonian values, which clearly support the habitat salmon conservation approach. Thanks.
Can he defer
Up
the rest
next,
of it?
Nancy. Up next, Nancy.
Hi, thank you, Chair Kelly and the board. I'm Nancy Cook, Astoria taxpayer for 19 years, career public educator, mother, angler, kayaker, formal commercial fisherman, and proud Astoria fisher poet. My nephew is an engineer at Longview's NORPAC. My former partner was an Oregon Guard staff sergeant who commuted to risk his life as a choker near timber. Nobody has paid me to be here. Today, I'm wearing my Return of the Reds, North Coast Watershed, Restoration, and Astoria Fisher Poets Gathering shirt. I've studied this HCP a lot, including the economic hype unsupported by physical reality of a Clatsop County budget, which reports a 40% reserve. I strongly support HCP Alternative 3 and urge this board to expedite adoption. My May cover story for Astoria's Hip Fish Monthly explains why, and here's an excerpt. It's easy to say, read the fine print. HCP is not about eliminating logging. EIS predicts more jobs, more revenue. Still, some stubbornly attack Salem-centric EIS as a bunch of BS. I talked to a top salary ODF district forester who is hoping and quite probably helping this plan to implode from within. For him, habitat conservation is still a tree hugger conversation. Hitting streams to catch steelhead on Sunday morning is fun, but pitting trees against fish, that's annoying. Ultimately, HCP is about 8 forest values. I value the old growth fir beams in my Astoria home. I value the loggers and mill workers who built that home. I know how it feels to fear your job could disappear. But ultimately, I'm very worried for our local salmon runs and fishing families. Yesterday, I paddled a beloved stretch of that fire-ravaged Mackenzie to return with a sigh of relief into green forest. I support HCP because I value real fish and real forests. Thank you.
So our next set is Jim Martin, Harold Cottrey, Trace Hahn, Scott Loomer. After that, Scott Shirtliff, Carrie Cook, Eric Davis, Grace Broiler. Jim Martin is first. Proceed when you're ready.
Good morning, board members. I'm Jim Martin. I'm the retired chief of fisheries for the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife. Been doing fisheries conservation here in the Northwest for 55 years. I support the HCP and I support the most protective option 3. The background is when I started 55 years ago, came out of Oregon State, went to work for the department. The central and north coast wild Chinook populations of Oregon were amongst the most productive on the entire coast, along with the Washington coastal stocks. 55 years later, the Washington coastal stocks are pretty darn strong, stable, able to sustain harvest, secure, not in danger. The Oregon stocks are dismantling. The Oregon stocks are fraying. The Oregon stocks, we're starting to lose them. Now, ODFW is frantically running around trying to close fisheries and save spawners and get enough spawners on the whether it's the Coquille or whether it's the Tillamook or other coastal streams. But that won't work because the fundamental problem is the water is too darn warm. The reason the Washington stocks are in better shape is because their watersheds are anchored in the Olympic National Forest. Our stocks are anchored in the state forest. The critical decisions you're making are going to determine the future of that water quality and that water temperature. We are already on the threshold of terminal water quality. We already have plenty of systems that have sections of them that are over thermal maximums, and fish are dying. The water comes out of the ground cold, and if you don't protect it, it gets warm and it'll never get cold again. And those populations start to fragment, they start to fray. That's happening now. People, this is the way extinction happens. Now, in my experience.
Jim, we'll have to have you conclude your testimony. Yes.
Okay, let me just summarize. The probability that we'll overprotect these fish is 0. The probability that we'll underprotect these fish is high. The probability of a mistake is worrisome and a mistake is permanent. Please err on the side of safety now. These fish are at a threshold. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next. Up next, Harold Cotchery.
Thank you, Chair, for listening to me. Hi, my name is Harold Cotchery. I'm an employee of a family-owned logging company. We oppose this current HCP. Last time I spoke to you, I talked how this HCP would destroy our family business, not only leaving 35 people unemployed, but also taking away millions of dollars in taxable income from our rural community. Today, I'm here to share what the state of Oregon will be losing. Simply put, you'll be losing loggers. I'm sick of loggers being portrayed as the bad guys. We get talked about and treated as if we have no regard for the environment. My whole life, we've been blatantly ignored, or even worse, tossed in the same category as some multimillionaire timber company CEO. The thinking being our interests align, therefore we are the same. Nothing could be further from the truth. Loggers like us work closely with the state to provide safe, environmentally conscious timber harvest. We make daily decisions that protect riparian areas, improve stream and forest health, all by using years of practical real-world experience. Loggers are the ones who complete stream enhancement projects, repair failed culverts, install bridges, build and maintain the vast majority of the roads, not the state or the people wearing green stickers behind me. My family alone has invested millions of dollars in new technology to improve utilization, minimize impact, all while reducing emissions. I am proud to be from a family of loggers. Loggers are the true environmentalists. This HCP was drafted with no input from loggers. This sets everyone up for failure. That's an issue you as a board need to reconcile. My family's lifetime of experience tells us this current HCP will make what's little left of our job expensive and dangerous, if not impossible to do. If an HCP is going to have any chance of being successful, it needs practical input from loggers with real world experience. These are the very loggers like myself that the board is looking to bankrupt. Opposing timber harvest is not saving the forest. Supporting this HCP means you would rather take forest products from second and third world countries, most of which have no environmental restrictions. How is shipping lumber halfway around the world more eco-friendly? Is this what environmental justice looks like? Where will our future wood products come from? This HCP is the definition of failed leadership. Your job as a leader is to change the chaotic potential of the future into a successful reality. You do this by evaluating all information, not by clinging to some abstract studies while ignoring people with lifetimes of experience like me. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, Trace.
Oregon Board of Forestry, thanks for hearing all of the comments today on both sides. My name is Trace Hahn. I'm a mechanical engineer who has worked in research and development for the past 11 years, working with scientists and engineers solving difficult problems. I'm here now in a different capacity, working for and representing B&G Logging. This company has exponentially contributed to economic growth, far-reaching into many communities and families. We're here today because of a much larger problem to solve: the HCP and its potential impacts on communities, families, and businesses throughout Oregon. Simply put, the HCP is designed to avoid and reduce impacts on terrestrial and aquatic species that are currently listed on the Endangered Species Act. However, it does not avoid and reduce economic impacts on humans. The HCP was developed by ODF without stakeholder input or meeting with counties or taxing districts. It was also drafted before accurate and up-to-date data could be used and its impacts analyzed. The idea was suggested during the Oregon Board of Forestry meeting on March 8 to increase rotation times between harvesting from 40 years to 80. Defect percent is low in young growth trees, but can be as high as 70% or more in older growth trees and with advanced decay. Increasing rotation times in the forest will significantly increase the total forest defect percent. Sawmills are designed and built for small logs. It would cost hundreds of millions of dollars to retool mills and process big logs with no guarantees to a log supply. And as a result, the economic impact of timber loss to the communities throughout the Northwest would be profound. The HCP is proposing a reduction of harvest by 34% with a range of 165 to 182.5 million board feet, as opposed to the annual average of 226 million board feet. That is a reduction of 61 million board feet with an average price of 700 million board feet for logs in 23. That's $42,700,000 in lost income just from the log prices. I cannot see the solution to this problem given there are so many unknown variables. Therefore, more research should be done. The magnitude of the effects of this HCP will be far-reaching and unpredictable if implemented. Thank you for your consideration.
Up next, Scott.
Good morning. My name is Scott Loomer, Vice President for Walsh Trucking. We're a family-owned Oregon-based company that has specialized in the transportation of wood residual products for over 63 years. Wood residuals go from the sawmills, the lumber mills, to paper mills. That's where you get your paper towels, your Amazon boxes, my favorite, your toilet paper. We are responsible for over 400 employees. We provide high-wage jobs and excellent benefits in small communities like Willamina, Warrenton, even Gilcrest. That's not very far from here. Now, it's not easy to find a job with the potential to make over $90,000 a year in Gilcrest, but that's what we offer. Truck driving jobs are the smartest, fastest track for many individuals to provide for themselves and their families. These jobs are crucial to the economies of many small Oregon communities. Without residuals and other products to haul from lumber mills, drivers are forced to take either a long haul trucking job or a lower wage job just so they can spend more time with their family. Trucking is labor intensive. It takes one person to drive one load. Any reduction in the number of loads produced by a sawmill impacts us hard and cannot be recovered. Today's mills will make over 50 loads of residual products per day. That's 25 employees at $90,000 plus a year. Just a couple loads a day directly results in one lost job. Walsh Trucking and many other companies like ours rely on residuals produced from the timber harvested off of state forest lands. And we represent only a portion of the trucking companies that depend on this harvest. Myself, the women and men of Walsh Trucking, along with many other people from the trucking industry, are asking the board not to prematurely implement an HCP plan that will negatively impact us. Thank you.
Thank you. Up. Our next set is Scott Sturtleff, Harriet Cook, Eric Davis, Grace Brawler. And I do ask that we go over a little bit of time so we can try to squeak in as many of these folks as possible. So apologies for those who are waiting on us or joining us in Zoom, joining us for item 2. First, next up, Scott, proceed when you're ready.
Thank you to the Board of Forestry for hearing my testimony today. I am here to testify in support of Habitat Conservation Plan Alternative 3, and I thank the board for your hard work on this plan. Recently at my church, we had a service related to climate. In that service, I projected the climate clock that was developed for Greta Thunberg that shows the remaining carbon budget that we have left to a 1.5 degree future. I asked one of the youth about that climate clock, which shows that in that budget, we have about 6 years left in that budget at the rate of our consumption, our emissions of carbon. That youth said, "That is the amount of time I have left to live." While not literally true, this is how the youth in my circle feel. This climate crisis is dramatically affecting how our youth feel about their future and the livability of the earth that we leave to them. We need to leave our youth a legacy of a livable future on this planet. As you know, our forests play a critical role in drawing down carbon, and they are among the greatest forces in carbon sequestration on this planet. I encourage endorsing the Habitat Conservation Plan Alternative 3 to maximize that carbon sequestration on our forests while also balancing the needs of Oregon's rural communities. Thank you.
Up next, Harriet.
Hello, my name's Dr. Harriet Cook. I'm a retired physician with a public health degree here on behalf of myself and the 350 PDX Forest Defense Team and my congregation's climate action team. I'm here to urge you to vote for a strong habitat conservation plan for Western Oregon state forests that's at least as protective as Conservation Alternative 3, which has been developed in collaboration by leading scientists in fisheries, ecology, and forestry. In this time of climate change and massive species extinctions, we have been unable to cut human-caused emissions anywhere near our goals as we watch global temperatures rise and wildlife populations decline and become extinct. This is the greatest threat, not only to wildlife and fish, but to human health and any quality of life. The state of the climate, salmon, and other wildlife and burning forests is a testament to our failure to sufficiently understand the needs of a healthy forest and a livable planet and interconnected ecosystems for humans and all life. The historic harvest levels, clear cuts and plantation management have actually, unfortunately, contributed to the climate crisis, and they are not sustainable. The fiscal needs and social concerns of rural communities need to be addressed, but not by business as usual, cutting old and mature trees, preventing their recovery, and breaking down the continuous forests that actually have been shown to create rain and moisture within the forests. We need to support each other while we shift our economic foundations to the reality of Earth's limitations, both what we can extract and the pollution that we emit. Thank you.
Up next, Eric.
Hello, my name is Eric Davis. I appreciate your service to the board and the opportunity to speak today. I've worked as a forester in Northwest Oregon for the last 20 plus years. I currently work as a procurement manager for Stimson Lumber based out of one of the last 2 remaining sawmills in Columbia County. All three of Stimson's Oregon mills rely on ODF timber, given the proximity of the mills to state land in Northwest Oregon. I'm deeply concerned and frustrated with the HCP process and the dramatic reduction in volume that ODF is now forecasting. I'm not sure what numbers to believe anymore. I know that myself, my coworkers, Klatsk and I, several hundred others associated with the mills in Forest Grove and Tillamook, loggers, truckers, support businesses throughout these communities are worried. What is this going to do to mills in our communities in Northwest Oregon? My family and I make our home in Clatskanie. Our kids attend public schools that are supported by timber dollars. My children's Little League teams are sponsored by local logging and trucking companies. These small communities like ours will not survive without family wage jobs nearby. We can't all commute to Portland. We can't all survive on tourism or government handouts. We have a tremendous natural resource in our backyards that we need to use responsibly so that our grandkids will have the same resource to utilize that we do. Society demands lumber, and that demand will only grow over time, given these products are renewable resources and the most environmentally sustainable building products we have. I believe that we should be harvesting more timber from these lands and milling that timber at facilities nearby so that our communities can source local building products along with providing family wage jobs in the community, rather than transporting those products from out of state or even outside our country. Please remember that you asked for increased economic viability and conservation outcomes. This plan falls short. Please direct the department to fix this mess. There is no reason that all stakeholders can't get positive results. This is a tremendous resource that can't be squandered for the next 70 years. Please don't lock up these lands so our grandchildren watch them burn. You are an example of millions of acres of mismanaged federal forests in Oregon that has been written off as habitat and left to burn. Please do better for our state forests. Thank you.
Up next, Grace.
Chair Kelly, State Forester Mukomoto, and members of the board, my name is Grace Brayler. I'm the Wildlands Director for Cascadia Wildlands. We are a 25-year-old nonprofit conservation organization that works to defend and restore the Cascadia bioregion's unique wild ecosystems. We have over 12,000 members and supporters across the country, many of whom live in, work in, or retreat to Oregon's cherished state forests. Very briefly, I want to urge the board to listen and take to heart this outpouring of Oregonians who support the board's adoption of a strong habitat conservation plan for Western Oregon state forests. Please move forward with an HCP that is at least as strong as Conservation Alternative 3. I also want to speak to the draft AOPs currently open for public comment and review. You'll be receiving joint comments from a coalition of organizations tomorrow, so please refer to those for greater detail in writing. But here I want to highlight that 5 districts propose harvest operations in aquatic anchor habitats in fiscal year 2024 for a total of over 2,500 acres of logging in aquatic anchor sites, which are watersheds where salmon and aquatic amphibian conservation is of increasing concern. Of greatest concern to our groups are the numerous harvest operations proposed within aquatic anchors that are also near or overlapping with draft habitat conservation areas and riparian conservation areas, especially in the North Coast districts, Astoria, Forest Grove, and Tillamook. Nearly all of the sales proposed in the North Coast districts would take place near streams known to contain threatened and endangered fish species. We have particular concern about the Cook Creek aquatic anchor. Logging has not occurred there in that watershed since about 2015 or so, when the road accessing that site washed out. It's adjacent to a proposed HCA. It's very steep, making it highly susceptible to erosion that will severely harm salmon and water quality, extending into the Nehalem. So 2 timber sales proposed in that watershed, both Tin Pans and Southside, pose a direct threat to Cook Creek. It's also designated critical habitat for marbled marrowlets. We request that that watershed be designated as an HCAA, and that ODF refrain from unsustainably logging in these sensitive habitats. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Then if we can push along, we were going to try to get Madeline Cohen, Drew Simran, Becky Lipton, Ted Chu to join us up front. After that, Ryan Gates, Matt Phillips, Joshua Estes, Kay Anton. Madeline, proceed when you're ready.
Hello, Chair Kelly, members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to testify this morning. For the record, my name is Madeline Cowan. I work with the organization Cascadia Wildlands, which represents thousands of Oregonians. I am joined here by a friend to many, ambassador to the species, Mossy Marblington, the marble murrelet. I will be acting as a translator today for Mossy. This is what Mossy is saying. Greetings, my name is Mossy Marblington. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on behalf of my species. I traveled a long way to be here today. We are seabirds, small but mighty. We routinely fly more than 30 miles at 100 miles per hour inland from the sea to our roosting sites, high in the branches of big old trees. We've evolved with these trees and forests, and they tell us stories of times when we flourished, when the landscapes we call home were not barren and infertile as so many are now. After foraging in the seas, we bring our young fresh herring or other fish in hopes that they may survive. But crows and corvids are relentless. They are constantly attacking us, bringing us to wonder why. Why only now are these foes attacking us in great numbers? It has become clear that our homelands have changed. Nesting is more and more difficult to find, and so many of the trees are gone, causing our habitat to be diminished to virtually nothing. We come from a long line of tremendously hardworking birds, working day in and day out to feed our families, but we are on the brink of extinction. So that is why I have traveled so far to be here today, to urge you to please do the right thing for our species and others. Support a strong habitat conservation plan, at least as strong as Alternative 3. And on behalf of all the critters out there, thank you so much.
Up next, Drew.
Good morning, Chair Kelly and the board. Thank you for the opportunity to comment this morning. My name is Drew Simron and I live in the Willamette Valley. Today, I'm here to represent the northern spotted owl. I'm but a humble owl who has traveled miles and miles to be here to represent my species. We do not ask for much. We simply need forests with trees that are old and large enough for us to be able to hunt and feed our young, and a canopy that is closed so that we may be protected from predators. We are on the brink of extinction. We are losing hunting and nesting grounds so rapidly that I fear that I will not see my children and grandchildren grow up. Please, adopting the HCP Alternative 3 is the very least you can do for my species and others. It will help the lands I call home remain in place for future generations. This alternative will ensure that I have a chance of survivals. Spotted owls live in forests with a dense canopy closure made up of mature and old growth trees, down logs, large standing snags, and live trees with broken tops. They will nest, roost, and hunt in a wide variety of habitat types, but prefer old forests with multi-layered canopies of multiple tree species and space under the canopy for flying and hunting characteristics that forests typically take 150 to 200 years to develop. Approving a strong HCP not only brings more certainty to habitat conservation, it enhances recreation, economic diversity, and ongoing timber production. I urge the Board of Forestry to adopt Habitat Conservation Plan Alternative 3. Thank you.
Next up, Becky.
Thank you for the opportunity to be able to present my urgent vote. I urge the board to pass Alternative 3 of the HCP, and to also continue to increase protection to all forest species as the years go by. I moved to Oregon. I'm Becky Lipton from Springfield, sorry. And I moved to Oregon 24 years ago to be close to the beautiful, lush Pacific Northwest rainforest. I'm an avid habitat restoration volunteer with multiple organizations in the Willamette Valley. I'm also an avid hiker, backpacker, and gardener, and I have witnessed firsthand the increasingly rapid devastation to our ecosystems from aggressive logging and climate change in recent years. And also, and certainly noticing the devastation that is occurring with the massive recent wildfires. In the Lynn County decision, the courts have affirmed that the state's mandate to manage state forests for the greatest permanent value for all Oregonians. So healthy and old growth forests protect the cold and clean water for salmon and for our drinking water. Healthy and mature and old growth forests protect our endangered species diversification, and climate stabilization and carbon sequestration. So please continue to increase protection for all forest species, and I urge you to pass alternative 3. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, Ted.
My name is Ted Chu. I'm a full-time resident property taxpayer in Tillamook County. I and several of my neighbors get our culinary water from drainages that head on state forest land in the Coal Creek watershed. I traveled here to urge you to adopt a strong habitat conservation plan. I believe alternative 3 is a reasonable compromise. I believe what the board chair told us this morning in his introduction, that the HCP will not result in a significant decrease in the available timber. The huge private timberlands that surround and intermingle with our forests will never again hold old or even mature growth. While private silviculture techniques demonstrate trees are a renewable resource, their typically short rotation, even age application proves forests are not. You truly can't see a healthy forest for the plantations. I may not like that, but I accept it. We've heard of the struggles of timber communities, and the same has happened to commercial and indigenous fishing communities with the decline of salmon. In my Coast Range hiking, I see the stumps that are all that remain of the old growth Western red cedar forest. To the best of my knowledge, there are only 8 old growth red cedar trees in the Coast Range between Tillamook and Astoria, where once they were at least tens of thousands. They are all that is left of an extinct habitat type that was once common, perhaps dominant. We now know better, I hope. To offset the solely for-profit management of industrial timberlands, and I'm running out of time, so I'm just going to say the HCP is exactly the right thing to do at exactly the right time for the environment and for salmon and for the climate. Thank you.
Up next, Ryan Gates, Matt Phillips, Joshua Estes, Kate Anton. Ryan, please proceed.
I grew up in a small town in Randall, Washington, where my dad and brother worked at the mills. As a family, we spent most of our time hunting and fishing and horseback riding in the mountains. Our community was a strong, robust logging and mill town until the early 90s, where the timber wars declined the timber harvest. Many mills closed in our area, where we lost opportunities for good family jobs. Many of the supporting businesses and services closed their doors and families moved away. I began my career at Hampton Lumber in Randall in 2003, right out of high school, and I transferred to Warrenton in 2017. I worked my way from the ground up to be a supervisor. In the rural communities, it is a place for local lumber mills where you can have a true career. Sawmills, paper mills, loggers, truckers, and even the local diners. We're all connected. And when you take one down, all the cards fall from a small community. We've seen it happen in the past throughout the Northwest. This time is no different if you don't fix the HCP. I'm proud to be part of the local timber industry. Mills in the Pacific Northwest are some of the most advanced mills in the country. If less timber is available, lumber will have to come from somewhere out of state or out of country that have fewer environmental protections than we already have here today. The cost of lumber will skyrocket. Housing here is already expensive enough. If mills close, people will be forced to move elsewhere. I want to raise my family in these areas. There are people here that advocate for the most restrictive habitat protection possible. I guess if that is your focus in an environment, this board, however, is supposed to balance environment actions with the needs of family and community. I thank you for your time.
Up next, Matt. Matt Phillips.
Oh, thank you. Good morning, Chair Kelly, members of the board. My name is Matt Phillips. I'm the sheriff of Clatsop County, and I am not in favor of this HCP. Let me explain. Today's complex public policy environment should be navigated with open dialogue, empathy, negotiation, and commitment to balanced policy that considers in ways of various impacts and outcomes. And it's hard to do that 2 minutes at a time. Clatsop County's expectation regarding the draft HCP is that it balances environmental, economic, and social factors through dialogue, empathy, and negotiation, ideally reaching a desired state of balance and equilibrium. It is truly not difficult to imagine a scenario whereby the environment, local Clatsop County economy, and the social fabric of our community are mutually protected, valued, and secured for future generations. And we have examples of how through negotiation and collaboration, complex challenges can be addressed through public policy. The private forest accord is a recent and particularly germane example. This is a legacy decision as mentioned by others. And it's a decision that will impact generations of Clatsop County residents, visitors, governments, businesses, and institutions. And right now it feels like it's out of our hands. For years, we have pleaded for a balanced approach to state forest management that respects environmental, economic, and social outcomes. And so far, it feels like that eludes us. For the sake of all that live and visit Clatsop County, please let your next set of decisions regarding the HCP be informed and guided by a commitment to the entire Clatsop County community, including the state forests, wildlife, air and water quality, local economy, local governments, local institutions, and the culture and history of our community. And this state needs less polarization and more constructive and balanced solutions. I think it's a shame that both of our political parties have become at different times so disenfranchised and felt like they were shut out, that they had to walk out. And we have 12 counties that have now voted to explore leaving our state to go to Idaho. That's a third of Oregon counties. I'll wrap it up real quick. So before you is a tremendous opportunity. Your board can establish a legacy. And part of that legacy is how your board operates. I believe that this board is divided, possibly as much as your constituents sitting in this room. A vote today would declare winners and losers, and that's what Oregon seems to be successful at right now. The work of this board can't be complete until a plan is developed that all of you can support. What a refreshing example of good government that would be. It's going to require leadership on all your parts, and probably especially for you, Chair Kelly. I know that's not easy, but I know that you have the skills and knowledge to find the balance that Clatsop County seeks, which could be supported by all members of your board. And that is the legacy I wish for you.
Up next, Joshua.
Can you hear me? All right. My name is Josh Estes. I represent the Association of Western Pulp and Paper Workers. We're the union and the production facilities that produce your everyday products like toilet paper, paper towels, Amazon boxes that counterpart Mr. Walsh from Walsh Trucking was talking about. Our members in Oregon are about 900 plus, and we represent about $64 million in annual salary input into local communities. And just like Member Justice spoke in his opening comments, we're extremely concerned about preparing for job loss as well, and not just a hypothetical job loss. My mill in Everett, Washington, I reside in the Seattle area. My mill in Everett, Washington closed about 10 years ago because of some very poor environmental policy decisions that were made without due diligence and thinking through what could happen as a collateral damage. I am that collateral damage. So I've watched colleagues, you heard earlier today talking about the human element. I've watched colleagues struggle, Some commit suicide. Some have children that came up with very debilitating diseases that they could no longer provide for their children because they had no income that was substantiated previously from the previous employer. So it turned out that their COBRA coverage fell off and they ended up having to go on uncompensated care. These are realities. These are realities that will happen. They will happen in Oregon. You know, shifting our climate culpability to other parts of the world is not solving an issue. The climate crisis is not an Oregon crisis, it's a global crisis. When you shut facilities down because of poor decisions, those facilities go overseas. And overseas, as you've heard from several testifiers today, don't have the environmental regulations that we have here. We have the cleanest facilities in the world. We need to do everything we can to make sure that they stay here. Thank you.
Up next, Kay.
Thank you, Chair Kelly and members of the board for the opportunity to speak here today. My name is Martin. I'm a Humboldt Martin, and I reside in the forests of Western Oregon. My species was nearly driven to extinction over the past century, and habitat fragmentation remains one of the biggest threats to my continued existence. Please adopt Habitat Conservation Plan Alternative 3. Alternative 3 is the proposal that will allow me and other members of my species to continue to have food and habitat, and we need that to survive. Logging roads are one of the main causes of habitat fragmentation in my native region. The Habitat Conservation Plan Alternative 3 does the most to limit the impacts of logging roads on my home. Furthermore, by protecting state forest land, Alternative 3 will protect the clean, fresh water that I and all the animals of Oregon, humans included, rely on. On top of that, the forests of the Northwest are one of the largest carbon stores in the world. By protecting my home and my habitat, you're not only protecting my species, you're protecting the future of all life on this planet. So I urge you, please seize this opportunity to take action. For over a century, my species has been living on the brink of extinction in the barren ruins of industrial forestry. As global climate change worsens, we are only experiencing further ruin. There is hope for us still, hope for my species and hope for your species too. But that hope lies in clean water, in forests, in diverse, intact ecosystems. Alternative 3 is a small step, but it's a small step towards creating a world that can be a home for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next is Doug Firstbrook, Eric Metcalf, Bob Reese, Joel Aylor. I got that right. Doug, proceed when you're ready.
Good morning, Chairman Kelly, board. My name is Doug Firstbrook. I live in Halem, Oregon. Nobody special. I was a founder of the Lower Halem Watershed Council in 96, 97. And the first chairman of that organization. I'm also co-founded the Lower Halem Community Trust, which is a conservation organization for protecting the habitat of all species in Oregon. I founded the Little League, where we had kids from all walks of life, children of loggers, fishermen, mechanics, didn't matter. My work around environmental, I thought, was for all people, no matter what they did for a living. And that's why I chose to put my time into that. And I'm here once again, speaking to you in support of Habitat Conservation Plan. And Habitat Conservation Plan Alternative 3 is my own personal choice. I'm not going to go into the details of the science because there are much more articulate and intelligent people around the science than I will ever be. I tried to think of something significant today, maybe a Stafford poem, something that would move you to make the right decision. And I had spent a tumultuous night and pretty well came up empty, frankly. But I will close with this. It occurred to me that there was a famous Roman poet who once said, Nero, put that damn fiddle down. Help me put out this fire. Thank you very much.
Next, Eric.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to speak here today. My name is Eric Metcalf, and I am a log buyer for Cascade Hardwood located in Chehalis, Washington. I am here today to voice some concerns over the proposed HCP. Our company owns and operates 2 hardwood mills in the state of Washington. The Cascade Hardwood Mill is located in Southwest Washington along the I-5 corridor in Chehalis and has been in business at that location for over 50 years. We also have a mill on the Northern Olympic Peninsula in Port Angeles that operates as Port Angeles Hardwood. Combined, both of our mills employ about 245 people. We purchase logs sourced from private, state, and federal sources, mostly for the cabinet, furniture, molding, and millwork markets. We sell our products domestically and overseas. On average, both mills combined consume about 60 loads a day of alder saw logs. In 1997, the state of Washington adopted its HCP on state-managed lands in efforts to conserve critical habitat for the northern spotted owl. Then in 1999, the state passed what is known as the Forest and Fish Rules, very similar to what Oregon has in the Private Forest Accord. These 2 major policy changes have led to significant decreases in the amount of available alder and other hardwoods for our 2 sawmills. At the beginning of my career in forestry, there were at least 8 commercial hardwood mills in Washington. Today, only 4 are left, and I can only think of about 3 or 4 remaining hardwood mills here in Oregon. Very few landowners are managing for alder, and fewer yet are actually planting it on any scale. Prior to the implementation of the HCP and the passage of the Forest and Fish Rules, Cascade Hardwood was able to procure all of the volume needed for the mill from Washington State. Today, our team of 5 log buyers covers an area from Southern Alaska and British Columbia to Northern California in an effort to come up 60 loads of logs necessary to operate both sawmills. In Oregon, we procure about 60 to 70% of the logs from ODF managed lands. One of our main concerns with the HCP is the disproportionate amount of hardwood that will be set aside not only in the riparian conservation areas, but also in the upland habitat areas.
Gentlemen, could you provide a closing comment?
Absolutely. Cascade Hardwood would like to encourage the board to consider all aspects of the hardwood resource and its vast impacts this important decision has on all involved. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, Bob.
Morning, Chair Kelly, members of the Board of Forestry. My name is Bob Reese. I'm Executive Director for the Northwest Guides and Anglers Association, also a board member for the Northwest Sport Fishing Industry Association. I formerly resided in Tillamook County. After the decline of the fish runs there, I was forced to move my family from Tillamook County into Clackamas County. I simply could no longer make it as a full-time fishing guide. As Executive Director for the Northwest Guides and Anglers Association, I represent 60 fishing guides or charter operations, largely on the North Oregon coast. Our industry is at a crossroads. In 2022, wild fall Chinook season was closed for the first time in my 30-year guiding career. 2023 looks equally bleak. Like the many runs of wild salmon, full-time fishing guides are also on the endangered species list. Most of my members over the course of their fishing calendar will either be dry docked or simply sit out the season due to low returns of wild salmon and steelhead, now at 3% of their historical abundance. My members are tired of the disaster relief checks and especially the food stamps to make it through the lean months. How much more are we going to be asked to sacrifice? Our industry, and especially our fish, need this habitat conservation plan to move forward, and we need alternative 3 to be meaningful and give these fish a fighting chance for recovery. The status quo is grossly inadequate. The fish have told us that over and over. Every major river system on the North Coast fails to meet the minimum temperature standards for the spawning and rearing of wild fish. And 1 month from now, if not sooner, wild juvenile coho, steelhead, and adult spring chinook will perish in Tillamook and Clatsop counties when those water temperatures exceed 68 degrees. I'll close by saying, please support alternative 3 and habitat conservation plan going forward. Thank you.
Up next, Joel.
Still morning. Good morning. My name is Joel Layler. I'm an elder in the Nez Perce tribe of Idaho. I grew up here in Sisters, and I've asked to come here and speak today to show my support for this tremendous first step you as a board are considering to provide protection in many parts of Oregon, but most specifically to the watershed of the Tillamook Forest. I'd like to thank the many folks on the steering committee, your tremendous staff, and all the people that contributed to this study that will do so much to provide increased protection for fish and wildlife. I would also like to thank Cindy, and I hope I don't get this wrong, Colemanchuk, for her vast knowledge of the public draft for the Western Oregon Fish Forest Habitat Conservation Plan. Having spent a large part of my working years and specialized in high-risk logging for Ochoco lumber and specialized river and lake restoration for fish and wildlife, as well as for the U.S. Forest Service, I've been able to value that these scientists and these people as to what they can teach us. One of the great informational videos from Wild Salmon Center by Matt Sloat with a PhD describing what it takes in terms of cold water, clean gravel, more stable slopes with increased setbacks and lots of woody material in streams and rivers to create a more complex environment for fish. To the Western Indian, fish and water is everything. I like what Matt Slope said, we can do better. It also reminds me of the great Billy Frank Jr., chairman of the Northwest Indian Fisheries, once said, we've been in bad shape since Columbus landed, but that's okay. We can't go back. We must live in this modern world, and we do what we do. We do what we can to keep it livable. I'd like you to think about a story my cousin and I thought about this morning before I came over here. He spent the last couple of winters chopping ice to save 400,000 smolt in Idaho. Only 15 out of every 100 will make it to Portland. Just think what we could do if we had this added protection.
Joel.
This plan. Thank you.
Good go. Thank you. Chair Kelly, members of the board, I think this is all the folks who came in this morning, but I just want to do a quick hand check if there's anybody else who requires to be heard before the noon hour. If not, we will put you in the 2 to 3. Okay, please come forward. And just know we are trying to do our best to accommodate everyone. So thank you for sharing your comments with us earlier today. We're learning from it. Thank you. Say your name for the record, please.
Yeah, can you hear me? Works. Great. My name is Dylan Plummer. Great. So Chair Kelly, members of the board, thank you for this opportunity to testify. My name is Dylan Plummer, and I'm a senior campaign representative with the Sierra Club, a national environmental organization. On behalf of our over 74,000 members and supporters in Oregon, I'm here to urge you to support a strong habitat conservation plan. Most importantly, this plan should incorporate the existential threat posed by the climate crisis and the role that our carbon-rich forests can and must play in mitigating the crisis. In my role at the Sierra Club, I focus primarily on supporting Oregon's transition off of polluting fossil fuels. Every day, this work becomes more urgent as communities are impacted by climate change. And even as we make progress transitioning our state to renewable electricity, our gains will mean little if we do not take into account the emissions associated with industrial forestry on Oregon's state forest lands and the potential that they have to sequester carbon. As you know, Western Oregon forests are the most effective in the world at sequestering and storing carbon and are an international resource with immeasurable value parallel to the Amazon rainforest. This board must take immediate action to ensure that our forests are managed with climate mitigation and resilience as top priorities. This board has a responsibility to all Oregonians to protect our forests, wildlife, and water. Yet if this body does not take into account the reality of human-caused climate change and the role that our forests can play in mitigating the crisis, not just for Oregonians, but for humans worldwide and all species, the board will certainly fail in its mission. So please, on behalf of our 74,000 members, just in Oregon alone, I urge you to support the HCP with the strongest possible measures. Thank you very much.
Testimony providers, we appreciate your participation this morning's round. For those online, we do ask that you remain muted and disengage your video until the afternoon. Or you can rejoin us during the lunch hour. Chair Kelly, State Forester Mukamoto, and board members, this concludes our morning public testimony portion for item 1.
Thank you, Hillary. Board members, I think it's understandable that after hearing from so many individuals and groups today that some of you may have some burning comments. And I think we can make some room before lunch or after item number 7. Just recognize that we are on a tight schedule, but we definitely want to recognize the efforts made by the public to come out and testify. What we're going to try to do is move on and do the Forest Patrol assessment and the forest protection budgets, and then have lunch. So we are on a tight schedule, and we're just going to have to delay on the 20-year topic presentation. Any comments at this point from board members before we move to the next item? Not hearing any. We will move to the Forest Patrol assessment issue, and we welcome Tim Holzbach and Levi Hopkins.
Yeah. Good morning, Chair Kelly, State Forester Mukamoto, members of the board. For the record, my name is Tim Holzbach. I serve as the Deputy Chief of Policy and Planning with the Protection Division at the Department of Forestry. So today's topic is in regards to the application of the Forest Patrol assessment, particularly in Jackson County, and the implementation of the county's order of forest land classification order. I'm gonna give a little bit of context around the classification process initially that happened prior to and resulted in the implementation of this order. And Levi Hopkins will be walking through the presentation for the review of the appeals that were received regarding the patrol assessment. So forest land classification itself is a county-driven process that is a joint effort and supported by the department and various other government entities. It's the county appoints members to that committee. And also there's appointments by the Department of Forestry, by the Office of State Fire Marshal, as well as OSU Extension. In this case, Jackson and Josephine County jointly did their classification process, which resulted in had 4 public landowners joining, representing timber and grazing interests across the 2 counties. The work of this committee is done in accordance with public meeting law, including public notice of the meetings, and the business is conducted and walking through the classification of the areas within the counties. And this work in particular was completed in April of 2021. So with this, after the work is completed by the committee, they issue a final order and it's filed with the respective county clerks. And that the appeal of the forest land classification order by the county committee is conducted separately, and it's also conducted through the circuit court system. In this case in particular, there were 2 landowners that appealed the county's classification order with the circuit court. Both of those landowners did receive site visits from the committee. as we walked through the judicial process. There were some minor adjustments to the classification, but largely the Jackson County Circuit Court upheld the criteria that the committee utilized in determining its classification and found it to be proper. Following that, after the forest land classification appeals have been finalized, that is all completed before the application of the Forest Patrol assessment and the implementation of the actions that we're here to talk about today. Similarly, the department received 31 appeals for the Forest Patrol assessment additions to the rolls. There were site reviews conducted from ODF staff to ensure that the properties in question that submitted an appeal were reviewed and were found consistent with the criteria that were established by the classification committee. 10 of those tax lots have been identified and remanded back to the county committee for review. And that committee has conducted that work and has edited the order to be consistent with that. So that business has been taken care of for those 10 individuals. The remainder today is the appeals that are in your board packet, as well as the final orders presented. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Levi Hopkins, who will walk through the review of the appeals that were received.
Good morning, Chair Kelly, State Forester Mukomoto, members of the board. For the record, my name is Levi Hopkins, and I serve as the Wildfire Prevention and Policy Manager for the Protection Division with the Oregon Department of Forestry. As Tim mentioned, a total of 31 landowners objected being added to the assessment roll, with 10 of those being an obvious error and were corrected. The remaining 21 landowners requested a hearing today. I'm going to list those landowners for you. Mr. Craig Berry, Ms. Nancy Bradley, Mr. Daryl Britton, Ms. Rose Brummett, Mr. Joel Caswell, Mr. and Ms. Harold and Jeanette Center, Mr. Dan Kalkleiser, Mr. Alan Drescher, Mr. and Ms. Gary and Mary Gilbreth, Mr. and Ms. Richard and Melody Goodbow, Mr. Frederick Grew and Ms. Nancy Bonazzoli, Ms. Laura Gross, Mr. Michael Hilmer, Ms. Sarah Kreisman, Ms. Patricia Logan, Mr. Robert Methvin, Mr. and Ms. Ross and Tamara Miller, Mr. Luke Scott, Mr. Lloyd Sloggett, Mr. Bruce Danbridge, and Mr. and Ms. Dennis and Patricia Sullivan. As required by ORS 477.250 Section 2, landowners receive notification that certain tax lots that they own will be added to the Forest Patrol assessment rolls, as well as information regarding the process to appeal the addition and how to request a hearing before the board. On May 5th, letters were mailed to each landowner inviting them to do so. I personally reached out to the landowners that provided contact information. After further explanation, 4 of which chose not to proceed with the appeal, and the remaining 17 were still not satisfied and requested the hearings to proceed, or I simply could not reach them. Landowner objections to having their tax lots added to the assessment rolls are listed in each of the final orders that are in your packet. I reviewed the objections and have also reviewed the assessment requirements for each tax lot. In each case, the lot met the requirements to be assessed. Those requirements are: the land has been classified as forest land by County Classification Committee. The owner of the land has been correctly identified. The acres and tax lot number are correctly identified. And the owner has not provided fire protection through a plan approved by the board on their own or through a membership in a forest protective association. In all cases, ORS 477.210 requires the state forester to provide fire protection to the forest landowner by the above mentioned landowners, and the county assessor must collect the cost of that protection under ORS 477.270. This concludes my presentation, and we are available to answer any questions you have.
Okay, let's move on to hearing from the landowners who petitioned for a hearing in front of the board. We have 4 of them joining us today. But board members, you have also received written testimony for this item. So to those online, due to our schedule, we are asking you to limit your remarks to 2 minutes each. I will let you know when your time is done. I'll call on you by your last name in an alphabetical order. Bonazzoli.
Thank you. So first I'll call out Gary and Marie Gilbreth.
Oh, okay.
Yes, hi, can you hear me? Hello,
Yes, yes, we can hear you. Please
Okay.
proceed.
my name is Gary Gilbreth. My wife and I, Marie, and I live in Jacksonville, Oregon. In February, we received our letter from the Department of Forestry describing the Forest Patrol assessment, where our property was classified as Class 1 forest land. We are disputing that classification for the assessment since the property is neither timberland nor grazing land. As a reference, there's a reference number 109-85465. This is a 0.46 acre residential parcel. There are no trees other materials on the property that pose even the slightest fire risk. We're requesting that classification be removed, and thank you for hearing me today. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Up next, Harold Center.
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you. Please proceed.
Good morning. I'm going to read a short letter or memo. Thank you for considering our appeal. My wife and I have owned the subject properties in excess of 53 years. Our fire protection has always been provided by Jackson County Fire District 5. At no time in all those years has the Oregon Department of Forestry responded or provided any form of services or to our or adjacent properties. Our properties, and this is very important, are zoned by Jackson County Planning and Development as within the urban residential district, specifically urban residential UR1, single and multiple family residences. The Land Use and Development Code, the C exhibits, and I submitted 2 exhibits. Zoning prohibits forestry activity to manage, grow, possessing or harvesting forest products in that zone. The zoning also prohibits agricultural horse boarding, riding facilities, intensive livestock, plant nursery, including trees. In addition to my property, the Oregon Forestry failed to identify approximately 35 or 40 other properties adjacent to mine that are also zoned urban residential UR1. I question the process used by the ODF and to determine the appropriate lands for the assessment. Our properties do not and are not grazing land in any form as defined by ORIS 526-305. I have been a licensed land surveyor for 47 years and can consider myself an expert in land use classification. ODF needs to correct the process in being used to identify the actual grazing land. Please correct what we consider to be a gross error in our identifying our taxable lands. Thank you for your time. And I urge you to please look at the 2 exhibits that I sent earlier.
That concludes the testimony for item 2.
Okay, apparently that does conclude it. Board members, after hearing those landowner remarks, does anybody have any questions or comments regarding this? Carla, you go first, then Brenda, please.
Yep. It seems to me like, and I read through these, that we've got people clearly in urban residential areas, and I don't know the 10 that you sorted out versus the 21 you didn't. I wondered if you could talk about, where that sort is, but if they're classified as forest or grazing, entities, do they have the right to do forest activities or graze livestock in that urban residential classification? Please help me with that sorting out.
Yeah, Tim Olsbach for the record. Thank you for the question, Board Member Chambers. The definition of forest land in 526005 is largely identified as different land types that have burnable fuels on them, regardless of how it's zoned or taxed. So when the county committee does review the land base as their charge before they issue their final order, they're not looking at the zoning, they're looking at the type of land there, soil types, the vegetation that might be present. They do site visits in these areas, but the zoning does not come into play per statute.
Follow up. Okay, I understand that, but as a landowner, it seems remarkably confusing to me because the zoning and the activity typically go hand in hand, and this is really a burnable fuels and fire issue. And I do think this needs further study and some correction.
Thank you, Brenda McComb, for the record, and I share Carla's concerns. But I want to be clear here. The classification decision was made by the county committee, correct? Not by ODF?
That is correct.
ODF then checks to be sure that the classification process was done correctly by the county. Is
Yes.
that correct?
Yes.
So the requests for ODF to correct the situation that needs to fall back to the county, doesn't it?
Yes, only the county committee can amend its final order with the county clerk.
Okay, thanks. Well, I think you've heard from two board members here that maybe the county needs to, in a friendly manner, communicate that to the county that they may want to think about.
Yeah, so I think, I think the point Carl has made is a good one, and it's not really our responsibility here, but it is frustrating to watch this process and that to see these landowners in good faith, follow through this, confused by that zoning and so on. So even though, we're not really in a position to do anything about it, the reality is that there's burnable fuels on all these properties, and there needs to be protection. Does anybody else have any other comments? The department is suggesting a motion that would be to adopt the final order as written. And I won't go through all of that unless there's a meeting. If our board members are ready to move ahead.
And I do have a question. Sorry, this is Gary Gilbert. I have a question. Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, okay, who's speaking?
It's Gary Gilbreth from Jacksonville.
All right, quickly.
Okay, I'm just wondering if someone either at the county level or ODF will come to my property to verify that I in fact do or do not have fire fuel material on my property. What's going to happen next?
Well, I think the reality is that when these kind of maps are created and all, they have to be blind to the current management of the owner at that time, and have to look at the potential there, and not just what you've done. It's great if you're doing good work to keep your place fire safe. We congratulate you, but that doesn't change the reality of how this law needs to work. Chandra.
Yeah, for the record, Chandra Ferrari. Sorry, I had a quick question because getting to Brenda and Carla's point in terms of the actions here suggest to me that the department did what it needed to do in terms of this process. And it's a little bit strange to me that there is an appeal process associated with our step of it too. But the classification piece of it already was appealed to a court that upheld it. And so was that the period where folks really could have gotten the relief of the sorts that we're talking about here? And if so, then I'm curious just from Brenda and Carla, what we might be asking them to do in terms of going back and talking to the county. Is this for just process going forward? Or it seems like this classification now has already even gone through the court system. So it seems, I guess I'm also confused as to if there's any relief left, actual procedural steps.
Tim Hulsbach for the record. Thank you for the question. So for this process, this was the previous forest line classification for Jackson Josephine County was done, I believe, in the 60s. So it's been a while. The committees, once established, do periodically review what's their classification. For example, Yamhill County went through this process in 2018. They reviewed their classification status and verified it as still up to date. So once the process has been done and is up to date, then the heavy lifting is much more manageable for the committees to work through these details. So there would be a periodic review. The committee would work through the same public meetings process, and that's typically on about a 5-year rotation. And that's to take into account urban growth and some of these other areas. It's in the staff report, there was a few thousand acres as exempt. That was show the growth down in the Rogue Valley. So as the process is ongoing, there is abilities for these reviews and to get the remedy that could be sought.
Question. I want to be sure we do the right thing here. And it seemed like in the ORS 526340 and 0060, if the county fails to appoint a committee or the committee fails to act or act in accordance with applicable law, but that no authority is granted to the state forester or the board by the legislature to override the determinations of a forest land classification committee. Where did they fail to act in accordance with applicable law?
Could you
Yeah.
I might need some clarification on the.
Well, it's just not clear to me.
So for the committee's actions for the classification process, that was upheld by the Jackson County Circuit Court through that process. So that the court looked at the means that the committee used to evaluate what is forest land within the district and found it consistent with the administrative rules and chapter 526 of Oregon statutes. So there are administrative rules that further guide committee or counties in implementation of the forest land classification. And that was part of the review for at the circuit court of those folks who did appeal the classification order.
I have an additional question.
Okay, I'm going to read the proposed motion from the department, and apologies if I massacre anyone's pronunciation on their names. So the proposed motion, adopt a proposed final order as written for Craig Berry, Nancy Bradley, Dale Britton, Rose Brummett, Joel Caswell, Pine Ridge Meadows LLC, Harold and Jeanette Center, Dan Colchaser, Alan Drescher, Gary and Marie Gilbreth, Richard and Melody Goodbow, Frederick and Bonazzoli Gru, Lara Gross, Michael Hilmer, Sarah Kreisman, Patricia Logan, Robert Methvin, Ross and Tamara Miller, Luke Scott, Lloyd Sloggett, Bruce Stanbridge, and Dennis and Patricia Sullivan. Is there a motion?
Chair Kelly, I move to approve the recommendation as presented.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, with that, the motion has been made and seconded. So I'd like you all to be ready, and I'll do a roll call here of the board on this motion. Liz and Powell.
I vote no.
No. Carla Chambers.
I vote no as well, with a strong statement. This does need cleaned up.
Ben Doimling.
Aye.
Chandra Ferrari.
Aye.
Joe Justice.
Aye.
Brenda McComb.
Aye.
And Jim Kelly is an aye. With that, the motion passes, although not unanimously. And that was the motion. I won't restate the whole thing. I've given it as long as it is. But it was motion was made by Ben Doimling and seconded by Shonda Ferrari. And with that, this item is concluded. Okay, thank you. We're going to move on. We are going to be delaying the legislative session update, and we're going to move on to the fire protection budgets. So we're welcoming Mike Shaw, Ron Graham, and looks like Tim Holzbach can sit right where he already is. All right. Okay, thank you, Mike. I understand there is one petitioner signed up to have a hearing in front of the board, and others have offered written testimony for the board's consideration. As I mentioned to the other testimony providers, we're asking you to limit your remarks to 2 minutes. I will let you know when your time is done. Let's begin with Ian Lados, and then we'll move to public commenters. We get this backwards.
Are you starting with public comment or are you starting with us?
I was following what was written, but let's start with you guys, Mike.
All right.
Sorry.
Thank you. I think it's really close, but I'll stick with good morning, Chair Kelly, State Forester Mukomoto, and members of the board. For the record, my name is Mike Shaw, and I serve as the Chief of Fire Protection for the Oregon Department of Forestry. I'm here before you today to present the Forest Protection District's fiscal year budgets and seek your approval of them. I'm joined at the table here today with my two deputies, Ron Graham, Deputy Chief of Operations, and Tim Holzbach, Deputy Chief of Policy and Planning. And this is a decision item today. Knowing that we're on a bit of a compressed time frame, I'm going to try and run through this pretty quick, but I did want to begin with setting the stage just a little bit on the protection district budgets. As you all know, ODF has a very complex funding system as it relates to fire, other things as well, but for sure in the fire world, a very complex system that includes the base level of protection, the statewide severity funding, and then for a small but potentially very expensive group of fires, large fire costs. This is the most basic way to discuss our fire funding structure, kind of 3 tiers. The system is really a partnership that has evolved over time. However, the basic premise remains the same, and that has not changed. Aggressively stop fires at the smallest possible size to limit costly large fires and losses to landowners across Oregon. That's what we're all about. The complete and coordinated fire protection system truly leverages the best of all of the existing systems. The system relies on landowners. The system relies on cooperating agencies such as federal, tribal, local government, structural fire agencies, among others. The system relies on contractors. The system relies on the field and Salem and the areas. And the system relies on all forest protection districts working together. The funding stream within this complete and coordinated system is very complex within itself. For private landowners, funding comes from a mix of general fund and landowner funds. For public landowners, the funding is also made up of a mix of strongly landowner, but in some cases, such as Fish and Wildlife or state parks, those are general fund dollars that fund their budget. So it's a very complex funding structure. The statewide severity funding is composed of a mix of general fund and landowner funds. Those landowner funds, the portion comes out of the Oregon Forest Land Protection Fund. Again, a complex stream of revenue into these systems. Lastly, the large fire fund is also comprised of a mix of funding sources, both landowner and general fund. And in the past, it was partially funded through our Lloyd's of London catastrophic insurance policy, which, as you know, we do not have as part of our suite of funding streams this year. If you boil this all down, what it means is that from the base level budget up and through the system, through large fire funding, there is a very complex structure that exists in a very unique system across Oregon.
The landowner community really truly has skin in the game at each and every one of these levels. And that has added credibility and accountability to the budgeting process for the Oregon Department of Forestry. Thought I would have a slide, but I might have had a snafu and not gotten things there. There would be a slide that shows a little tree with our fire funding structure. So apologies for no slideshow. The slide just illustrates the 3 tiers that I just described, with the base level funding being the bottom ring of the tree, the severity, the middle ring, and the large fire funding, the top tier of that kind of tree of funding. The base level of protection really is the backbone of the system that provides for safe and effective initial attack on approximately 16.2 million acres of forest land across Oregon. This includes the women and men that staff our fire trucks, our dozers, our crews, our dispatchers, and our fire managers, among others, to provide the wildland fire department for private landowners, public landowners, and tribal entities. We are here today to talk about that base level protection and the budgets that fund this portion of Oregon's fire protection system. The fiscal budgeting process for this fire department or base level funding begins each year in approximately December. And it culminates at the June board meeting with you folks approving an adequate level of protection budget for each of the 12 forest protection districts across the state. Forest protection associations across the state. The first step is the protection division developing budget instructions and disseminating those for district use. Next, district foresters and district managers work with staff and local landowner budget committees to produce a budget that represents all of the elements necessary for an adequate level of protection budget. The final step of local input comes at the spring association meetings, in which district foresters or district managers present the budget to the forest protection associations. This is the real last of the local oversight mechanisms that evaluate the budget from an adequacy standpoint, i.e., does it have all of the elements necessary to go meet our mission of protecting forest land in Oregon? Keep in mind that these local district foresters and district managers, local budget committees, and associations have a vast history in their local area, and that makes them subject matter experts in the development and the evaluation of these budgets. The final step of the budgeting process occurs right here with the Board of Forestry and the board approving these adequate level of protection budgets. Did have a slide that talked about and showed a little bit of what these budgets are for, and they really are to highlight the work that this base level fire protection is intended for. It's providing fire protection for Oregonians. Over the past decade, in rough numbers, the agency suppresses approximately 1,000 fires per year on Oregon Department of Forestry protected lands. In approximate numbers, roughly 70% of those are started by humans, and about 30% of those are started by lightning, just rough numbers. What's really important is that over time, the number of fires has not fluctuated a lot. It has ups and downs, ebbs and flows for sure, but it has stayed at that roughly 1,000 fires per year for some time now. Unfortunately, the acres burned statistic has not. We have seen a very dramatic increase in the past decade since the prior 2 decades, as far as the number of acres burned on privately owned land, public land, and tribal entities that ODF provides fire protection for. And this is really an indication of the challenging fire conditions that are created by climate change. With that said, the department continues to strive to meet our key performance measure of catching 98% of our fires at under 10 acres. The partnership that I highlighted with all of those entities that starts with landowners is really what keeps that metric a viable goal. Without all of those partnerships, it would not even be a goal worth mentioning. For context, during the 2022 fire season, the department achieved a 96% success rate at keeping fires under 10 acres. And it really highlights the value of this partnership, and that the complete and coordinated system provides Oregonians that successful initial attack. What's interesting is roughly half of the fires across all jurisdictions in Oregon occur on ODF protected land, but only 16% of the acres burned occur on those same lands. And that's really a testament, again, to the strong partnerships necessary to meet the mission that the agency is engaged with, which is to provide protection for Oregonians. So to begin wrapping this up, again, knowing we're on a little bit of a compressed time frame and want to have lots of time for questions. This spring was the first time kind of since pre-pandemic that all of the association spring meetings occurred in person. Last year, there was kind of a mix of hybrid and in-person. I made it to about half of those. Tim and Ron made it to the ones that I couldn't. What we heard was overwhelming support for the work that we do, for the fire protection mission that we utilize. But that the rate increases that they are seeing in their district budget rates are just not sustainable any longer. During the course of the meetings, 8 of the associations recommended approval from the board. Notably, 4 of them recommended not approving the budgets as presented based on the cost. That's not new. It's happened before, but it's rare. I go back in my career, I think it was the 07-09 biennium that I believe 3 associations turned their budgets down based on rate. I think you all have seen in your board packets a lot of letters from associations. Chair Kelly, you have a letter that you wrote that was represented this morning in the consent agenda item. So you folks know the issues on the table with these budgets. So to the recommendations. So next slide, please, if looks like we're getting there. And we'll get to the last one, which is great because, yeah. So ODF recommends that the board approve all fiscal year 2024 Forest Protection District budgets and the prorated acreage rates as presented in attachment 1, and that is in your board packet. This normally would be the end, and in the past, in my recent experience, you folks all vote, and that's the end of this topic. We have a couple of additional recommendations for you today based on the unique circumstances that we find ourselves in with these rates. The second recommendation that we have is that in the event the department's legislatively approved budget contains general fund revenue for a funding offset in support of the additional firefighting capacity provided by Senate Bill 762, that the board directs the department to adjust the approved prorated acreage rates to integrate such revenues prior to sending the certified rates to each county assessor's office. This is really, as you know, there's a lot of background work being done in the legislature and discussion about the $15 million offset. And if that revenue comes to pass in some way, shape, or form, the agency really would like to be able to be quick and nimble and assess the correct rates. And we have a very narrow window to do that. So gave you that opportunity to direct us to be nimble and quick and do the right thing. And that's if legislators come up with an answer for that funding. The third and final recommendation is for the board to adopt the proposed final orders as written in your packet. And this speaks to the official appeals regarding the fiscal budgets and associated rates. Your board packet materials have the relevant information on that final order. And I have Tim Hulshback here with me if you have any specific questions on those orders. So with that, I will turn it back to you, Chair Kelly, and we can move forward as you wish.
Okay, I feel like I'm a broadcaster on cable news, but I have late breaking news. And as I've said earlier today in my opening comments, that there was every reason to be pessimistic. The late breaking news is that there was big movement in the legislature yesterday, and that it is now, there's great reason for optimism. This would not be part of Senate Bill 80, but it would be in what they call a Christmas tree bill. And apparently legislative leadership has agreed to all of that. So with fingers crossed, we do now have reason to be somewhat optimistic. So with that, I'll turn it over to board members for questions and comments.
We have a public comment on this.
We will here.
After.
Yeah, I was just checking in right now and then we'll go to that and we'll check back in.
So public comment after, basically. Okay. Well, I don't have a question, Mike. I probably not surprisingly, I'm going to make a comment related to this. I really appreciate the work the department does with and your staff and working with associations. And I've been directly involved with that work with the association and budget committees. And I understand it's incredibly difficult work, especially right now. And, not surprisingly, I'm pretty troubled the position this board's in currently with, 4 associations rejecting their budget. I was curious, Mike, if that was what the precedent is there. I knew at one time 3 associations rejected the budgets, but I guess this is uncharted territory. But I think in addition, as you read the letters from all the associations, they all express frustration in related to rates. And I don't know that I've seen that level of communication out of all of the associations like we've seen this year. And I think that frustration is really is about landowners being unfairly burdened by the obligation to pay for this kind of protection. And I just want to say, to be clear, landowners want to pay their fair share. I mean, speaking from a representative of a landowner, it's very critical that we have a seat at the table, that we have a voice. We want to pay our fair share. And what this is really about is fairness. And Chair Kelly, that's wonderful that we're hearing about, the offset dollars. But I think it goes beyond that. I want to make sure everybody understands with landowners and the rates. These rates, especially in Eastern Oregon, on low productivity properties, lands that people manage, even, forget about Senate Bill 762 and that offset, we're reaching unsustainable rates for many, many landowners. And so, I think it's really clear that when it comes to wildfire, this board really needs to be bolder about expectations of ourselves and others and how we're going to address it. And, it really comes down to what is, kind of a shared responsibility model, much like our complete and coordinated system, right? A model that we can share in this responsibility and we can make sure that we have accountability. And I really see this as 3 steps. We need an equitable, durable funding model, obviously. And I think we got to convene stakeholders. We have to get together with policymakers and talk about how do we restructure this funding model for it to be sustainable. And I appreciate what Jim has done in trying to do this. And unfortunately, we've fallen back on the status quo. And so I think I would just truly challenge this board that we have to find a different path because this is not sustainable. And we're hearing it from those associations. I think we also need to have a shared mitigation responsibility and really, talk about what's happening on what's happened to our federal forests. No more denying what's happening in our federal forests, that we can't condone it. And the federal government must go further to reduce fuel loading across the landscape. Because without that kind of mitigation, I think we're just going to be challenged. And I guess I would just lead this into the work we're doing with the FPFO. I think we have to create long-term visions for Oregon and objectives that are bold. And we've talked about being bold and guiding us to make sure that all of our forests in Oregon are assets and not liabilities moving forward. So we got to set expectations and we got to make sure that our language is specific enough that it really understands what this board really means by that. And I know we're going to talk about that tomorrow. And so I guess that shared responsibility really means accountability. And I guess I would ask this board, are we going to be accountable to see these things through? Are we as a board really going to be accountable? I hope we are. I hope we're going to be accountable to create that vision, to make sure that we can see a different path here, both for how do we pay for firefighting and also what's happening with fuel loading. I'm sorry, I went on a long time, Jim.
I'm going to suggest that we do go on. We have 1 petitioner and I think about 5 people who are set up to testify. Let's do that and then come back to the board. So if you can all hold that for just a minute, I would appreciate it. So we do, as I said, have 1 petitioner and and then other testimony provided. Once again, we're asking those of you who are going to testify to limit your remarks to 2 minutes, and we will let you know when your time is done. And let's begin with Ian Slatos, and then we will move to the public commenters.
Thank you guys for having me here. I appreciate it. So, I'm a private landowner. Again, my name is Ian Flatos. I have a piece of property in Bellshot Creek out in Mount Vernon, Oregon. And I just wanted to start out by saying, one, thank you for having us here. Thank you for listening to us. I think this is a really important initiative that I just kind of found out here several months ago as I was dealing with some of the county tax assessment and what was going on out there. I find it interesting that we start out with a word complexity when it comes to funding. And I'm not a part of, the politics side of any business. I'm completely out of this scenario, but anytime I hear complexity, to me, it means unfairness. And to me, it means confusion. And I think that all of us can work together, whether it's ODF, which we do as private landowners and ranchers, farmers, we do see ODF as a partner, as well as we see everybody else as a partner. So, I want to see if we can work towards removing the word complexity when it comes to removing the word complexity when it comes to funding any of our resources out there. And this has to do not just with fire, but everywhere that we can deal with. So I really want to just highlight, one, thank you, Mr. Kelly. I appreciate the news that you just shared. That is fantastic. Let's make sure it gets through that process. But I would say that that's a near-term solution or near-term fix to a long-term solution. Okay, so the scope of the problem here is wildfires do not just affect ranchers or ODF or farmers. Wildfires are now starting to affect everybody. It's affecting school closures in Portland, which I live outside of Portland. My family's gone to schools around there. We love Portland, walking down through Willamette. We enjoy outdoor activities everywhere across this great state. Okay, so wildfires affect everybody. There are two specific bills that I've just come up with just some near-term research that I want us to either, focus on or potentially revise. The Oregon Forest Land Protection Fund, I think the intent was fantastic, right? It's worked really well for a long time. Ranchers, farmers, we need to have that protection. We need to clean these forests up. So I would say that this is still an antiquated now process to fund that, and we need to work on that process. The other one that I really want to focus on will be Senate Bill 762. Again, the intent of this is fantastic. This is all people coming together, making sure that our forests are protected, that wildfires are contained, and that they're quickly dispensed. That's really important. There's one particular area in there, Section 38, it specifically states, and this is kind of what I'm getting to, is there's a lot of complexities within this. And sometimes I think that verbiage I guess not quite direct. So what it says in here is the state forestry department shall increase the department's wildfire response capacity, including increases to fire suppression, response personnel, aviation assets, and necessary administrative support to the extent the department receives funding for the increase. There's no clear understanding of where that department comes, and I'll be done in just a second. So 762, I think the intent it is fantastic again, and it's great that we would have $15 billion potentially offset. I don't believe that $15 billion is enough. I think that we need to go back to the drawing board, revise both of these bills to all come together and all work together and come up with a long-term solution. So just me personally, just on my land, between 2022 and 2024 proposed budget, I have a 209% increase just in taxes alone on my property. 78% of that goes to ODF. There is no way that a lot of private ranchers and farmers are going to be able to sustain that. So again, please, let's come together. Let's work together to find some solutions. I have about 3 days of proposed ideas when it comes to that, which obviously we will not discuss here. So again, thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it. I look forward to working with all of you for a solution.
Thank you for that testimony. I think you sound like somebody we want to have with us and not against us. All right. And so we do have other folks, and I see Hillary is missing. We do need to have a timer working.
Oh, yeah. So we'll ask Salem to help us with the timer.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, so Salem could help us with the timer, and we do have 4 folks signed up for testimony. 3 of them are here in person and 1 online. We'll just take them in the order of Roy Byer, Chris Heffernan, Tim Truax, who is online, and Kyle Williams. So Roy Byer, come forward.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair Kelly, and the rest of the board for letting me speak. My name is Roy Byer, and my wife and I own Winedown Ranch, which is north of Prineville in Crook County. I've been a member of the Central Oregon District, Oregon Department of Forestry Budget Committee for 9 years. Our ranch is 2,000 acres of either forest or grazing land assessment. We have managed the forested acres by thinning and juniper cutting to reduce the wildfire hazard potential. We also have a herd of cows that we graze the forest and the rangelands to reduce the fine fire fuels. I endorse the sentiments of the other presenters regarding Senate Bill 762 requirements and the economic burden it is putting on the private landowners through a 37% increase of fire patrol assessments for the 2024 Central Oregon District budget year. This is not right or equitable to the private landowners. Private forest landowners like myself cannot afford a 37% increase in fire patrol costs. The private forests in Central Oregon's have almost no monetary stumpage value due to low delivered log prices and long hauling transportation costs. The benefits that come from keeping these forests green come as carbon sequestration, fish and wildlife habitat, clean air and water, aesthetics, and keeping working lands working and not in new home subdivisions. These are basically public values and benefit all Oregonians. The Senate Bill 762 required funding should be continued to be funded by all Oregonians, and I appreciate the good news if it's followed up. As a budget committee member of the COD of ODF, I voted twice no on the current proposed budgets. And one last thing, I would just like to challenge Oregon Board of Forestry as a Board of Forestry to develop a viable forest industry in Central Oregon. It costs me less money to watch my trees die than it does to go out and try to salvage them. Thank you.
Chair Kelly, State Forester, and members of the board. My name is Chris Heffernan. Excuse my voice. I've been talking much, so it doesn't come very clear. But I'm here to represent North Slope Ranches and Resources out of North Powder, Oregon. But more importantly, to represent the Northeast Oregon Fire Budget Committee. Been the chair for about 20 years, been on it for about 26. And I'm not the oldest guy by any means, or been on it the longest today. But we're a band of brothers. Mike, you said it well. We're a band of brothers and sisters when it comes to who we are, and we are so strong together. We're ranchers, we're farmers, we're wildland firefighters, heavy equipment, type 1 masticators. But when your brand pulls in on a fire, I don't care if it's in this state or other states, if it's a state or federal fire, you guys are put on a pedestal. And that's who we are as a state agency. Law enforcement, state, national forest, mutual aid. Like I said, everybody recognizes that you guys is together with us. Most of you guys are the white hats and the cavalry. And we can't put a price on that, but yeah, the costs are just over the top. I'm going to lay off of that and get right into, we've been talking about this for a couple of years now. And Northeast, and we're glad to have a lot of other people in the state that are on it with us. But we just can't keep doing what we're doing. We need a long-term solution You hit on it, what we provide between fish and wildlife and carbon storage and sequestration and clean air, clean water. We're truly good stewards of the land. We're good people. And we just feel like that supposedly society really wants that, but evidently they have other things that go in front of that. And I get that. But an EMT, National Ski Patrol, boys high school basketball coach, truly care. Everybody in our little communities care, and we're involved. But we need to find what's fair and equitable. God bless you guys for what you do. I had the huge honor to sit on your side of the table 20 years ago, and I know it's not easy, but I salute you and know the commitment that you folks are making. It does be good to come back over here and be part of the arena. So thank you.
Yeah.
So up next should be Tim Truex online.
Yeah, good afternoon, Chair Kelly and Board of Forestry members. My name is Tim Truax, and I am the Vice President of the Coos Forest Protection Association Board of Directors. I am testifying today on the rising cost of fire protection regarding base level, preparedness, and initial attack fire protection at the district level. As I represent all landowners as a board member, I'm here to voice to you that the rising cost of fire protection needs cost containment and measures. And at the current pace, the cost increases we are experiencing are not sustainable. Due to inflation, added capacity from Senate Bill 762 and Salem Protection Division costs, all protection district budgets are seeing double-digit percentage increases. Landowners are willing to pay for boots on the ground and fire trucks. It is felt throughout the landowner community that the Salem Fire Protection Division costs need a funding stream that is outside the district's adequate level of protection budgets. Landowners do appreciate all the hard work that the Salem Fire Protection Division does for the districts, including large fire support. They are our voice with other agencies, the governor's office, and legislatures. The division represents Oregon well, and a funding stream outside the district budgets would reflect the value that they all add to the Oregonians. In closing, we appreciate the Oregon Complete and Coordinated Fire Protection System. We look forward to working with ODF and finding funding solutions that will stabilize this important part of Oregon's future fire protection system.
Thank you. Lost your audio. We lost your audio there when you started to say in conclusion. Maybe kill your video and restart there for us.
All right.
Please.
Yeah, we look forward to working with ODF and finding funding solutions that will stabilize this important part of Oregon's future fire protection system. Thank you. And thank you for letting me address the board.
All right, thank you. Up next is Kyle Williams.
Good afternoon, Chair Kelly, State Forester Mukomoto, and members of the board. For the record, my name is Kyle Williams, and I'm the Director of Forest Protection for the Oregon Forest Industries Council, which means I spend every day representing timberland owners throughout the state who are dedicated partners in the complete and coordinated fire protection system, who regularly engage shoulder to shoulder with ODF fighting fire throughout Oregon, and who are deeply invested in the success of the department. Apologies for the redundancy, but I think this is going to reflect our shared alignment. You have letters in your board packet from every forest protective association in the state that outline concern about the costs for wildfire protection in Oregon. They aren't simply complaints about costs. They are deeply thoughtful expressions of worry about the viability of Oregon's timberland owners, both private and public, and the protection system that all Oregonians deserve. I want to be clear, the ODF employees have full support from the landowners. We're very grateful to the department staff that provide an exceptionally high level of service, but these investments don't come without very real costs. The protection budgets you have in front of you today represent a significant milestone in the history of our protection system. They're a reflection that the adequate level of protection in our modern fire regime is outpacing the landowner's ability to afford it under our current model. And the subsequent no voting on several of them are a reflection that we are at a crossroads in the viability of our program. Our North Star has always been, apologies, just lost my place. Our North Star has always been a shared commitment between the landowners, the department,
and the Board of Forestry to ensure a complete and coordinated system that is equal parts effective, efficient, and affordable. And I want to thank you, Chair Kelly, for your letter to the Ways and Means Committee last month, reflecting our shared goals. My ask today is that you, as the Board of Forestry, continue to provide whatever help is within your purview to maintain the general fund offset contributions for the 762 positions, which includes approving recommendation number 2, which is going to help in the short term, but also continue to lend your voice to the need for a more sustainable, durable, and affordable long-term solution. Just about finished. Our new reality of increased risk and threat from wildfire and the resources that are required to address them are an all Oregonian problem. We as a landowner community will continue to be here as good partners, but we can't do it alone. Thank you for the time.
All right, thank you. Thank you all of those who testified and were willing to do so in the time that we would normally be already eating lunch. So we'll just move at this point to questions and comments from board members. Brenda, go ahead.
Yeah, very quickly, it struck me that as climate changes, the ability of marginally productive forest land to be able to cover some of these costs is going to decline. At the same time, when costs associated with covering those forests for protection is going to increase. So I think it just points to Joe's point and what we just heard from testimony that we need a different solution and we need it soon, because it's not the short-term solution is fine, but it's a short-term solution. It's not something that's going to carry us forward.
For the record, Chandra Ferrari. Yeah, in the interest of time, I'll just echo what everyone else has said. I really appreciate the testimony. This is clearly a big issue. I was really struck by the fact that, again, even the approving districts expressed some really thoughtful concerns about the long-term viability of the system. And so I fully support, I believe it was Kyle that just suggested that, we support the short-term fix. Clearly, we would like to do that. And we'd like to do what we can to further a long-term solution on this board. I think it should be a priority.
I asked Kyle before the meeting, who just testified, to give me an update on the fire acres burned. And in 17 years, we've burned almost 5.1 million acres. It's going on 20% of Oregon's timber acres. And 74% of that is US Forest Service. I think while our model is complex, there's some things here that are not complex. And we're seeing insurance across the board go up. Our commercial property, our home policies, the association budgets, the Lloyd of London price, they priced us out of the market, essentially is what they did. We're seeing those large fire costs go up. When insurance companies cannot cover their risk, they either raise rates or they don't renew policies. There's not a lot complex about what we're going to see ahead. California is ahead of us, but this feels like very much of a Band-Aid. And I think we are going to, it's just going to challenge us to really think about how we cover these costs going forward. I am very respectful of those 4 associations that said no. They didn't say no because they don't fully respect what's happening here. People say no when they can't afford it. And when they can't afford it, they drop that insurance. And if we get to that point, it's lose-lose. So the large scientists aren't unclear, or the scientists haven't been unclear. Mike, you haven't been unclear about the fire seasons ahead. And so we need a bigger solution here going forward. Thank you.
We all agree. Ben.
Ben Doimling for the record. Thank you all for this wonderful conversation, and especially to Joe for laying out a pretty great blueprint that I wholeheartedly support. And I think it needs to be acknowledged loud and clear that this is a Commonwealth problem. This is a state problem. The landowners, like we've heard, are happy to play a role, but you folks in the uniforms can tell us the number of acres burned that are attributed to landowners. And I think it's fairly low. Most of the acres burned are attributed to other sources, other reasons. this is a state problem that we all need to be a part of. Everyone here in the state of Oregon, and everyone needs to share that. So I'm glad we have a short-term fix, and Cal, you have some work ahead of you to figure out how we do the long-term fix. So thank you.
I want to be clear that I am being told that it's all looking very positive. There's no guarantees with our legislature right now. Go ahead, Liz.
I think Ben and Carla touched on the acres, but Mike, just a question. You said that it's averaging still about 1,000 wildfires a year, 70 human, 30 lightning. But do you have a number that you can give us that just to talk about scale, because you also said the acres certainly have increased. What are we looking at?
Board Member Agpawa, Chair Kelly, members of the board, thanks for the question. For the record, Mike Shaw. I do have some numbers. The current decade from 2013 to 2022 on ODF protection, the 16.2 million acres, we've burned on average 119,000 acres a year. The decade prior to that, we burned 13,000 acres per year. And the decade prior to that, 23,000 acres per year. A very significant increase over the last 3 decades. If you look at all jurisdictions across the state, the same pattern holds. All jurisdictions, current decade, fire season 13 through 22, 635,000 acres burned per year on average. The decade prior to that, 342,000 acres. And the decade prior to that, which is 1993 through 2002, 288,000 acres burned. Very significant increase over the last 30 years from 1993 through the 2022 fire season.
Yeah, I want to just, add to what Ben was saying here, that with this really being primarily about climate change, everyone has to shoulder some of the cost of dealing with climate change, and that includes landowners. Everyone has to sacrifice, but I think it's unrealistic to expect landowners to shoulder all the costs. I just can't accept that. So I'd like to move us along. Does anybody else a comment or question?
Jim, I just want to say I appreciate all the comments from my fellow board members. I know it's important to all of us here sitting around this table to work towards really finding solutions, and I think it speaks highly of this board. Thanks.
Okay. Before we go to the next step, I guess it's pretty obvious, but I'll declare that I have conflict of interest as a landowner who's directly affected by these decisions. With that, the department is I'm going to read through what they've proposed, and we can take these separately, or my preference, and with my stomach telling me very much would prefer that we are able to vote on all these together if we can. So proposed motions: approve all fiscal year 2024 Forest Protection District budgets and prorated acreage rates as presented in attachment 1. In the event the department legislatively approved budget contains general fund revenue for a funding offset in support of additional firefighting capacity provided by 762, direct the department to adjust the approved prorated acreage rates to integrate such revenues prior to sending the certified rates to each county assessor's office, and adopt the proposed final order as written for Teresa Cliff, Bell A Land and Cattle Company, Mary Jo Hedrick, EFM Fort Rock Property Manager, and Ian Klaus. With that, I would be looking for a motion to move ahead all of that.
Mr. Chair, I'll so move.
Okay, Joe Justice has
I'll
moved.
second.
And you're too late. I was looking that way. Brenda has a second motion, and all right, prepare yourself, and I will do a roll call. Liz Agpawa. Carla Chambers,
Aye.
Ben Doimling,
Aye.
Shonda Ferrari,
Aye.
Joe Justice,
Aye.
Brenda McComb.
Aye.
And I myself, Jim Kelly. So I'll restate that that motion, I'm not going to go through the whole motion since it's fairly long. But it was Joe Justice made the motion and it was seconded by Brenda McComb. And with that, we are concluded. Our intention here is to try to do the rest of the public testimony first thing when we return. And we were scheduled for an hour lunch. I think we deserve that, but we're not going to get what we deserve. Let's see, what time is it here? It's 12:42. So let's yes, Hillary.
We should probably stick with the schedule of start of us 2 p.m. start because that's what our testifiers are anticipating in terms of timing showing up.
Oh, they are. Okay.
Yes.
That makes sense. Is there something we can fit in that half hour? Maybe Derek's presentation?
We could do the legislative presentation.
Why don't we do that?
Fire season.
Yeah, we're going to be here late. And so I think that should work because I think it was scheduled for a half hour. And so we will return at 1:30 for the legislative update. All right, with that, we're adjourned until 1:30.
Attention, those who are joining us in Zoom, you can feel free to stay in the room or rejoin us after the lunch hour. I'm trying to reach Nellie, Nellie. If you could just quickly engage your video, I'd love to identify who you are. So I'm asking you to start your video now if you're able to. Again, I'm going to prompt Nellie to engage their video.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Nellie, if we're not able to identify you, we're not able to put you in your specific item number. So if you'd like, you can also email us at boardofforestry@odf.oregon.gov. Let me know who you are. Thank you.
Yeah, so when the bed pulls out, I think you have a queen size bed.
Okay. Yeah.
I mean, you're going to slide it up to the front of the top. The cap, and you've got some queen size.
This is legislative update.
Okay, here we go.
Okay, we're ready to reconvene here. All right, we're going to start, and because the rest of the public testimony, those people were not prepared until 2 o'clock, so we're going to fit Derek and Ryan in for a legislative update. Derek Wheeler, go ahead.
Chair Kelly, members of the board, my name is Derek Wheeler. Is my microphone? There we are. So Chair Kelly, members of the board, my name is Derek Wheeler. I'm a legislative coordinator for Oregon Department of Forestry. So I'll give you a brief legislative update. As you could imagine, working in the legislature this year has been interesting and exasperating. So with the Senate Republican walkout, most of the business on the Senate floor has ground to an absolute halt. But that doesn't mean everything has ground to a halt. There's still quite a bit of work happening in the building. And but what it has meant is that hundreds of policy bills and just about every agency budget has been stuck. I'll get into where we are and where we're going, but first I'd like to touch on a few things of what has actually occurred so far in the session. In terms of a nexus with the Department of Forestry, 2 bills have passed. The first bill has been signed by the governor. It's Senate Bill 864. This allows good faith firefighting on your neighbor's property. And another bill that has passed in nexus with us is Senate Bill 872. This essentially codifies ODF's work with our federal partners in the Good Neighbor Authority. That bill has not yet been signed by the governor's office, but it has passed both the House and Senate. So there are good things that have happened so far, and it's not a complete stalemate. What's happening right now with that walkout is it's a lot of preparation for either a quick end of session wrap up or a potential special session. So what's happening in the broader scheme is a lot of policy bills are being packaged together in omnibus bills. So there are a few bills relating to energy, a few bills in a drought omnibus and a climate package. And as I'm seeing as of yesterday, they're sort of codifying a wildfire bill. So each one of those are in separate categories with the hope that should business resume in this session or in a special session, they'll be able to take these large omnibus bills and pass them in mass. Back to Department of Forestry, of those omnibus bills, there's a climate package that is moving through right now. I believe the Ways and Means hearing is set for tomorrow on this. There are 3 bills included in that climate package that have a nexus with the Department of Forestry. There's SB 530. This is the Natural and Working Lands Bill. There's HB 3590, which is a biomass utilization bill, and HB 3016, which is is largely known. I won't be able to say that word, which is largely known as the Trees Act. This has a lot to do with urban forestry. We would create a urban forestry assessment tool. So those are in the climate package. As I said, those bills are anticipated to be heard in Ways and Means tomorrow. What's happening today is big for the department. We have our budget bill and our harvest tax. We'll have a final vote in Ways and Means this evening at 5 o'clock. So I would like to point out a few things about what's in our budget bill. It was largely positive for us, actually. We have adequate private forest accord funding. We have significant landscape resiliency project funding that includes small woodland owner funding. There's severity funding as well. So those bills will be heard in the formal Ways and Means for the final vote tally this evening. one thing that has been talked about quite a bit is Senate Bill 80 and the offset. Senate Bill 80 is a 762 fix-it bill essentially, and this was Senator Golden's bill this session. Essentially, it was intended to clean up a few sections of 762, most notably for us, the map, our fire risk map. It has been it was passed out of committee more than a month ago, and since then quite a few amendments have been drafted. One of those amendments included a landowner offset, and as of yesterday, Senate Bill 80 and the amendments included do not include that offset. So I'll talk about the offset later, but Senate Bill 80 will not be the vehicle for the offset, but I will come back to where the offset is sitting now. I do want to point out a few things in what is in SB 80 because it has a large nexus on what we're doing going forward. And that's why I would call Senate Bill 80 sort of the wildfire bill as part of those omnibus bills that are being considered. There's significant funding for the state fire marshal. For our mapping efforts, they've narrowed the hazard categories, and I should say hazard. It was known as risk previously. It's changed the word to hazard. And there's only 3 hazard categories in this iteration. There's high, medium, and low. Extreme is no longer there, and none is no longer there as well. Notifications will be sent to landowners that are in the high categorization and within the WUI. Those are you must check both of those boxes before you get notification from the Department of Forestry. We've also significantly increased public engagement in this iteration. The Department of Forestry has worked closely with Association of Oregon Counties, and we've negotiated a series of 8 meetings that will be codified in Senate Bill 80 to hear county concerns and get county input as we craft the next iteration of the map. Also included in SB 80 is Landscape Resiliency Fund, which is an interesting mechanism. A lot of the work with the landscape resiliency projects don't play well with biennium deadlines. And so the fund is intended to create a place for revenue to be housed that will not have to be appropriated or deappropriated, as it turns out, every biennium. So it could be a pot of money that we could use going forward that transcends biennium. And another interesting part of what got included, as I found out yesterday, was a bill previously known as House Bill 2985. This is a prescribed fire liability fund bill. A big problem with conducting prescribed fire operations is liability. So this has risen to the top of priorities. Basically, what this bill does is creates a $5 million seed fund so that if prescribed fire activities escape through diligent efforts, but still manage to escape, there would be a pot of money to cover those liability costs. So that is moving forward, and I should note that program, at least as drafted in the amendment, is scheduled to sunset in 2028. So now I'll circle back to the landowner offset. As I said, it was previously intended to be in Senate Bill 80, but there has been significant discussion with leadership and quite a few legislators, the department, the board, and the governor's office to raise the priority of this one-time landowner funding. And from what I'm hearing, and at this very moment, I can't say with definitive truth, but I can say that it's an educated guess, but more than that. Everything right now is moving on whispers in that building, and so please apologize. But what I'm hearing is that it was removed from Senate Bill 80 so that it would be housed in the Christmas tree bill. This is a very safe place for the landowner offset. The Christmas tree bill is essentially the end of session bill that houses various funding projects. And because the landowner offset does not need any policy changes, it would be housed very nicely as a one-time occupant of the Christmas tree. So that is the prevailing thought of where the landowner offset is going. We won't know collectively until the end of session and the Christmas tree bill is crafted, and that would more than likely be next week. So that's about the only time we would know definitively where it is sitting. So looking forward, what happens? I don't want to speculate too much because that's pretty much all I can do right now. And there's a lot of rumor, quite frankly. But the scenarios that I see happening with our policy bills, this includes Senate Bill 80, some of the policy packages in our budget, are there could be an agreement at the end of this session to come back to the table with the Senate Republicans ending their walkout. That would take negotiations on both sides. But if that were to happen, agency budgets and most likely a select package of policy bills would be passed. I would imagine everything would be pre-negotiated before any sort of walkout would end. In that case, we would get our budget and any sort of Christmas tree bill, et cetera. Should that scenario not play out, what I envision happening is that all of the work of the Ways and Means Committee and the Capital Construction Committee will finish this week, and in Ways and Means and Capital Construction would be next week. Once the work of those committees has been done, and the work being crafting those omnibus policy packages, finishing agency budgets, et cetera, and crafting end of session bills like the Christmas tree, I would imagine if we get to that point, it is possible that the session would conclude and a special session would be called after that. What comes out of a special session, again, would have to be pre-negotiated. But I would assume, and I know that the governor herself would very much like to see agencies get their budgets passed as soon as possible to make a deadline close to the new biennium. So I would envision a very soon, a special session being called soon, if nothing else, to get agency budgets done. That would leave policy bills and the omnibus packages, et cetera, needing to be pre-negotiated. But I think that was the thought process in creating them in the very first place, was to make easy packages for those bills to pass. Should it come to the end of session this time, or a special session somewhere down the road. With that, that's my brief take, and I have to assume you have questions. So I would certainly entertain any.
So I guess the thing that's mostly new to me is I thought those agency budgets were being planned for that when they came back from a walkout, that would be the one thing that they would vote on. Now you're saying that looks like special session is that they would approve those in a special session.
There are two scenarios. One, they do come back from their walkout and pass budgets. That's if they can find resolution for the walkout. If that does not happen, they would have to end this session early and come back for a special session.
And follow up, right now, our budget is in for the governor's recommended number, which is a 3.5% increase. That number hasn't changed. Is that where we're still at as an agency?
Yeah, yes. Yes, that's my understanding.
Okay, thank you.
So Derek, so the offset coming out of Senate Bill 80 and going into the Christmas tree is still a temporary fix, right? Still, that would just simply be for the biennium. Why specifically, do you know why they're pulling it out of SB 80? Can you give me any more thoughts on that?
I can speculate, but again, it's an educated speculation. Having something like a $15 million offset exponentially increases the cost of that specific bill. And because SB 80 does not require a policy fix, it does not necessarily need to be in a bill. So I think to make it cleaner, both in the offset and for Senate Bill 80, I think that's why they decided to split them.
Yeah, but it still becomes a temporary fix, right?
Absolutely. It's most certainly a temporary fix.
So you've heard us all having our conversation about, yes, this is all a temporary fix, and we're all, as a board, obviously very interested in the larger fire funding fix, which obviously is not going to happen in this legislature. Have you got any thoughts and advice about strategy going forward for the either, I don't know what's possible in the next short session, or what, anything to share at all at this point with us?
Chair Kelly, all I could say is that there is significant appetite for that fix from everybody I'm hearing, both sides of the aisle, in the building, from pretty much all the stakeholders here. And certainly everybody in this room has heard that. And I don't have a strategy personally, but I could only speak to the appetite for that.
Yeah. Yeah, it seems like there is a lot of interest and support everywhere, but nobody quite knows how to get the ball rolling. And obviously, we need to be talking about it.
Yeah.
Other questions? I think we're getting an early afternoon after lunch, a brain fog here. I can't believe there's any other questions. Okay, well, in that case, Derek, thank you very much. Hillary, do we have anybody who would be ready for public testimony? I know it's before.
I would say we should probably give folks another few more minutes so they can. log
Okay,
in.
well, in that case, I think we have Commissioner Yamamoto here, and if he can hold within his 15 minutes, we would only be 5 minutes after 2 then. And we could,
Is that okay with you?
Commissioner, are you back there? Ah, there he is.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I will say it's a beautiful day in Sisters today. What more could you ask for? So Chair Kelly, members of the Board of Forestry, State Forester Mukomoto, staff, I am David Yamamoto, Tillamook County Commissioner and Chair of the Forest Trust Lands Advisory Committee. I'm here today representing FTLAC in order to fulfill our statutory responsibility to advise the Board of Forestry and the State Forester on matters which affect management of the State Forest Trust lands under ORS 526.156. So before I go into my submitted testimony, I wanted to take a moment and comment on Chair Kelly's opening remarks this morning around the HCP. I appreciate very much him trying to set the record straight, sharing percentages and numbers based on the current forest management plan and the proposed HCP. However, I will say I was a bit surprised with the figures that were shared. First, Chair Kelly said the difference is only 5%, and that fell under the self-imposed constraint. I will, if the change is only happening under a self-imposed constraint, why is an HCP needed? Couldn't the changes the department wants to make be done through upcoming forest management plan updates? Second, if the change is in fact only 5%, I am very curious as to where these numbers came from. We cannot find anything in the 1,132 page draft HCP or the 1,850 page DEIS that states the change is only 5%. If the board is able to direct us to the presentation or the document that states that this change is only 5%, we would be extremely appreciative of the guidance. And again, we can't find it. Third, Board Member McComb stated in her opening comments that the species covered in the HCP are not protected under single species forestry plans. However, the 6% under the forest management plan would inevitably have to increase because the legal protections these animals require. However, if the legal constraints remains at 6%, as it does under the current forest management plan, as Chair Kelly stated this morning, why do we need the draft environmental impact statement? Fourth, FTLAC has testified before this board many times, both myself as chair and Commissioner John Sweet of Coos County as vice chair. If the change is only 5%, why has the department never shared that figure before today? And the last question I have is, if the change is only 5% of the land base, why will the harvest level drop by 26% from the levels in the implementation plans that were in place prior to the recently approved fiscal year 2024 IPs? Again, a drop of 59 million board feet. I felt it's important to put this on the record as some of the questions that I heard in the opening statements raised before going into my prepared remarks. So thank you for allowing me to deviate very briefly from my prepared remarks. So the State Forest, HCP, and Forest Management Plan are not on the agenda today, but I want to testify to you today about these plans because important work on them continues. ODF, at your direction, is concluding analyses and modeling that will improve harvest projections for the Forest Management Plan and the HCP. Forest Trust Land Advisory Committee believes this work will help you assess the true impact your decisions will have on the counties and our special districts. As we have stated repeatedly in our testimony, prior analyses, including the business case analysis and the draft environmental impact statement, have woefully underrepresented the impacts on our communities by vastly over-predicting harvest levels and revenue generation under this proposed HCP. Based on the last information shared with the trust counties, the proposed HCP and Forest Management Plan will have devastating effects on our communities. At the April 14th FTLAC meeting, we heard about ongoing work by ODF to improve certainty around harvest projections by better matching modeled growth rates to actual growth rates. We think this work is critical. Open and accurate analysis is vital for maintaining public trust. Chair Kelly, I appreciate that you attended the April FTLAC meeting, and I hope the other board members watched the recording of that meeting. Of course, you are always invited and encouraged to attend. With ODF continuing such fundamental work on the harvest model, I worry about further erosion of the harvest levels. Current projected harvest levels put a $24 million hole in county and special district budgets in the next fiscal year alone. Not to mention ODF's own budget. Further declines would create an even bigger hole. The loss of revenue will impact communities far beyond the forest sector. Let me highlight just one example, the Port of Garibaldi in Tillamook County. About 12.5% of the port's revenue comes from state forest timber harvest. The port is home to a fishing fleet that is fourth in crab landings in Oregon and similarly positioned for other species. The fleet is composed exclusively of small family operations. There are no factory fishing operations in Garibaldi. The fishing fleet supports other businesses, marine repair, seafood processing, and shipping, and restaurants. In addition, the port is home to Northwest Hardwoods itself, dependent on timber from state forest lands. The port faces challenges, including aging infrastructure, demand for more frozen storage, and competition from larger ports. Without funds from state forests, the port will struggle to make needed investments, putting livelihoods and the community at risk. As I always remind you, it's not just the revenue that is important. The full-time, fully benefited jobs are vital. The port provides these. Without the Northwest Hardwoods Mill and the commercial fishing fleet, Garibaldi would depend on highly seasonal tourist visits. A community cannot sustain itself on 3 or 4 months of tourist traffic alone. Long-term sustainable businesses are needed. Impacts are not limited to the Port of Garibaldi. Special districts of all types, school districts, fire districts, sheriff's offices, health districts, and many others will be negatively impacted. In counties with a seasonal influx of tourists, such as Tillamook County, where our population can quintuple on busy summer weekends. Our infrastructure, such as fire and rescue, water and sewer systems, public safety, and many others, must be funded and designed to meet these demands. In addition, with interest rates high and possible recession looming, the steady flow of revenue and jobs from sustained yield harvest on our forests is an important non-tax source of revenue to the counties and special districts. Some have suggested decoupling as a solution to the loss of revenue to trust counties and special districts. And there appears to be discussions taking place without the input of the trust counties. But what about the economic activity and jobs supported by state forests? Board, if it is not clear by now, the state forests do more than provide revenue for local essential services, though that is important. State forests also support year-round economic activity, particularly on the North Coast, but across all counties represented by FTLAC. This economic activity is not easily replaced. Board, what is to be gained by further restricting harvests on state forests? Much like the HCP, the FMP, and IP impacts, the Northwest Forest Plan resulted in a huge drop in harvests from federal lands, which had massive impacts on rural Oregon communities. In Tillamook County, looking back a generation or two ago, when U.S. Forest Service was actively harvesting timber, those harvest dollars went to our Public Works Department. And at that time, Tillamook County had over 50 people in our Public Works Department with equipment and manpower to have amongst the best roads in the state of Oregon. Today, with almost no U.S. forest timber harvest, we have 14 people in our Public Works Department and amongst the worst roads of any county in the state of Oregon. With millions of acres of U.S. Forest Service land held in reserve for habitat, we have seen that this plan has not restored spotted owl numbers. Additional habitat does not appear to be the answer. What will the HCP do differently to restore the spotted owl? I do not see any difference. Likewise, harvest levels under the Northwest Forest Plan never reached the levels anticipated under that Northwest Forest Plan. I fear the same thing will happen with state forest lands. Will the board continue to dismiss the needs of local communities? Will the board continue to dismiss the needs of society at large for sustainable building materials? Governor Kotek has stated that we need to build 37,000 housing units each year to keep up with the influx of people moving to Oregon, as well as to combat our homelessness and houselessness programs. As you are probably aware, logs from private forest harvesting is permitted to be shipped out of our ports and out of Oregon. However, trees harvested in state forests remain in the state. Last year, we were able to harvest 198 million board feet from state forests. This is equivalent to roughly 15,000 homes. By reducing the harvest to 165 million board feet annually, again, the latest model numbers that we have seen, we will hinder our ability to build homes for Oregonians and others across this nation. We will need to import lumber from outside of Oregon, which will cause the price of building homes to increase, thus bringing the price of a home even higher. The median price for new homes in Clatsop County is $524,000. In Washington County, the price is $619,000. These prices will only increase unless we have a steady supply of building materials. Board, you have seen presentations advocating for rotations longer than are typical on industrial timberlands. In state forest lands that have that, ODF has programs in place to increase use of mass timber products to help society use less cement and steel, which would be required to build homes if we do not have timber products. The state forest can provide the needed raw materials for these renewable products. When you see declining harvest levels from state forests, consider the decline is not balanced by increasing numbers of spotted owls, but instead lowers the ability of Oregon to produce much needed building materials for homes and innovative new materials to lower this nation's carbon footprint. The relationship between the Department of Forestry and the counties has been strained in recent years. According to ORS 526-156, the counties are statutorily directed to advise the Board of Forestry and the state forester on the management of lands, as well as other matters in which counties may have responsibility pertaining to state forest lands. The statute goes on to state that, and I quote, "The board and the state forester shall consult with the committee with regard to such matters," unquote. This, in my opinion, means that we should be having conversations about forest management, not just in the 15 minutes that FTLAC is allowed when we come before you to testify. We should be communicating and working together to accomplish our goals of achieving greatest permanent value in the state forests. Chair Kelly, members of the board, I would like to publicly declare that counties are ready and willing to work with you on the issues pertaining to the state forests. We simply need an invitation to be part of the conversation. If conversations are currently being held, and they are, then they are being held without your significant partner or player. These are the trust counties. We need to work together to ensure that State Forest Division as well as county budgets stay solvent in whatever the decision is for this fall regarding the HCP and future harvest levels. We need to work together to meet greatest permanent value. FTLAC looks forward to the invitation and bringing our ideas to the table. Board, ODF will bring you new data showing impacts of the HCP and FMP this fall. Chair Kelly, at the February 15, 2023 special board meeting, you said that the board was not making a final decision and would consider new information before that decision is made. We expect and implore the board to do just that. Excuse me. We also expect that you will give FTLAC and the public time to assess the new data presented. Throughout this process, artificial timeline constraints have limited the opportunity for public discussion and review. At the same time, examples of ruinous impacts to communities have only increased.
To wrap up.
I've got one paragraph left. Thank you, Mr. Chair. At the same time, examples of ruinous impacts to communities have only increased, while ODF still cannot provide estimates of the benefits to endangered species within the HCP. Between the draft environmental impact statement for the HCP and implementation plan modeling, harvest levels and county revenue dropped by about 25%, with no change in the amount of conservation, no change in the benefits to endangered species. The board needs to put past direction based on invalid analyses aside and assess the HCP with fresh eyes and new harvest level modeling and economic impacts. Now, with the Coho lawsuit settled and the HCP final environmental impact statement delayed, pending this modeling, you now have an opportunity to make changes to the HCP. FTLAC is more than willing to join you in assessing the new modeling and how it impacts our bottom line that will be affected for the next 70 years. That is what our communities and the counties as your partners in state forest management deserve. Thank you for this time this afternoon. I do appreciate it and be willing to answer any questions that you might have.
I don't think we're going to have time for questions, but I do want you to know that the figures came from ODF. That was a result of me asking them late last week. Can we get some high level information here that people can understand? And that's where that 5%. And so I encourage you to work with the department so that they can get that information to you, and same information that was gotten to me. And then, I agree with you. There's a big difference between that and what's happening with harvest levels. But I think, as you're well aware, those initial harvest levels have two types of constraints: the forest management plan as well as a new HCP, which probably to some degree explains that big differential. But we'll see. anyhow, thank you.
Thank you for that. And I just need you to know that we are in constant contact with Mike Wilson at the department as late as last week. And he said that we had nothing to bring to us because there was nothing as far as state forest lands concerned at this.
I got
board
it
meeting.
about 6 o'clock yesterday, so. The information.
If you would share that information with us, that would be terrific.
I'm sure they will. All right.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. We are going to move back to finish up our public testimony. Hillary, are we ready?
Yes, we are ready to begin. I just want to say thank you so much for those who have been patiently joining us online. So out of that, we will begin with your set first, and then we'll move back to the in-person round. So I'll go ahead and call off your names and be ready to engage once I say your name after I've listed the sets. First set we'll have is Buck Olin, Noah Greenwald, Pam Birmingham, and Norm Ritchie. And the second set would be Joel Baxter, Herman Fleshman, Colby Howe, and Jenna Rickenbach. And if I do not enunciate your name correctly, please confirm that before you initiate your comments, because you will need to provide your name for the record anyway. So first off, let's get that timer going in Salem. And Buck, will you proceed?
Hello, my name is Buck Olin. I'm the Sustainability Coordinator at Mountain Rose Herbs. I'd like to thank Chair Kelly and members of the board for this opportunity to provide public comment today supporting the HCP. I love Oregon, and more than anything, I love the beautiful forests, rivers, and lakes that can be found between the Pacific Ocean and the soaring Cascade Mountains. I spend my free time hiking trails, biking scenic roadways, and watching the spectacular wildlife that Oregon is famous for. It is essential that you support a strong habitat conservation plan for Western Oregon state forests that is at least as robust and protective as Conservation Alternative 3, that is grounded in science-based data and protects fish and wildlife for the benefit of all Oregonians. Public lands must be managed for the public good of all Oregonians. There are many considerations and many livelihoods depend on the resources and richness Oregon state forests offer. Mountain Rose Herbs is entirely based in Eugene, Oregon, and sells a wide variety of herbs across the USA, many of which are ethically wild harvested. Intact, biodiverse ecosystems are essential for our industry, for the botanicals we source, for the 200 employees we have in the Eugene area, and the millions of dollars in revenue our business generates every year. Mountain Rose Herbs understands the connection between the health of these ecosystems and the vitality and resiliency of our community and our business. We support environmental conservation, regenerative organic agriculture, and social justice. Approving a strong HCP not only provides more to habitat conservation, but it also enhances recreation, economic diversity, and ongoing timber production. I'm a proud Oregonian, thankful for the opportunity to provide public comment today, and eager to know that I can continue to be proud of the way we manage our public forests. Thank you for this opportunity. I appreciate it very much.
Thank you. Up next, Noah.
Hi, I'm Noah Greenwald. I'm the Endangered Species Director at the Center for Biological Diversity. The center has thousands of members across Oregon and across the country. We support a strong HCP for state forests. The HCP is a first step towards addressing some problems that the timber program has caused on state forest lands. Many, particularly on the Tillamook and to some degree on the Clatsop, the state forests are steep and erosion prone. This is well known. Even I was looking at Roadside Geology of Oregon the other day, just a textbook about Oregon geology that noted that the Coast Range is steep and has landslide prone soils that are more likely to slide when logged. So even just there, it's noted. So this is a known problem, and the HCP is a first step towards addressing this problem. Landslides and other erosion caused by logging and roads harms salmon populations, harms our salmon fishing industry, and we have to address that problem. I would say that in terms of county services, we need to find another way to fund those. It doesn't make sense to fund them based on resource extraction, because of the problem that I just identified. We learn things, we learn that a problem is being caused and we have to address it. And if we don't have the space to do that, then that's not working. Not to mention that even just when timber prices go down, that impacts county services. This is a well-known problem that basing economies on resource extraction is a bad idea and unstable, doesn't provide stable funding for services. So we need to find a more stable way to do that. And we need to protect these forests for salmon and other wildlife. Thanks.
Thank you. Up next, Pam. Pam, we heard you for briefly. Could you re-engage your audio again? Pam, are you available for comment? How about we circle back to you? We'll move on to the next. Next up is Norm.
Chair Kelly and members of the board, my name is Norm Ritchie. I am a board member of the Association of Northwest Steelheaders. I have a home in Rockaway Beach surrounded by the Tillamook Forest. I have fished the Tillamook Bay, its tributaries, and the ocean for more than 5 decades for salmon, steelhead, and trout. The Association of Northwest Steelheaders is made up of thousands of passionate, conservation-minded sport anglers that enjoy fishing the waters of the Tillamook State Forest and contribute time and money to restore its fisheries. The wild fish of the Tillamook State Forest are at the brink. So we need other forest stakeholders to help our once abundant wild fish. Public polls show that Oregonians wish these public lands to be prioritized for management of cold, clean water and ample fish and wildlife habitat, along with timber harvest. We will continue to support timber harvest, but salmon are a forest product too, with lethal water temperatures taking a significant toll on salmon and steelhead and other species. Now is the time to right the wrongs of the past and that are compromising the recovery of these fish. The Association of Northwest Steelheaders urges moving forward with the Habitat Conservation Plan with strong support for Alternative 3, providing the best possible protection for our imperiled wild salmon and steelhead populations, giving them a fighting chance to recover and hopefully thrive throughout these North Coast watersheds. Alternative 3 is a step in the right direction. Thank you for this opportunity to speak.
Thank you. I'll go ahead and try Pam one more time. Pam, are you able to join us?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome. My name's Pam Birmingham, and I live in the North Oregon Coast Range in the Astoria District. I'm here in support of the strongest possible HCP. I'm holding here, I've got my camera blanked out, but I'm holding in front of me my original copy of the draft HCP from 1998. That was 25 years ago. Since then, the realities of climate change have come to Oregon. I think a strong HCP will not only help protect the threatened and endangered species, but help mitigate climate change as well. We all need to
I'm sorry, Pam, we just lost you. Could you pause time and we'll give her an opportunity to re-engage?
And it's going to push my car payment higher than I would like, but it's one thing I can do. The other thing is that everybody needs to do their part, and reduced revenue to timber dependent counties and to the timber industry is better than no revenue. Some is better than none at all. And if we don't all act now, there may be no timber industry for us in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we're gonna have Joel Baxter, Stephen Gettle. Cole, sorry, we're refiguring here. And let's just start with Joel. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Please proceed.
Good afternoon, Chair and board members. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comment today. My name is Joel Baxter, and I'm the Government Relations Manager for Westrock. We're a global leader in making sustainable fiber-based packaging with production facilities in Oregon and one of our largest pulp and paper mills just across the Columbia River in Longview, which receives a large portion of its fiber supply from Oregon. We request today that the Oregon Board of Forestry delay approval of this HCP in order to establish a more balanced alternative that takes economic considerations and social considerations into account. If this HCP is adopted in its current form, this is a substantial decrease in harvest levels would be incredibly harmful to our industry in the region. Our Longview pulp and paper mill produces kraft paper from a combination of recycled material and sustainably sourced wood chips. Every time a wood fiber is recycled and repulped at a mill, it becomes shorter and weaker, requiring a certain amount of virgin fiber from mill residuals and mechanical thinning operations to be integrated with recycled pulp to create new products at production facilities throughout the region. Without this reliable supply of fiber to the mill, jobs at facilities across the West Coast will be threatened. This plan also conflicts directly with the sustainability objectives established by the Oregon State Legislature in 2021 under the Plastic Pollution and Recycling Modernization Act. The act is aimed at improving Oregon's recycling system and replacing less sustainable product materials like plastic with more sustainable alternatives such as paper. However, if we are unable to meet the growing demand for sustainable packaging materials due to a lack of fiber supply, use of cheaper, less sustainable packaging alternatives, or increasing emissions by importing these products from outside of the region will be Oregon's only option. Westrock, for that reason, requests that the board delay approval of a habitat conservation plan until an alternative can be offered that does not threaten rural economies, the Department of Forestry's budget, and Oregon's other long-term sustainability goals. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Up next, Stephen.
Hello, thank you. My name is Stephen Gettle. Thank you for the opportunity to give testimony today. I'm a captain. I'm a professional fishing guide and wilderness excursion guide from the Portland and Tillamook area. I'm also a native Oregonian. So I've been able to see a lot of the changes that have been happening around us over the last 54 years. I'd like to encourage Oregon Forestry to fully implement Conservation Alternative 3 stream enhancement. I believe that not only do the fish need the forest for clean, cool waters, but the forest needs the fish to thrive as well. Stream enhancement is an investment in a diversified future. We need diverse markets to support our local businesses, and stream enhancement is one of the greatest things we can do to build and strengthen these markets at the source. Without these spawning salmon, the forest will never, ever be able to give us what it has in the past. I'm positive that most Oregonians do not want tree farms. The perfect wildfire scenario. What we want are healthy forests that support the millions of dollars that our salmon fisheries produce for our economy. Hotels, restaurants, cafes, quick stop stores, and other tourist attractions are often filled by folks that come to these places to fish. Those places are closing all over the place. The jobs are drying up. Guides are having to do all kinds of things to make ends meet. The fish, I argue, are the most important resource we have in Oregon, in that they provide a seed and a vehicle to bring massive amounts of money and diverse jobs to our economies. Oregon's public lands should be used to benefit all Oregonians for generations to come, and our forests need Conservation Action 3 if we're able to consider ourselves any kind of caretakers of our state's natural blessings. As we've made some mistakes in the past, we owe it to our Oregon children, families, to learn from these mistakes and to leave them with a healthier forest ecosystem to utilize for future benefits. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, Herman. Herman Fleshman, are you ready to begin?
Yes, I am.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Kelly and board members for the opportunity to speak regarding the Habitat Conservation Plan. My name is Herman Fleischman with Northwest Fishing Adventures. I'm an Oregon River guide and a member of the Northwest Guides and Anglers Association. I'm also a native Oregonian. I'm here to ask you to support a strong habitat conservation plan as protected as alternative 3. Our wild salmon and steelhead need a healthy, reliable environment to start and finish their life cycle. These salmon and steelhead stocks are declining at alarming rates. North Coast rivers and streams have experienced increased water temperatures and longer periods of warm weather, resulting in in-stream die-offs of our wild salmon. This further financially impacts our local coastal communities with in-season closures and regulation changes. This plan will provide the greatest protections for wild ESA-listed coho salmon, Chinook, and steelhead with cooler, cleaner water, better spawning habitat, as well as protections for wildlife across these public lands. Please support the Enhanced Habitat Conservation Plan Alternative 3 for better managed forests, long overdue protections for our coastal ecosystems for future generations. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you. Up next, Colby.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. I'm here to support the HCP Alternative 3. I applaud all the people that preceded me this morning and earlier this afternoon that spoke that had a similar advocacy. But there was a lot of repetition in what they said and what I had planned on saying, so I'll keep this relatively short. I do concur with what Bob Reese testified to. However, from a client and a personal point of view, I would add that, well, it's not that much different again than what other people have said, though. I did have a home in Netarge we live in Southwest Portland, but we had the home in Netarge for about 13 years. I had that for the reason of hunting and fishing down there, crabbing, clamming, the whole outdoor experience. And finally decided to sell because the experience just wasn't the same for myself or anybody, any of my other family members or people that visited us. I see a real kind of a catch-22 happening there because you've got the guides now, as everybody's spoken to, are having a very difficult time. And so they see a need to raise their prices, which some of them have done, or quite a number of them have done, a majority. And the clients, they're losing some clients as a result of that. I don't know where that things ends up, but I can tell you that the budget that I give myself every year, this last several years of steelheading, which I love to do, has been awful, relatively speaking. That where I would normally do 5, 6, 7 trips on the northern coastal rivers and bring friends with me. Now I do 0 to 1, and I go to Washington, I go to Montana. I use those dollars elsewhere out of the state, which is very, very sad. That's it for me today.
Thank you, Colby. Up next is Jenna, Commissioner Kohala, Dinah Urwell, and Dennis White. Jenna, are you ready?
Yes, I'm Jenna Rickenbaugh, the Vice Chair of the Astoria School District Board of Directors. And I'm here today representing on behalf of the Astoria School District to express our opposition to the draft HCP. The Astoria School District is in the Pacific Northwest and serves roughly 1,750 students. Our county is 80% state forest land, and our school district receives timber revenue funding. With this plan, several large employers in our community will be affected, as well as many small family-owned businesses dependent on timber harvesting to keep their business afloat and their employees working. With the proposed 35% reduction in timber harvesting, the economic impact on the Astoria community would be significant and immediate. We project that the poverty rate of our school would rapidly increase and our student enrollment would drop as families relocate to find work. The draft HCP removes approximately $2 million from the Clatsop County Social Services budget, including the Northwest Regional ESD, which provides the Northwest schools services like early intervention, special education, occupational therapy, among many others. And their budget would be reduced by approximately $380,000. A reduction in available resources at the same time as an increase in community need will negatively impact our students in all school districts statewide. Lastly, the loss of timber revenue would mean reducing resources available to the state school fund. The state school fund is a fixed resource distributed to the school districts across the state based on enrollment factors. School districts that receive timber revenue experience a deduction from their state school fund allocations. With less timber revenue, there would be an increased draw from many more schools on the state school fund, while direct timber proceeds also reduce the fund's fixed amount. That means that almost all school districts in Oregon, even the large urban ones and rural ones alike, would be negatively impacted. Foresters recognize that responsible timber management can simultaneously serve the environment and economic demands. We respectfully ask you to consider alternatives to the current draft plan that considers the economic realities our community and school district will face with the proposed HCP. Sincerely, the Astoria School District Board of Directors, Heidi Wintermute, Jenna Rickenbaugh, Jeanette Sampson, Grace Lehman, and Maritza Casarubias.
Thank you. Next up, Commissioner Kuhala.
Yes. Chair Kelly and members of the board. I'm Mark Wheeler. I'm the chair of the Clatsop County Commission. I know you've heard a lot about the economic impacts already, and we believe that the harvest projections really demonstrate that Clatsop County would be severely and disproportionately impacted by the proposed HCP implementation draft plans. Rural taxing districts provide services to low-income population in our county, and some of the most vulnerable in our community. And you just heard from Jenna Rickenbach, who was talking about what it might mean to the Astoria School District. The Clatsop County Board of Commissioners would really like to make a formal request to include all Board of Forestry lands that are listed in the State Forest Habitat Conservation Plan into the Private Forest Accord HCP permit area. And, we believe that there's still time to include the Department of Forestry lands within Clatsop County in the permit area of the proposed HCP. We really base this on the following, to ensure policy consistency, standards, and legal sufficiency in forest management. It would provide contingency ESA coverage for a coho should the state forest HCP not be adopted or delayed. Current state forest HCP has demonstrable needs for improvement, and this allows the ESA protection during the interim as the tool matures, and it's aligned with the litigation settlement agreements, and I think that's very important. And a delay in doing this could prove to be difficult to rectify once the NEPA process starts. So to summarize, Clatsop County requests that the Department of Forestry lands are listed in the State Forest HCP, and they be included in the Private Forest Accord HCP permit area. And I thank you all for your time.
Thank you. Up next, Dina.
Hello. Thank you for the opportunity to provide public comment today, Chair Kelly and members of the board. And I am here today to urge you to support a strong HCP for Western Oregon state forests, grounded in science, and protects fish and wildlife for the benefit of all Oregonians. I'm Dinah Urell, publisher of Hip Fish Monthly, a monthly publication covering cultural and local and regional issues in the lower Columbia Pacific region. I'm a fourth generation Astorian with fishing roots on both sides of my maternal and paternal ancestry. Hip Fish Monthly represents the majority of Oregonians that prioritize forest and fishery conservation. Hip Fish Monthly has covered and supported forest and fish conservation for many years, and this past May, we did a feature by local writer activist Nancy Cook in support of the Habitat Conservation Plan. HCP Alternative 3 just makes sense. and it's essential and is the minimum of what we should be doing to ensure the survival of salmon and other endangered species. Oregonians overwhelmingly support prioritizing fish and wildlife habitat, clean water, and recreation on state lands. We all have that obligation to plan for the protection of watersheds, soils, and climate now and for the future generations. 500,000 people get their drinking water from streams and rivers that flow through our state forest lands. State forests anchor a $550 million a year tourism and recreation economy, which contributes over $50 million a year in tax revenues to local communities. According to studies, the HCP would provide 28% more timber and employment that the no action, oh, shoot. So
Sorry, Dina. Yeah, can you provide a closing comment?
Yes. The support of the climate change and forest carbon plan adopted by the Board of Forestry in 2021, the HCP would support that plan adopted by the Board of Forestry. So it's with great personal passion as a human being on this beautiful planet and long-rooted citizen of Clatsop County that I urge you to adopt the HCP Alternative 3. Long gone are the days of the lumberjack with the axe. We know that today logging is highly mechanized, and it's time for a new kind of lumberjack, one who makes conservation a priority over a timber economy. Thank you.
Thank you, Dina. Up next and last on our virtual set is Dennis White.
Hi, can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Please proceed.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. My name is Dennis White, and I'm president of the board of Friends of Otter Rock Marine Reserve. However, I'm testifying on behalf of myself as a citizen. Thank you to Chair Kelly and members of the board for the opportunity to speak. I'm supportive of the enhanced conservation alternative that is at least as protective as Alternative 3. Joe Liebezeit, who testified earlier, outlined some science-based ways in which this could be improved and some of the flaws in the current one. I think it's unfortunate that this has set people against each other. I think that contrary to some of the messaging that we've heard here from industry representatives and I think somewhat fear-mongering with the counties, timber harvests are estimated to increase, not decrease. Under the plan, if you look at the NOAA analysis of this, timber jobs do not drive the coastal economy as much as been representative. It is under 5% of jobs in the counties with the most timber jobs. Timber jobs are estimated to increase, not decrease, over the life of the plan. This is also according to a NOAA analysis that was done. And I think it's unfortunate that the counties with the revenue stream have been pitted against conservation interests in the way this funding has taken place. And I would like to see in the future some sort of a change in that or other ways to finance the county budgets. I won't go over the significance of this plan because everybody else has. Ensuring the healthy state forests, which if healthy, adequately support fish, North Coast State Forest, destination for tourist activity, Oregon residents overwhelmingly placing a high priority on fish and wildlife habitat. And there's a study on this that's been provided by Oregon VBC.org. Thank you very much.
Oops, sorry.
Thank you, Dennis. So let's move back into the room here, the physical room. If we can have, and please correct my mispronunciation if I do, an Ayla Hoffer, Michael Lang, Stacy Detweiler, Casey Kula. If you're still present, please proceed to the front of the room.
Closer here, there we go. Chair Kelly and board members, thank you very much for letting us talk today. My name is Ayla Hoffler. I'm from Banks, Oregon. I live in the richest tree triangle, possibly in the world. Maybe Russia is better, but in Banks, we're very proud of having the best trees between Banks and Scappoose and Vernonia. And we are known as the trees to the sea. I am a PCP for House District 31 and Senate District 16. I'm a fourth generation Oregonian, and I'm here to talk about an endangered species that is human. And I don't know a lot about all the facts of this HCP, but I do know a lot about my family. And that's what I'm here to share with you about. My three sons own a business called Highway Fuel. It's been in existence for over 50 years. They provide wood products to the state often for erosion control. They hang from wires and blow bark on the steepest slopes. We know about erosion control. They're also machinists, mechanics, loggers, and they do all of those things. In terms of just trees, they plant them, they grow them, they harvest them, they haul them. They know about mill work. They know about lumberyard retail. They know about construction work, and they know about firefighting. So those are some of the thousands of jobs we're going to compromise. On the mechanical side of it, they know how to run the equipment, operate it, repair it, sell it, manufacture it. There's another few thousand jobs. So loggers don't use just an axe, that's right. But we're so efficient that I'm a Small Woodlands Association member, and we make up for all of the messed up government land that burns, and we still come out #1 state in the nation, despite the unfunded mandates and the mismanagement of government lands. I'm totally opposed to HCP. When you get your property squared away and show me that it's spit spot, then come and tell me about how I should run my private lands. But until then, our families our people that work in the timber industry are endangered species. And you're going to put a death to the industry with this. And it's going to be buried, and your names will be on the nails that go in that coffin. So just mark my word. There will be nails in the coffin, and you will not be able to restore the people that have this knowledge and skill in this state. Thank you.
Up next, Michael.
Thank you. And thank you for your patience. Really appreciate it. My name is Michael Lang, and thank you. Double mics here. I'll start over. I'm Michael Lang, Senior Policy Manager for the Wild Salmon Center. We really appreciate your support for the State Forest Habitat Conservation Plan and moving that forward. I want to take this moment to thank Governor Kotek for her support for the HCP and also for her commitment to working to find alternative funding mechanisms for local services that have historically periodically experienced fluctuations in revenue and in funding to those important services. So thanks, Governor. I'm looking forward to move that forward. I won't repeat many of the comments that you've heard today. I would like to touch on, the harvest estimates, and that's kind of the elephant in the room. The earlier harvest estimates from last year were quite favorable under the HCP for timber jobs and harvest levels. We understand there's uncertainty in those numbers, in fact, in any projections too. And like probably everybody, we're looking forward to more accurate numbers coming out later this year so we can really grasp the full impacts on the environment and also the timber industry and employment. But with the resolution of the Lynn County lawsuit, it's clear that state forests are to be managed for the greatest permanent value. And you have the survey results from last November with the Oregon Values and Beliefs Center that really show that Oregonians prioritize fish and wildlife habitat, cold, clean water, and recreation to a much higher degree than economic development and timber harvest. And that should be very good information to guide your decisions on state forest management. I wanted to touch on the AOPs, which we will be providing written comment, and in particular, the non-compliance with performance measures particularly key performance measure number 10, which seeks to get layered habitat and older forest habitat up to a minimum of 30%. Right now, it's below 9% in the Tillamook State Forest. It's below that threshold across the board. Please back off of harvesting that layered older forest habitat. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, Stacy.
Chair Kelly, members of the board, and State Forester Makamoto, thank you for the opportunity to provide public comment today. For the record, my name is Stacy Detweiler. I'm the Oregon Policy Senior Program Manager at the Wild Salmon Center, a nonprofit organization dedicated to conserving and wild salmon and steelhead rivers and ecosystems. You've heard from many community members here today about the importance of the state forest HCP, and I would echo those comments in support. I'll keep my comments brief and focused on management of private forest lands and implementation of the private forest accord with just 3 key points. First, full funding for the private forest accord supported by conservation and industry authors is integral to PFA implementation and finalization of a federally approvable habitat conservation plan. If the PFA HCP is not finalized and approved by 2027, the private forest accord changes roll back to the previous Oregon Forest Practices Act standards. Second, please support ODF in moving forward expeditiously on the development of a literature review related to post-disturbance logging. Any new post-disturbance rulemaking must be consistent with the requirements of the Private Forest Accord report or the approved Private Forest Accord HCP. Post-disturbance rulemaking must also address desired future conditions, specifically related to vegetation retention measures for streams to align with the new PFA requirements. Third, thank you for moving forward today with the IRST nominations and the forest practice rules maintenance in your consent agenda item this morning. These changes include revisions to address a policy crafted over several months with representatives from ODF, the Board of Forestry, Oregon Small Woodlands Association, Oregon Wild and Wild Salmon Center, related to small forest land owners who might be significantly disproportionately impacted by the new no harvest buffers around rivers and streams as a result of the private forest accord. Thank you for the opportunity to provide public comment today.
Thank you. Up next, Casey.
I will note that Stacy beat me to the first person to not talk about HCP. So, Chair, what's that? Yes, Chair and members, for the record, my name is Casey Kula. I coordinate state and private forest policy for Oregon Wild, which is, one of the signatories of the Private Forest Accord. And I've had the opportunity to tour state and private forest land with your team, and I'm really grateful for the in-depth forest policy discussions I've had with some of you. And for those of you I haven't had them with yet, let's make a plan to talk. And as a farmer, I train myself to recognize patterns, and I've noticed a pattern. The Oregon Department of Forestry is an excellent, well-run, mission-driven organization, and one that still needs help with moving from a forestry mindset, cut, replant, put out fires at all costs, to a forest mindset with all the values that are inherent in that. And so I'm not asking you to strive for balance or equality. I'm asking you to set the expectation that all forest values will be considered in your decisions and not just as accessories to fiber production in Oregon forests. Your forest program for Oregon is a great example of a planning document that can guide leadership and field staff on how to incorporate conservation, ecology, recreation, and wildlife into every plan, decision, presentation, and tour. I can be your strong advocate at the legislature with the governor and with the public, but I can't do what you need to do, which is to embrace ecological and social values in your policies alongside fiber production, and to expect the same from your staff. So thanks for your time today and for your service as volunteers on behalf of the governor. And I will say that to join the Nehalem residents, since I have 30 seconds left, before dawn, across the whole road, as I pass, I feel spider webs. Sorry, it's William Stafford. It's my favorite William Stafford, actually. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Up next, Commissioner Jerry Wiley. Apologies if I'm mispronouncing your name. Amy Armanda Astor Sullivan, Kay Watanabe, and Sammy Godlove. If you're present, please proceed to the front. Commissioner?
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Chair and Commissioners. You've heard a lot of information today, and certainly you've been very diligent in maintaining your concentration. So I applaud you for that. It's been a long day. You've heard a lot of information, both from the conservation side and from the forestry revenue side. And so I've learned a lot today, and I appreciate all of the testimony that we've heard. You've got a daunting task. Your job is to find the happy spot middle. And so I encourage you to find that and to continue working on that. Washington County, I am, by the way, Jerry Willie, and I am Washington County Commissioner. Forgot to introduce myself. Washington County is blessed with a diversified economy, which includes a variety of industries and employment opportunities. What you may not know about Washington County is 80% of our land is rural and certainly includes 45,000 acres of timber, plus 2 lumber companies. However, other counties such as Clatsop and Tillamook do not have our economic diversity and will be significantly adversely impacted by this proposed HCF. And so just to be clear, we need an HCP. We just don't need this HCP. Using the 3-legged stool as a visual example, it's important that all 3 legs be the same length for balance. It's the same with the HCP. In this example, my 3 legs are conservation, recreation, and timber harvest. Conservation to our forests to provide clean water and clean air and a healthy place for our fish and wildlife. Recreation for a place to enjoy and to get away from the daily grind, hiking and enjoying clean air. And the timber harvest to provide employment and support for schools, for public safety, and a healthy economy. We all want a balanced approach to provide a healthy and functioning forest. It benefits our entire economy and certainly our environment. Last column. Jim Collins wrote several books, but my favorite is Good to Great, talking about taking your business to new heights. He also wrote Built to Last, Successful Habits of Visionary Companies. Both of these books are what we are aspiring to do for our forests through the HCP, taking our forests from good to great and building them to last will take us far into the future. As a board member, your job is to ensure this 70-year document finds a happy spot where all the legs of the stool are equal. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, Amanda.
All righty, good afternoon, Chair Kelly, State Forester Makamoto, and members of the board. For the record, my name is Amanda Sullivan-Astor. I'm the Forest Policy Manager for Associated Oregon Loggers. I'm a certified forester through the Society of American Foresters and a new mom. AOL serves nearly 1,000 individual small businesses and 23,000 hardworking Oregonians. They are the critical workforce ODF relies on to achieve each and every goal and objective in each and every strategic plan created by or for the department. In order to represent this unique group of stakeholders, I have the honor of working with the department, you guys, the board, and other agencies on most, if not all, of these strategic planning documents. So AOL tries to connect each of these plans and efforts to each other using the same words, practices, priorities, goals, objectives, and metrics, and to ensure continuity. The problem is the professional foresters and experienced operators who actually work in the woods on federal lands, private lands, and state lands alike don't always get to have their voices heard. ODF has many professional foresters on staff working closely with these natural resources, yet they don't often see themselves in these strategic planning documents. As an example, the ENGOs and the forest sector alike both agree the current draft 20-year strategic plan ODF is working on does not meet legislative intent. The plan does not actually direct funds for priority actions in priority geographies in tangible ways. It does not build off of field forester expertise, nor does it incorporate directly applicable work others in the department are engaged in other venues. For all of the strategic planning efforts that ODF are engaged in, including the FPFO, the voices of the field staff seem to be all but ignored. By focusing coordination between agencies, both state and federal, at the very top, it strips the plan from truly incorporating the voices of the working professionals most connected to our natural resources. And in closing, AOL would like to see leadership and strength from this board in directing the department to allow their field practitioners to be as proud of these strategic plans coming out of the Salem office as those that are directly working on them. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, Kay.
Thank you. Hi. I'm Kay Watanabe, and I'm here as the chair of the board of directors for 350 Deschutes. For those of you who may not be familiar, 350 Deschutes is part of the global network of 350.org. We are actually a separate and local nonprofit organization, but we follow a similar purpose: to build awareness, educate, organize, and stop new fossil fuel infrastructure and further actions for climate stability. If you were not aware, we're named 350 from the 350 parts per million. That's a safe concentration of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. We are at 419 in 2021 parts per million, and the yearly averages are rising. We engage in climate advocacy, climate education, and developing a climate policy that serves all people, including a just transition for affected workers to transition to a clean, low carbon economy. We also especially focus our most valuable and to our most vulnerable communities. This is important because we see you and hope you are partners in our mission and in our vision. And I'm here to stress respectfully at this point to the board, good forest management is an essential part of building climate resilience. Healthy, diverse forests are far more resilient to the stresses of a changing climate. They're a climate solution themselves, absorbing heat trapping greenhouse gases to slow climate impacts. They're the most efficient natural system for pulling out CO2 from our atmosphere. That's why it's so important that Oregon pass a strong habitat conservation plan that builds diverse forests for fish, wildlife, clean water, recreation, and for tackling the climate crisis. We can do this now for our communities locally and across the state. Thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you. The last set I have is Daryl Snyder, Denisa Rains, David Gillespie. If you're still present, please proceed to the front of the room. Okay, I'll just do one more call out. Is there anyone we may have missed during this morning or who would like to provide comment to the board? Please do so now. Okay, well, there we go. Then thank you, everybody. We appreciate your participation in the morning and the afternoon rounds. I believe we are ready to conclude public testimony provision A under item 1. Chair Kelly, board members, and State Forestry Mukomoto. Thank you.
Thank you, Hillary. Thank you, everyone. Again, really appreciate all the respectful behavior today. And it's just, it's been great. We do have an opportunity now for board reflections and comments on the testimony we have had today. And Commissioner Yamamoto, we were in a rush to get all that public testimony. So if you want to come back up in case anyone has any questions for you, you'd be welcome to do so. So go ahead, Ben.
Ben Doimling for the record. It's been a little over 2 years now that I've been on the board, and that was by far the longest batch of public testimony I've experienced. I listened intently to all of it, and I appreciated all of it. There's a lot of different diversity of opinion. These are thorny, complicated topics, and I agree with most everybody here that there are real challenges and livelihoods and ecosystems at stake here. And they're not easy answers, but I just wanted to acknowledge and appreciate everybody who spoke today and that's a really, really valuable part of the dialogue and very, very helpful to me as I sit up here and try to figure out how to navigate these thorny issues. So thank you, big, big thank you.
Brenda.
Yeah, I'd just like to echo what Ben said. I think that the testimony was interesting and educational and informative and especially respectful. And so thanks to everybody who testified and thanks for your thanks for being respectful to everybody around you and to everybody here. I did have a question for Commissioner Yamamoto, though. Commissioner, you referred to something I said this morning, but I didn't understand what it was that you were referring to.
So I'm trying to bring that up and my internet apparently has gone out. And so this was developed very quickly. I was driving to Sisters, as a matter of fact, when that testimony took place. We had members of the Council of Westland Counties listening into the testimony. And when I got to Sisters, that's when I was told about the conversation that took place this morning. And so you will excuse me, but I don't have the ability to bring that up at this point.
Yeah.
So I do apologize for that.
And my comment really was around the science behind the concerns for the species that would be covered by the incidental take permit. We've had decades of information that has been available that shows very clearly that the habitat requirements for these species would not be met in plantation forestry managed on short rotations. So we've known for years that this was an issue that we were going to be facing in the future, and here we are. We're facing it now. And there aren't very many paths forward at this point, especially if we're going to not violate a federal law. And it is the federal agencies that make the final decision on this, not the board, not others.
So thank you for that. And again, we've talked about habitat conservation plans and developing new habitat for these species. Again, U.S. Forest Service has been doing this now for 40 years. Millions of acres of habitat set aside mostly for the spotted owl. And they have seen no increase in spotted owl numbers. And again, as I've testified before, the problem is not habitat for the spotted owl. The issue here is a species that is negative to for the ongoing health of the spotted owl. I will refer you again to the marbled murrelet. All the science, and when you look at the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife vote to uplist the marbled murrelet, all the science was saying that over the past 20 years, the study from Oregon State University is stating that the population has been increasing at least 2% every year for the past 20 years. And yet it was decided that we needed to uplist the marbled murrelet. So there are so many problems when it comes to anadromous fish. Let's look at the coastal coho in Tillamook County. Again, we've got two river systems, the Nehalem to the north and the Nestucca to the south. ODFW allows the take of wild coho on a regular basis. I've asked NOAA Fisheries how they can do this. And they say, well, it's because we tell ODFW that they can do it. You've got so many wild coho coming back. So again, we need better science, I think. What we're planning this HCP on is old science or things that are just being ignored.
So we'll take this conversation offline. I'd love to have the chance to talk with you as someone who has conducted research on wildlife and managed forests in the Coast Range over 40 years. And I can tell you that the science that's being used here is not old science. And I can explain it to you offline at a different time and place. Thank you.
And again, as I said in my testimony, we need further conversations with this board. We do. And that's very important to us moving forward.
Commissioner, I wanted to bring up one thing of what you brought up, related to what you brought up, which was you mentioned that you were concerned that there were talks going on around alternative funding sources. And I am, we would not be in charge of that because that's outside of our authority. And I am not aware of any formal talks. I am certain that you or the counties would be front and center in any conversation, formal conversation of that type, though. So anyhow, for what it's worth.
So thank you for that. I hate to mention names and I won't mention a name. I'll mention a title. The Senior Natural Resource Advisor to the Governor. We've been in conversation with him and there are conversations going on. And we are not involved in those conversations. And I see a state
Well,
forest.
and then, you know, I mean, a lot of conversations go on about a lot of things,
Agreed.
but is
Agreed.
there a formal process? Not that I'm aware of
Fine.
yet. And
But how can they even start to have, how can the state even start to have conversations about a buyout of the trust counties when the trust counties are not even involved in this conversation?
well,
That
they
to me
will
is
be.
just
I'm certain they
abominable.
will be. Liz.
Hi. Good afternoon, Commissioner.
Good afternoon.
In your testimony, you talked about the health of the counties a few decades ago and now, and you also talked about Governor Kotek stating that there is a need for 37,000 homes for the houseless homeless. And in
Annually.
general, how do you see, there are some obvious ways, but how do you see the counties feeding into that and benefiting that and providing for that?
Well, so again, to go back into my testimony, private forest lands often export their logs. And we bring that fixed lumber back into Oregon for building materials. And if we don't, and yet state forest land harvest, they are required to be milled within the state of Oregon, which is absolutely correct. And yet now we're looking at decreasing timber harvest in the state of Oregon. So what does that mean for housing when we need 37,000 new homes annually to meet demand? Well, that means using plastics or concrete or steel. Those are not environmentally friendly building materials. The best building material that we have is grown right here in the state of Oregon, and that is timber. And yet we're trying to do away with that. And that to me is a travesty.
Right, thank you.
Going back to reactions today to all of our public testimony, I'll have one. You know, I think we listened to a lot of testimony of people talking past each other. And many people testifying around the needs of the communities and of people. And then others talking about species and all the other. And I was impressed that there were a few people today who actually encouraged us to seek compromise. And that's very few actually, but I thought that was a good thing. I think at the end of the day, that is our job. Carla.
So Commissioner, thank you for your testimony, and we do need further help. And we've listened to a lot today, and I think like most of these arguments go, we don't really focus in on the costs and the benefits. We're getting a better idea of the costs, but we've spent 3 meetings now looking at and talking about less than 3% of the forest acreage in Oregon. And I'm pretty convinced that we aren't tackling our bigger problem. And I'd like your help ferreting out a number. Mason Bruce Gerard told us 66% of the state of Oregon's timberland is not available for timber or production. That was before the private forest accord. That was before the state lands discussion. The EU's at 25%. I came back from Finland and Sweden. The EU is at 25%, Canada's at 30%. I'm convinced we're close to 70%, and I would like you to help us ferret out that number from sources that everyone around this table can agree to. As we look at the cost of this policy, we also have to look at the benefit of this policy and the demanded outcomes. In the new budget bill in Congress, there's a new NEPA clause in there going from 6 and 7 years down to 1 and 2, and they're demanding better environmental outcomes. When I listened to much of the testimony with regard to 1982 and the spotted owl, so many people that live in rural Oregon absolutely get the cost to rural Oregon. Those rural counties they bared the brunt of that policy. But we had 38 scientists come together and say, if we don't control these wildfires, if we don't control our burnable fuels because the wildfires are destroying the nesting habitat, and if we don't control the barred owl, the spotted owl will definitely go extinct. And I think that's where, you know, as an economist, these policies, yeah, it's easy to sit here and vote, but nobody can be proud of the outcomes and the costs of the spotted owl policy. And I think we owe it to everybody, to every Oregonian. What is the cost of this? And what's going to be the benefit of this? I think we're in a lose-lose proposition when we look at wildfire. Cal, I don't know how many conversations you and I have had about the finance of this agency, the true cost of wildfire. We are not putting a valuation on the externalities of these wildfires to human health, to infant health, to all the very things we're trying to protect. So I want to press harder on the true cost and the true benefit. And I would like to ask for your help in that.
Again, as I mentioned in my testimony, the Council of Forest Trust Land Counties is absolutely willing. We want to have conversations with this board other than just the 15 minutes that we are allowed. And I think that is essential. Mike Buffalo, Mason Bruce and Gerard, who is our consultant, he is just I thought Mark Rasmussen was good, and he is good, but he is now retired. We brought on Mike Buffalo, and he is just unbelievable. His depth of knowledge, especially coming from the state of Washington, working with DNR, the information he's bringing to us is truly amazing. So yes, we have ideas. We would love to sit down rather than just talking past each other. As the Council of Forest Trust Land Counties and this board, we would love to have workshops with you so that you can get a full feel. And we have 15 counties with commissioners in each of those, and we don't always agree. We do not 100% agree, but that's not a bad thing at the same time. But that's why we feel having conversations with this board would be nothing but beneficial to us all, so that you can really get a feel for the true. When we have our FTLAC meetings, we have a few commissioners from across the state. But if we can really have a full roundtable meeting, I think that would be terrific and helpful to all sides.
Okay.
Thank you.
Commissioner. All right, we were trying to wrap up here with reflections primarily around our public testimony. Were there any other comments or questions from board members? Because we have one more item on our agenda. We are going to delay today the 20-year topic that we had on our schedule so that we can survive this day. But we are going to have a presentation on fire readiness, and I believe Mike Shaw is going to.
Thank you again for this additional opportunity to have a conversation.
And Ron Graham.
Thank you.
You bet. Thank you, Commissioner. Sandra.
I'm sorry, Chandra Fry, for the record, I got in late. I'm sorry. I'm in that like post-lunch lull here, but I did want to make some reflections just briefly. And actually it mirrors what you said, I think, Chair Kelly. Number one, I really appreciate all the testimony today and agree with Ben. That was a marathon session, but it was a really worthy session. And there's a lot of engaging, thoughtful testimony and a lot of creative ways of expressing it as well today that I thought kept us all engaged. So I thank the presenters for that as well. But what struck me also was that we are in this interesting time, and I think it's just culturally, not even just in this room, right, but in society right now, where we do tend to dig into our positions a bit. And we do feel like if we give up anything, we're going to lose ground on the whole thing. And I thought what was interesting is I saw an article come up in the Times. Actually, Carla and I were talking about a different article, but I saw another one that same day that was talking about the deterioration of the, quote unquote, Oregon way. And this culture of finding common ground that used to be so central to Oregon is gone, or it's rapidly deteriorating. And I thought this was interesting, but this exact quote said, Oregon has long had a pronounced political split reflecting the natural divisions between its rural farm and timber counties and its liberal cities like Portland and Eugene. But the state historically prided itself on the way its politicians usually seem to find ground for collaboration. And it goes on. There's a lot of other interesting things in there as well, right? But it struck me that, we can't fall prey to this right now, this board here, right? We do have an obligation to rise above where we are as a society right now, I think, because it's not the right direction. And I recognize that there's all of these really, what's the word, visceral, right, reactions. People really feel this strongly, and we feel that in this room too. But we need folks to come to the table too, to tell us, to recognize these other sides' values and contributions to a conversation. It's not just your own. It's not just your own position. There are other values out there, other people's interests in what can help us find that ground. And every so often I hear someone say a nugget of something that's like, oh, that's a recognition of a different side. And that's a recognition of something like some area we may look to kind of find and bridge that divide. And it would be great to see more of that. And it would be great to see more people in the room and these different sides having these conversations. The PFA was brought up. Those were people in a room having a conversation on different sides and recognizing that the status quo wasn't going to work. Like just digging in for the status quo is not going to work. So I guess it's just a plea to folks out there. Testimony is fantastic, but we are starting to sound a little bit like we're saying the same things. And I'm hearing those. I hear those very loudly, but we have to make a decision at some point. What is that going to look like? Like, do people have ideas for what that's going to look like and what the steps required are to get there? And then I guess it just kind of reminded me, one of the speakers mentioned a quote, having a hard time finding a quote. And I believe he brought up the Nero quote, right? The fiddle playing. And one that always comes to my mind, and this is a less colorful form of it, right? But not everyone is an artist, but everyone is a critic, right? We all show up and it's very easy to say what you guys are doing is wrong, right? You guys haven't done this, you haven't done this, you haven't done that. Well, why don't we create some art? Right? Everyone get in there, get a paintbrush. Let's do this. It's just too easy for us to keep saying everything we're doing is wrong. I can say that too. So that's my plea, and kind of a longer winded version of what you were saying, I think.
Chandra, much more eloquent and really important message. There is a model. I mean, I'm old enough to remember when the Oregon Way was real and functioning. And so that's our model. And that's a great reminder that is our job and that there is a model for us.
Board Member Ferrari, thank you for that very much. I'm going to get in trouble for this, but I think the Council of Forest Westland Counties would love to have a conversation about the private forest accord. Really do. I'll just leave that as it sits, and everyone can mull that over a little bit.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Yeah.
All right, we will move on to our next and final for today presentation. Chief Shaw.
I have to take this off. I'm making myself nice and like cozy over here. I want to sit by that.
Chair Kelly, members of the board. For the record, my name is Mike Shaw. I serve as Chief Fire Protection for the Oregon Department of Forestry. It is a pleasure to be here in front of you again, this time after lunch, and to be the last on your agenda. So you can go try some of those Central Oregon samples. Chair Kelly, thought that was on your agenda.
It is. What's that? I hear they have some distilleries here too.
I think so. I can neither confirm nor deny. So I'm here joined today with Deputy Chief of Operations Ron Graham, and we're going to provide you an update on kind of our fire season readiness as we are now just entering into fire season in a few of the districts across the state, with many to follow in the very short term. And a little bit of a brief update on kind of what the weather and fire season is shaping up to be. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Ron.
Thank you, Chief Shaw. Good afternoon, Chair Kelly, members of the board, and State Forester Makamoto. We came through the month of May, which is Wildfire Awareness Month, and hopefully you saw some new ads on TV and heard some new spots on the radio, largely put out by Keep Oregon Green. and heard some of our other, or saw some of our social media fire prevention work with state, local, and federal partners. All good stuff, and we saw the benefit of those last year, so we continued with that approach again this year. As Chief Shaw mentioned, June 1st, Southwest Oregon District entered into fire season, and by mid-June, we'll have 7 additional districts in fire season with just a few more to go after that, and would fully expect by the end of the month, all districts would probably be in fire season. Going to give you a little bit of look at the fire outlook, starting with the current drought conditions. The most recently released data shows that some of the drought has improved across the state. If you recall past presentations we've done, Central Oregon had more of a bullseye effect with some really extreme and exceptional drought. Some of that has improved. However, when you look at Northwest Oregon in previous presentations, that area of the state was kind of completely out of the drought and is now getting back into drought, abnormally dry. So we're seeing some of the drought settle back in that area as well. Okay, so looking out to wildfire potential. Let's go back to where we were. Very good. All right, seasonal temperature outlooks, that's where we wanted to be. So looking ahead, this is looking out to June, July, and August. And May was actually forecasted to be a fair amount above normal temperatures for much of the state. And May actually produced that and then some. We had well above normal temperatures for much of the state. And likewise with precipitation, we saw chances of above precipitation primarily in Eastern Oregon, and that played out for May as well. Now looking ahead to June, July, and August, we're seeing strong indications of continued above normal temperatures. So that's going to couple with our precipitation outlook for that same time period, June, July, and August, with a strong indication that at least the northern third of the state has a good chance of being below normal precipitation. And of course, I always like to remind you, really going into July and August, we see our lowest levels of precipitation of the year, which in many places is little to no precipitation. So a little bit warmer and drier going into the season. We've seen warm and dry weather in May. We've seen some windy weather as of recently as well, and that's showing us that fuels are starting to dry out. More so in Washington even than here, but we are seeing that on the ground, as I'll touch on with some of our recent initial attack and fire behavior. So looking at the outlook for June, you can see still Central Oregon is still showing a little bit in the increased level of significant wildfire potential. So far, we're early into the month. We haven't seen significant fires in that area as of yet. However, we've seen some larger fires in a couple of the other parts of the state, and I'll touch on those. July, that increases. We do see Northwest Oregon enter into this for significant wildfire potential increasing, as well as extreme Southeast Oregon, where we've had abundant rains, and with that came abundant fine fuel growth. And probably by July, we'll see those fuels cured and available to burn. So likely increasing that potential in that area of the state. Going into August, we see that same graphic pretty much for the state. Again, Washington even more so. Looking across the West, not drastic increases across the rest of the West. That's usually good news for us, as our chances of significant fire increase, we rely on those other nearby states and members of our Northwest Compact to help us out. Definitely seeing areas of concern still in the Midwest, Upper Great Lakes, and even the Northeast. We do rely on Minnesota often through our state-to-state agreement for additional resources. We've sent some folks there already this year. So finally, looking ahead to September, we see a little bit of reprieve from the significant wildfire potential, kind of that southeast corner of the state dropping off, and likely not until later September or even October that we see our return to normal and hopefully season ending rain events. So that's kind of the outlook. What I would say we're seeing is that I always measure where we're at in fire season by the number of fires that are starting to exceed 10 acres, usually very close to initial attack. And we're seeing that 20, 30, 40 acre, 300 acre fires. So fuels are drying out. Most of those fires were in areas where fuels were dry and receptive / areas and such. However, some of the fires have been in areas where the fuels were deceptively dry. So we're seeing that in even fuels that we didn't expect to see that kind of fire behavior at this point in time. So all that points to us, we're not seeing an extreme early start to fire season. Feels like a normal start to fire season, but it's starting to look like July, August, and September are going to be quite busy for us and a lot of potential there. All right, so turning over to some of the work we're doing to get ready for fire season, right? And that's what we're doing. We're fighting fire. We had after action reviews. We're carrying out smoke detection camera work, 86 active cameras now. And that's through the help of Senate Bill 762, federal funding, strategic investments from the Oregon Forest Land Protection Fund, as well as our district budgets, a combination of funding to build out this detection camera system, as well as using our protection project manager, Jamie Paul, to help coordinate and integrate interoperability with the various camera systems that exist across the state to leverage each other's capabilities. And then new for this year, we'll be bringing in our camera imagery into our state of Oregon fire situation analyst that all fire responders, industry partners can use for situational awareness. So it'll be a nice platform to have folks be able to view those cameras. As I mentioned, we really started preparing for this season with last year's after action reviews. We work with all of our international through our Northwest Compact partners, state, federal, local partners to make sure agreements are in place with the Office of State Fire Marshal, Oregon Military Department through Op Plan Smoky, and all of those are in place, ready to go. Our FEMA agreements are in place for the year. So we're ready for that. Our incident resource agreements have been renewed for the year as well. And just what you have on the screen is a huge list of the various resources that we can draw from a complete and coordinated system. And then I'll touch here briefly in a little bit on our severity resources as well. We're in the process of renewing all of our severity contracts for this year. We've got a couple of contracts that are still going through the renewal process. The map with the nice little aircraft icons should look very similar to you as it has in the past. We have basically the same budget, $10 million of combined funds from the Oregon Forest Land Protection Fund and General Fund. This year, we'll have a couple of different aircraft in the mix. No additional aircraft planned for this year, but in Klamath, we'll be replacing one of the helicopters you see on the map with a larger Type 1 helicopter. So a medium helicopter being replaced with a Type 1 helicopter will give us greater capability, a faster response, more water capacity. It should be a resource that our federal partners are pretty interested in using as well, and very marketable that way. And then in Roseburg, one of the helicopters on the list there, Type 2 medium helicopter, is going to be replaced with 2 single engine air tankers for this year. Part of this is evolution of our program. Part of this is in response to an issue we brought up in the past, which was some struggles in getting some of the older Type 2 helicopter airframes carded and federally approved for their use. So to transition away from some of those, we're trying a couple of new resources. And again, all that is in place, ready to go. Likely, unless we see an increase in conditions and activity, contracts will begin, our exclusive use contracts likely in July. In the meantime, we have plenty of access to call when needed resources. We have about 198 various aircraft available to us through call when needed contracts. And right now, there's not great competition for a lot of those resources, so they're fairly readily available to us. Where we stand currently for this fire season, as it compares to last year in our 10-year average. So we're at about 108 total fires year to date. That's a little bit below our 10-year average, which is 153 fires. So not extremely low, a little bit low, largely human caused fires, which is normal this time of year. Typically lightning starts kicking off, a little bit later in the year. It's not unusual for us to have some lightning fires, as we've had a few, typically a little bit more wetting rain associated with those storms this time of year. So most of the acreage is attributed to the human caused activity. You can see we've had 29% less fires than our 10-year average and 22% less acres burned. And if you recall, last year we ended in an incredible place, way below the 10-year average number of acres burned. So it was a good year in terms of that. And as Chief Mike Shaw stated earlier, still roughly the same number of fires. We don't see drastic decreases or increases in our number of fires each year, fairly stable. Currently, we stand at 95% of our key performance measure of keeping fires 10 acres or less. We've had a couple of fires, as I've alluded to, that have exceeded 10 acres already. One of these fires that exceeded 10 acres was the 7K fire in our Western Lane district, right around Memorial Day weekend. We had an active operation. So we've got a human caused fire under investigation. So readily available fuels to be consumed, good alignment with topography, some wind behind it, some warm weather. The picture doesn't do it justice, but giving you just a little bit of scope and scale of the ground that we had to work with in that fire. Western Lane District did a phenomenal job of calling for additional assistance. We were able to provide helicopter support, other aircraft support, as well as some folks from our incident management team, some here from Central Oregon District, that assisted to give them a robust Type 3 organization. They utilized several of our contract 20-person hand crews, which were key to fighting fire in that ground. Primarily private industrial ground with some BLM ground that we cover in our Western Oregon operating plant. Great success, about 350 acres in what could have been much larger and could have ramped up to the point of engaging one of our ODF incident management teams. So great success in a pretty challenging situation early on. So next one I wanted to highlight, and that was in our Southern Oregon area. Maybe. All right. So the Forest Park fire outside of Beaver Creek in our North Cascade district, Malala unit, turned out to be only 20 acres. And again, it had some potential just due to the dry fuels that it was in slash. However, this fire wasn't nearly as remote as the 7K fire. 7K had no structures threatened. This fire had structures threatened, evacuations in place, basically burned up to the backyards of several homes, but no structures lost. Great response from local fire districts, Clackamas County, great response from the North Cascade district, utilizing South Fork and Coffee Creek adults in custody crews as well, to get that fire under control and contained and off the board at about 20 acres. Could have been much worse. So another good example of early season success. Talk a little bit about sharpening the saw, our incident management teams and other overhead personnel. During this early season, we've been able to support some of our partners. Fire operations manager Blake Ellis and myself in late April attended our Northwest Compact annual meeting. Our Canadian partners at that point in time were concerned about early snow melt off and flooding. About a week later, Alberta called and they were experiencing probably a historical fire season. They had huge lightning storms come through, coupled with a few human caused fires, and quickly they were overwhelmed with fire on the landscape. So we were able to send some single resources up to Alberta initially. So firefighters, task force leaders, engine crew members, helicopter crew members, that type of resources. And then quickly Alberta called and said they needed to help with additional incident management teams. So in a first ever in the history of the 25 years of the Northwest Compact, we sent a compact incident management team between Oregon and Washington up to Alberta. They were handed the most probably complex fire at the time, the Pembina complex, which is probably over 600,000 acres as we speak now. That's what our incident management team from the compact assumed control over. A couple of days, there was really extreme fire behavior. And I think it's worth noting to you that we had several ODF employees that stepped up, showed great leadership, not only kept themselves safe, but a lot of resources on that incident in a very extremely tense situation and extreme fire behavior that I'm sure we'll hear some lessons learned, but they performed exemplary in a lack of leadership, I would call it. They stood up and led. So extremely proud of their efforts and glad that they got everybody out safely. As I mentioned, we continue to support our other compact partners and then immediately started supporting Alaska. Sent about 20 people up to Alaska with what looked like, once again, an increased and extreme fire season for Alaska. It started out that way. Fortunately, they got some timely rain and snow and it kind of quieted things down. But again, Alaska has faced some challenges with capacity and having trained qualified firefighters to draw upon. So our resources really stepped up and bolstered their initial attack. Some of the great stories we've heard is cross-training. Alaska firefighters training our folks, and likewise ODF firefighters and association firefighters training Alaska firefighters. So a really great effort. Those folks are all either on their way home or should be home as we speak. So getting our folks back into place. We also sent a few folks to Minnesota, like I mentioned earlier. It's very common that we trade aviation resources between the two states with their state agreement. And then last but not least, and not in order of date deployed, but a very unique situation for our incident management teams. Office of Emergency Management called upon us to potentially assist with Curry County with a cybersecurity situation. And when you get that kind of call, the first thing you go is, oh boy, right? That's a lot different sounding than a wildfire. However, they needed some help with incident command and incident management structure. And so ODF said we can make that mission. We sent 6 members from our incident management teams in command and general staff overhead positions. I think they're there about 10 days or so, helping the county get organized and learning how to plan and filter data and make sure that tasks that were coming in were being dealt with. So a really unique opportunity for our folks. As I said, sharpening the saw. All of these things are outside of what we normally do. Different fuel types, different fire behavior, different incidents. It all makes our team stronger and better. So really great work by those folks. So with that, I think Chief Shaw and I can both look in the eye and say, we're ready for fire season.
Yeah, thank you, Ron. Maybe just a couple of thoughts, Chair, if I may. One, thanks, Ron, for that great update. I think that kind of tells the story really well. And thanks to your staff. It takes an incredible amount of effort to synthesize all of the data out there and condense it into something that can be presented in a short order. So thanks to protection staff for that. You know, there's a lot of predictive services models out there, and Ron showed a few, and there's just a couple that really stand out to me that I want to leave you with from my perspective. The first is the drought. We've been watching the drought map, and it's a model that we look at all the time. And how I would characterize it is, while there has been some relief in the drought, I would characterize the conditions across the state as persistent drought. And I think the persistent drought is going to rear its head for us this year as we get into fire season. It doesn't look quite as bold and bad as what we saw in 2021 or even 2022 before the kind of late spring rain. But what we are seeing with the fires that are occurring on the landscape today, and what I heard out of one of our type 1 qualified incident commanders, is that in June on the west side of the Cascades for fires to be burning like they would in July is concerning. So that was kind of a red flag for me. And so I would hone in on that drought map. The other one that really stood out to me, just as Ron presented, we showed the map of the nation with the little red and the green above normal, below normal, or normal chance of significant fires on the landscape. There was a fairly significant chunk of Oregon that's just in normal. And it hit me as I was looking at that, and I really honed in on Southern Oregon area, which is one of our larger, more robust fire environments. Let's be honest, normal is tough. Normal in Oregon in July and August is tough. So let's not, I guess what I would ask is, let's make sure that we don't let our foot off the gas on what our mission is. And not lose sight of the fact that we are going to have a tough summer in front of us, because July and August in this state are very difficult from a fire environment. And we've seen that played out over the last decade. And I'll steal, just to close, a quote from our Southern Oregon Area Director, Dave Larson. His quote is, "August happens." And I've stuck with that, and I've mentioned it several times. He's probably behind me laughing right now, I hope, but it will happen, and we will be busy. And I can guarantee you that every firefighter within the Department of Forestry and the associations are going to give 150%, because that's how they're wired. So just know that we're prepared, and we're prepared for the long haul.
Carla.
Mike and Ron, please know how much you're appreciated and how much we respect, your leadership and the approach that this department takes in fire. A couple of things that jumped out really early on in your slides. One is Alaska. And we haven't talked a lot about Alaska. And of course, we know about the fires in Canada, but I'm guessing if you showed us a map, we'd see a lot of red. And that's a lot of fire hazard up north. But also Northwest Oregon has a big, what we've been talking about for 3 meetings. There was a lot of red there. And we talked, somebody mentioned today about how dry the coast is. And, one of the things I'd like you guys to keep your ear open to, and maybe get back to us at a future board meeting. We've talked about carbon credits. We've never discussed mitigation credits. And I think it's something that we should research and explore. And is there anybody out there that we can learn from? But thank you for what you do.
Go ahead.
Thanks for your presentation, guys. I guess it wouldn't be a fire season update if I didn't mention severity, Mike. I tell you how important that program is to our successful, protection of lands as a result of the WPA a number of years ago. I'm curious though, and I heard updates about what's going on with exchanging, the airframes and using different types of aerial equipment. I'm curious, and I think if I heard you correctly, you're moving to a different, larger helicopter and to 2 seats and exchanging an airframe. What do you see the trend being there? First of all, what do you see happening over time with that? Secondly, to exchange, seats for a helicopter, different, firefighting piece of equipment, obviously different, abilities. Do you think that's the trend that we're going to see moving forward? And also, before I forget, how are you managing that cost? I think what I'm seeing is maybe additional pieces of equipment, but yet your budget's staying the same. I was curious to get a little more color on that.
Absolutely. Thanks for the question. And I'll start out, and after I mess it up, Ron can fix it for me. Couple of things. Severity is changing a little bit, and some of it is so what we're doing this year. Couple of pieces. One is transition from a type 2 helicopter to a type 1 helicopter. That's going to occur in Klamath Falls. And that was a test case, as we had 3 of our type 2 contracts that were running out. And so we were going back out to bid for replacing those. There's been a lot of chatter in the background from the federal side that has discussed that the Huey aircraft that has been kind of the bread and butter for our type 2 helicopters are aging and may no longer be airworthy. And if they are not carded by our federal counterparts, would not be able to be utilized or paid for by them. That is a very, very important component of the work that we do with our severity program. We have to be able to fly those on federal land on our neighbors, one, to help them be successful, and two, to help ourselves be successful. Keeping those fires in place and providing that aircraft is absolutely critical. So with that in the background and 3 contracts up, we chose to go with one this year with a new contract to test out how does it work. It's about twice as fast, 1.5 times as fast, can carry about twice the payload, but it's about 3 times as expensive. So generally, the Type 1 airframes, because of their carrying capacity, have a lot of interest from our federal counterparts. And so being able to, quote, fly off hours and help us maintain our budgetary requirements is going to be beneficial. So it's a test this year on the Type 1. We have to learn a little bit more about the background of the airworthiness of the Type 2s, of the Hueys. They have really been outstanding for us over time, and it would be disappointing to see that go away, but clearly need to fly safe aircraft. The transition from a Type 2 helicopter in Roseburg to a pair of seats was at the request of the fire managers there. The cost is about neutral between a Type 2 helicopter contract for 75 days and the 2 single engine air tankers, plus or minus $50,000-ish. We have seen a resurging interest in the single engine air tankers with the retardant that they develop and how nimble they are in tight terrain, how quick they can respond, and the distance that they can respond at a high rate of speed. And so that too, to some degree, is a little bit of a test. The Southern Oregon area has been utilizing the seats that are based out of Prineville for the last several years and have found much success in utilizing those, so had requested to do that. And so those are the changes this year. What we didn't mention is at the end of this year will be the last year of the contract for our large air tanker, which is nearly $4 million of our $10 million budget. And so as we approach next fire season, we are exploring lots and lots of different options. We're trying to understand what is the need on the ground, number of aircraft versus type of aircraft. They are all tools in the toolbox that have value. And how do we weigh those against one another and get the most bang for our buck? So we're working with all of our areas and districts to make sure that we're meeting the needs of catching all of those fires that we can at the smallest possible size.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. I really appreciate the fact you're looking at that and continue to look at that and continue to develop the options that you have to be the most effective firefighting, organization you can be. So I really appreciate you guys working on that. Thanks.
Thank you.
Chandra.
Yeah, thanks. I just have a couple of quick questions. The first is I'm curious about the new cameras, the detection cameras, and how well that addresses the need, or if there's still some critical gaps for additional cameras. And then also just if there's anything in the works for effectiveness, like how useful those are, in detection. My second question was around the compact. I'm just curious how we devote resources, how we decide if we devote resources, and if it's, if it's a priority issue in terms of we just have any staff available, but that we have low priority needs in Oregon and there's really high priority needs. Does that come into play, or we're going to cover all of our needs here first? And then my last question, and I don't know if it's to you or maybe to Cal, but I just heard a couple times it referenced today in public testimony around our fire insurance policy and maybe some misconceptions about what that does, our cancellation and maybe some of the factors that went into why that occurred. And so I just thought maybe some sort of synopsis and or clarification in the record somewhere about why that decision was made would be helpful.
All right, great questions. I'll see if I can remember them all. If not, I'll ask you to refresh my memory. I'll start with the cameras and the effectiveness, and that's a little bit of a difficult answer. It's sort of like prevention. When you invest $1 million into prevention, are you getting $1 million worth of value out of that? Very difficult to measure that. It's not a 1-for-1 or you can't draw a direct line. What I will say is just recently, the most recent camera that was installed in our South Cascade district, a lightning storm came over Lane County, threw down a bunch of lightning, and after hours at 6 o'clock in the evening, the camera detected the smoke. Our fire managers were alerted, and we got firefighters on the ground that night and put the fire out. And this is coming from our district forester there, who is one of our type 1 qualified incident commanders. He has the highest level of qualification. And he said, without that camera there detecting that fire that night, it would have been a much more significant fire on the landscape. We put out a news release on it. It went out broadly about the value of that camera. You can't hardly put a price on that, but I can guarantee you that that camera already paid for itself with that one fire in May. Yes, there are still gaps. The agency put in a POP for additional cameras this year. That did not get picked up for a variety of reasons, like lots of priorities, right? There is still efforts afoot to continue to infuse money into the camera program, the statewide camera program. Ron mentioned it. We have leveraged other camera products, the Alert Wildfire Program, Pano AI with the power companies, to try to leverage all of those in the interoperability of the camera system so that we can provide the best detection possible across the state of Oregon. There are still gaps, and that council and our folks are continuing to work on that and identify where those are. That's the cameras. The compact, yes. Our number one priority is to provide fire protection for Oregonians, period, end of statement. We will not send our folks out of state, out of country, unless we know that we have what is necessary to meet the fire need here in Oregon first. So when those come up in the off season for us, we evaluate what opportunities we have, what positions they're looking for, how many people they're looking for, what can we do and what can't we do. We love to be exporters. It's really nice to be able to go help our partners, because we know that in the fire season months, we are importers of a lot of these folks. So it's great to repay that or even pay it forward. When we sent our last 20 folks up to Alaska 2 weeks ago, we made a decision within the division that that was likely the end of our exporting at a broad scale, because we were getting into fire season or nearing fire season in many cases across the state of Oregon. So as these folks are all coming back into the fold for us as we go into our fire season, unless there's a few one-offs here or there for something critical, we're done sending folks out of state or out of country. That's that one. Insurance. Do you want to cover it, or do you want me to take a swing first? Okay. So insurance was really challenging, obviously. Lloyd's of London came back with the same premium, but they had actually increased the deductible again. The deductible for this year was $78.5 million. In other words, we would need to expend $78.5 million of net fire costs before getting into the policy. If you add the $4 million premium as a state, we would have to have spent $82.5 million net costs in order to get into the policy. And our most expensive fire season yet, net, was 2021, and in today's dollars was $69 million. It didn't get us there. And so from a pure business decision, it didn't make a lot of sense.
Right. Yeah. Van Dornling for the record. Thank you for this presentation. This has been wonderful. And again, I'll echo the comments of thanks for the work you're doing. I have some questions about how the landscape in Oregon has been changing over time, and sort of two particular things. One, we've had a lot of acres burned over the last, Carlos mentioned these numbers, you've mentioned these numbers, they keep getting trotted out of how many acres have burned. A lot of that has been salvage logged, a lot of hasn't. And we've also tried to ramp up our resiliency work, and it's been slow and not at the pace we would like, but there's still work happening all over the state. And I'm wondering if you could speak at all, or just some thoughts about how those changes on the landscape affect the fire risk that we see each year now and into the future? It's a big question, but I'm just curious.
It is a great question, and just, you know, a little brief answer. So first, to address kind of the increase in acreage that we've seen over the last decades, and especially with 2020 with the large fires, that changes our fuel type. That changes complexity. We go to a large mature stand to open stands, brush fields, a whole different fuel model. One of the ways we're trying to address that is what we spoke of earlier. Part of why our Southern Oregon area fire managers wanted to try 2 seats instead of the helicopter based out of Roseburg was because of that changing landscape. Now we have a different landscape, different fuel, open canopy, where seats that are very fast can be very effective. So that's a great example of changing our tactics, our strategy, our resource complement to try to meet that need. You know, so likewise, you know, with resiliency and mitigation efforts, changes to the fuel model change how we fight fire. Hopefully, with more resiliency and landscape mitigation work, that will change our tactics in positive ways as well. Having more ground available to firefighters to work safely in is a huge benefit. Whereas with some of the stands and the condition they're in right now, there's a lot of risk putting firefighters into some of these areas, right? And we've seen and heard that risk as the reasons why we can't put people in there and these fires are getting larger. So I think that's a pretty good example of what, you know, we can utilize that for and how that changes what we do as well.
Maybe just a couple other comments, Ben. You hit on it. What I would say is there is a lot of work going on, but we have gotten here through 100 years of fire management and forest management. And it's going to take more than the last maybe decade of really hard work. It's going to take decades, and it's going to take continued durable investments into the system for that to occur. And we haven't seen that play out yet, time-wise, right? Like, it takes time, and we want to fix the problem now. And it's frustrating because we can't, because it takes time. And so it's going to take us a long time, and people sitting in all of your seats and in our seats 10 years from now are still going to be talking about it. I firmly believe that. Ryan passed me a note, and this is good. Maybe a quick go back on the insurance to clear up any misinformation about not having an insurance policy and what that may or may not mean. It has absolutely nothing to do with ODF's response or how we approach a fire. It only has to do with how large fire costs are paid at the end of the day. And so just rest assured that it hasn't changed our mission, our vision, or how we approach a firefight in any way, shape, or form.
Okay, looks like I'm going to get the last word here, Mike, which is we're proud of you guys, proud of everybody who's going into the woods. We also recognize at the end of the day, no matter how professional you are, it's really dangerous work. So stay safe.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, we are ready to wrap up here. I need to remind everyone that we have a social that all the public is invited to that starts at 5:30. And Hillary, remind me of the location.
Yes, it is located in the community room of Sisters Camp Sherman Rural Fire Department and south of 301 South Elm Street. So we do encourage everyone be ready to go by 5:30.
All right, wonderful. Anything else, folks? Great. In that case, we are adjourned.
Well,